Chapter 2233. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. Shoah Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The innate deity rune of order flickered, and a terrifying power engulfed the entire cave. Fang Chen's body was undergoing a huge transformation. This was already the 8th month since he was chased. After spending a total of 8 months, he finally comprehended a strand of the Azura Sword Tao, and now he was attempting to break through to the Unity Realm. The Cosmos God Realm consisted of 3 minor realms: the Void Realm, the Deity Rune Realm, and the Unity Realm. The Void Realm represented the pinnacle of the miniature cosmos, and one could start walking in the primal chaos void. At this stage, one had to absorb a large amount of origin energy to strengthen one's body. This was also the foundation of the Cosmos God Realm. The Deity Rune Realm, as the name suggested, was to absorb origin energy and condense it into deity runes of order in the body, or absorb and fuse with them, or even innate deity runes of order. The current Fang Chun had already reached the limit of the Deity Rune Realm. In the entire primal chaos void, he was already the strongest deity rune realm. The Unity Realm was to fuse all the deity runes of order in the body together. At the same time, one had to fuse the 6 laws comprehended at the True God Realm, forming a deity spring in the body to store energy. After 8 months, it was finally the most crucial moment. Because of the innate deity runes of order, fusing with other deity runes of order was much easier. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed deity runes of order in the body were completely absorbed by the innate deity runes of order. Of course, this was only the first step. The next step would be the most difficult. Wong, with a thought, the 6 laws floated before his chest, and their auras were completely different. It's slightly difficult to fuse the laws with the deity runes of order, Fang Chun thought. But since things had already reached this stage, he had no other choice but to press forward. Fuse. With a low shout, Fang Chun forcibly controlled the innate deity runes of order to fuse with the 6 laws. Hong long long. A deafening sound reverberated across the sky. At this moment, the weather changed, and the clear sky suddenly became incomparably gloomy and cold. The entire sky above the misty coal forest was covered by dark clouds. Lightning surged, and the violent origin energy in the surroundings gathered wildly above the pool, forming a pillar of light that shot into the cave. The members of the Gong family who were searching for Fang Chun were shocked when they saw this. "What happened?" someone exclaimed. However, at this moment, a sinister smile appeared on the Gong family head's face. With such a huge commotion, he must be breaking through to the Unity Realm. Thinking up to this point, the Gong family head said in a deep voice, "Follow the direction of the origin energy, and we will definitely be able to find this child." Speaking of which, it is all thanks to him breaking through to the Unity Realm. Otherwise, it would be hard for us to find him. Hoo. Under the lead of the Gong clan patriarch, the dozen Unity Realm elders rapidly headed towards the pond deep in the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people surrounded the pool. The terrifying origin energy formed a pillar of light that rushed into the water. This allowed the Gong family members to conclude that Fang Chun was hiding in the pool. Damnable fellow, he actually used an illusory technique to hide the cave at the bottom of the pool. No wonder we cannot find him. They had searched for 8 months. During this period, they had even used some excuses to evade the invitation from young Master Saber. All of this was for the sake of personally killing Fang Chun. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Work together to shatter the illusory realm and destroy his breakthrough, the Gong family had said. At that moment, more than a dozen Unity Realm experts launched their attacks. The violent attacks converged at a single point in the sky before erupting with a resplendent light. Following that, under the guidance of the Gong family head, they abruptly smashed into the bottom of the pool. Dong! The pool trembled. The water in the pool evaporated in an instant. The illusory realm surrounding the cave collapsed by itself. The pitch-black cave appeared before everyone's eyes. The circular pillar of light penetrated through the cave. All the energy was directly poured into the head of Fong Chun. The members of the Gong family arrived at the bottom of the pool. They discovered the innate God rune of order emitting a resplendent light. This is the innate God rune of order. This was the first time the Gong family head saw the legendary innate God rune of order. He was quite shocked. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to be shocked. He had to end the battle quickly. He has reached the final juncture of the fusion. Stop him. The Gong family head roared. He fiercely punched out, smashing heavily on the circular pillar of light. Gotcha! After being attacked by the external energy, cracks appeared on the circular pillar of light. Following that, under the frenzied bombardment of the members of the Gong family, the circular pillar of light collapsed and shattered into pieces. Hoo. The wild origin source energy dissipated in all directions. The atmosphere in the sky was very oppressive. Fong Chun still had his eyes closed. He was like an old monk in meditation. He was wholeheartedly immersed in the fusion. CSISI, under his efforts, the law of destruction finally fused into the innate God rune of order. The latter immediately expanded, and its aura became even stronger. Continue. The commotion caused by breaking through to the unity realm attracted the members of the Gong family. This was within Fong Chun's expectations. However, he had no choice. He couldn't stop. With a low roar, Fong Chun increased the speed of the fusion. At this moment, after destroying the circular pillar of light, the members of the Gong family looked at Fong Chun. Attack the innate God rune of order with full force. The Gong family head said, Kill. Under the furious roar of the crowd, the frenzied attacks landed on the innate God rune of order. Dong! The sound of explosions was endless. At this moment, the innate God rune of order displayed the demeanor of a king. There was a layer of faint halo around its body, forcibly blocking the attacks of the members of the Gong family. How is this possible? Seeing this, the Gong family head was incomparably shocked. His face was extremely gloomy. The innate God rune of order is too strange. Our attacks are ineffective. The Gong family head said, Attack his body so that he can't control the innate God rune of order. Everything that the members of the Gong family did was for the sake of Fong Chun's life. Fong Chun, who was in the midst of breaking through, was screaming in his heart. Faster, faster. After fusing with the law of destruction, he had the experience of fusing with the law of destruction. The speed of fusing with the other law of destruction had increased by a lot. At that moment, the law of reincarnation had already fused with the law of destruction. Next, Fong Chun began fusing with the law of creation. Hong! The attacks of the members of the Gong family landed on Fong Chun's body. The myriad sword body stubbornly resisted, but he was still heavily injured. Poochie! Fong Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. However, he resisted the urge to fuse with the law of creation. CSISI. At this moment, the speed of the fusion was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Hold on for a little longer. Fong Chun thought. He desperately activated the innate God rune of order to protect his body. At the same time, he was rapidly absorbing the law of destruction. Damn it! Seeing how tenacious Fong Chun was, a certain Unity Realm elder could not hold back anymore. He held a short blade and rushed towards Fong Chun. However, before he could get close to Fong Chun, he was shocked to find that his short blade could not move. Following that, a red sword light pierced through his body and absorbed the short blade in his hand. No! This Unity Realm elder cried out miserably, but he felt powerless. Pung! He fell to the ground and lost his life, trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. This scene ignited the fury of the members of the Gong family to the extreme. Damn it! The Gong family clan had executed the taboo divine technique of the Gong family. The entire pool trembled, and the ground showed signs of cracking. Everyone was startled when they saw this. This was the Gong family's earth-splitting divine technique. Who would have thought that the clan head would execute it at this moment? Kacha. The eyes of the Gong family clan head were filled with madness. He used all his strength to execute the taboo divine technique, the earth-splitting divine technique. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the cave Fong Chun was in was also constantly falling with rocks. It could collapse at any time. However, at this moment, the final law of destruction successfully fused with the innate God rune of order. Voila! The innate God rune of order entered the body of Fong Chun before sinking into his chi si. There's no more time. The eyes of the Gong family clan head flickered as he anxiously shouted. The current Fong Chun had already reached the final step. The moment he formed the God Spring, the consequences would be unimaginable. Earth-splitting divine technique, shaking heaven and splitting earth. The Gong family clan head roared. He stomped his foot, causing the cave to collapse. Countless huge rocks piled up in the cave, drowning Fong Chen's body. At the same time, the origin source energy that was like a flood struck the huge rocks, causing a huge explosion. Chapter 2234. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Earth-splitting divine technique was a forbidden divine technique of the Gong clan. It was left behind by the old ancestor. Ever since the old ancestor fell, no one had been able to completely cultivate it. The current clan head had an outstanding talent, yet he could only barely cultivate the first level. Even so, he had to pay a sufficient price to fully activate the first level of the Earth-splitting divine technique. Usually, the Gong clan head would not use the Earth-splitting divine technique, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Hong Long Long. Watching the cave collapse and the huge rock explode, the Gong clan head revealed a sinister smile. Let's see how you can escape this time. Clan head, that brat must be dead. The earth-splitting divine technique is too powerful. He cannot resist it. Furthermore, he is currently breaking through to the unity realm. Being interrupted by clan head, he must be heavily injured. The Grand Elder said with a smile. The Gong clan head nodded. He muttered, "Lift the huge rock for me. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse." His hatred for Fong Chun was too deep. His only son, Gong Yu, had died in the hands of Fong Chun. He wished he could turn Fong Chun into ashes. Furthermore, he wanted to see Fong Chen's corpse with his own eyes. Only then could he be sure that he was dead. Yes, clan head. The Unity Realm elders began clearing the huge rock under the orders of the clan head. They were searching for Fong Chen's corpse. Wong. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind appeared in the void that had calmed down. Following that, the world changed color. A trembling sound could be heard from within the huge rock. Dong! After the trembling, an extremely violent energy surged out from within the huge rock. Not good. The Gong Clan Unity Realm elders cried out. They retreated, but it was too late. The violent energy engulfed them and sent them flying. Love, go little, say, W. Chu miserable cries could be heard. Several of the weaker Unity Realm elders were in a sorry state. Clearly, they were heavily injured. What happened? The Gong family head's expression froze. Soon after, his pitch-black eyes stared intently at the trembling boulder. Hong! An extremely violent force swept over, instantly turning the boulder into dust. A figure shot out from within and soared into the sky. His aura was extremely powerful. Dong! Then he stayed in the air for only a second before landing heavily on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground sank a little. You're not dead? This time, it was the Gong clan head's turn to be startled. He could not imagine that the other party could still stand in front of him alive after suffering a full-powered attack from his earth-rending divine technique, destroying the other party's breakthrough to the Unity Realm. Could it be because of the innate divine pattern of order? Fong Chun felt that his body was brimming with energy. Within his chi si, there was a divine spring that tirelessly flowed with origin energy. This is the divine spring? Fong Chun muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Initially, in the final stage of condensing the holy spring, there was a sudden problem. However, with the beautiful assistance of the Gong family head, he was able to condense the holy spring. Every Unity Realm expert would have a God Spring in their Chi Si. The God Spring was the source of the expert's energy. When the God Spring shattered, the expert's energy would also disappear. After condensing the God Spring, it meant that Feng Chun had officially stepped into the Unity Realm. It feels a little different. Feng Chun was slightly startled. The God Spring formed by the innate divine pattern of order was different from ordinary God Springs. According to the records, the God Spring condensed by ordinary divine pattern realm experts after stepping into the Unity Realm was about the size of a thumb. Furthermore, it was pitch black in color. As for the God Spring in his Chi Si, it was the size of a fist. It was black with a tinge of purple. The bigger the God Spring, the stronger the energy. After a brief moment of surprise, Feng Chun knew that all these were the benefits brought to him by the innate divine pattern of order. It is indeed an innate divine pattern of order. Feng Chun clenched his fists tightly. He was secretly delighted. There must be a reason why the innate divine pattern of order could become a legendary existence in the primal chaos void. It was not only helpful to the expert at the divine pattern realm, it would be extremely helpful even after stepping into the Unity Realm. Just as Feng Chun was deep in thought, a discordant voice interrupted his train of thought. Feng Chun raised his head slightly and looked at the Gong Clan head with a grin. Being stared at by Feng Chun in such a manner, the Gong Clan head felt a trace of fear in his heart. Why should I be afraid of him? He should be afraid of me instead. He has just broken through to the Unity Realm, and his realm is still unstable. I should end this battle quickly and kill him. The Gong Clan head thought in his heart. The aura around his body fluctuated as he prepared to attack. I said before, Feng Chun paused for a moment before continuing. I will exterminate your Gong Clan and bury it with Ching Ching. Such arrogant words. Trash like you wants to exterminate our Gong Clan? What a joke. The great elder berated. The other Unity Realm elders were also glaring at Feng Chun. They could not wait to take action and suppress him. Whether I am speaking arrogant words or not, you will know in a while. Feng Chun nonchalantly said. The scenes from 8 months ago flashed in his mind. His eyes became sharper and filled with killing intent. Brat, I let you escape 8 months ago. Today, you will definitely die. The Gong Clan head coldly said. Is that so? Feng Chun shook his head and sneered. He looked at the Gong Clan head as though he was looking at a clown. What was my cultivation 8 months ago? Feng Chun asked. Divine Pattern Realm. Feng Chun pointed at his body, saying, 8 months later, I've already stepped into the Unity Realm. Although you all tried to destroy my cultivation halfway, my life is tough, and I succeeded in the end. When I was at the Divine Pattern Realm, I could already contend with you all. After stepping into the Unity Realm, even I am not sure how much my combat power has increased. Feng Chun grinned, but you will know soon. At this moment, there was nothing left to say. Let's attack together and kill him. The Grand Elder growled. He led the other Unity Realm elders and surrounded Feng Chun. At the same time, they executed the absolute art of the Gong Clan. Too weak. Seeing everyone's attack, Feng Chun lightly shook his head. If it was 8 months ago, he might have dodged. But now, there was no need for him to do so. Pung! Just a single fist was enough to shatter the head of the Grand Elder, causing the other Unity Realm elders to retreat. They were all thinking of retreating. Die! He continuously punched out over a dozen punches. Every punch landed on flesh. These dozens of fist lights landed on the bodies of the Unity Realm elders at lightning speed. Poochie! Wherever the punches passed, miserable cries could be heard. Pung pung pung. The Unity Realm elders all fell to the ground. At this moment, Feng Chun's pitch-black eyes looked at the Gong Clan head again. He did not even have time to react. You want to die? The Gong Clan head gritted his teeth and said, I killed all the elders of the Gong Clan right under your nose. What do you do to me? Feng Chun spread out his hands. Earth-splitting divine technique. The Gong Clan head was furious. He roared towards the sky and executed the earth-splitting divine technique once again. Dong! The earth trembled. Signs of cracks appeared. Soon, Those cracks gathered under Fong Chen's feet. Berserk energy spread out from the earth, tried to invade Fong Chen's body. I have said before that the day I step into the Unity Realm will be the day your Gong clan is annihilated. Fong Chen said, "Now, I will fulfill my promise." The moment he finished speaking, Fong Chen stomped his feet. He leaped and arrived in front of the Gong clan head. Pung! Yet another punch landed on the Gong family head's body. The latter's earth-splitting divine technique was broken apart, causing him to fly out. How is this possible? The Gong clan head did not dare to believe that Fong Chen's strength could rise to such a level. Earth-splitting divine technique, earth-splitting divine technique. The Gong clan head did not believe it. He roared and fought to his death. Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and executed the traceless sword technique. The god spring in his chi sea surged. An endless amount of energy entered the hidden star sword. Suddenly, a transparent sword light shot out silently. It pierced through the void and penetrated the chest of the Gong clan head. No, the Gong clan head stretched out his palm. He wanted to say something, but he could not make a sound. His body was leaning backwards. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but he could not do so. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the guy who had been running away from him 8 months ago would actually be able to kill him today. Chapter 22:35. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. After absorbing the innate deity imprint of order, Fong Chen was destined to live an extraordinary life. From now on, starting from the Unity Realm, he had embarked on an unprecedented path. As for whether there would be others in the future, it would depend on his capabilities. Merely a blade demon. If he dares to appear now, I'll chop off his head to avenge my teacher. Fong Chen snorted. At this moment, Fong Chen was emitting an unparalleled, domineering aura. After stepping into the Unity Realm, his strength had increased tremendously. He could sweep across all cosmos god experts. Hence, he did not fear anyone. He had an unparalleled heart. He glanced at the Gong clan head before keeping his Sumeru ring. He then slowly left the bewildering cold forest. Fong Chen had always been a man of his word. Since he said he would cleanse the Gong clan in blood to avenge Qing Qing, he had to do it. It has been 8 months. After walking out of the bewildering cold forest, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Divine Blade Sect, Main Peak. Blade Demon had a gloomy expression. He had just received a message from the Gong clan head before his death. Gong Yu, that fool. Fong Chen came to the territory of Divine Blade Sect, yet he did not tell me. Instead, he wanted to claim credit for himself. Blade Demon cursed. Great. Not only is this fool dead, even the Gong clan head has been killed. Actually, when the Blade Demon received the news, he was still very shocked. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to say that he could kill the head of the Gong family, but Fong Chen had done it. The only explanation was that he had broken through to the Unity Realm. I really want to know how strong an innate deity imprint of order is after stepping into the Unity Realm. Blade Demon said sinisterly. After pondering for a moment, Blade Demon turned and left the main peak. He gathered several Unity Realm elders and headed to the border town. Even though your strength has increased tremendously and you killed the Gong clan head, this is the territory of Divine Blade Sect. It is the territory of Blade Demon. The Saber Demon said coldly. Originally, he wanted to kill Fong Chen after entering the Demon City. However, from the looks of it, Fong Chen was becoming more and more of a threat. They had to kill him in the Divine Sword Sect's territory. Border town, Fong Chen dragged the star-hidden sword and walked step by step on the street. His body exuded a terrifying aura. Wherever he passed, all the martialists would make way for him. Soon, he arrived in front of the Gong family mansion. He stopped in his tracks and raised his head to take a look. On the golden plaque above the luxurious mansion, the words Gong Clan were written. Seeing these 2 words, Fong Chen grinned. From now on, there is no Gong family. Even though Fong Chen's voice was soft, everyone present was a cosmos god, and they could hear it in an instant. The entire border town was in an uproar. Is this guy crazy? How dare you provoke the Gong family? Just wait and see. When a Unity Realm expert from the Gong clan comes out, it will be the day of his death. Look, what is he doing? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. At that moment, the crowd discovered that Fong Chun was slowly raising the sword in his hand. The aura around his body fluctuated, and he slashed at the center of the Gong family mansion. Home! A deafening sound came from the Gong family mansion. A dazzling light burst out from the star-hidden sword. When the star-hidden sword slashed at the Gong family mansion, it was like cutting through tofu. With a kacha sound, the Gong family mansion was split into two. At that moment, miserable cries could be heard coming from the Gong family mansion. At the same time, sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Above the Gong family mansion, many Gong family disciples were glaring at Fong Chun. Who dares to cause trouble in the Gong family? The leader was a Divine Inscription's realm pinnacle warrior. Since the Patriarch and the Unity Realm Elder were not present, he was temporarily in charge of the situation. There is no longer a need for the Gong family to exist. Fong Chun said indifferently. Impudent. Do you know what you are saying? Do you believe that my Gong family will kill you in minutes? The leader of the Divine Inscription's realm warriors scolded. Fong Chun shook his head, his face full of ridicule. Xiao! The star-hidden sword slashed out once again. With a pung sound, a bloody mist appeared in the void. The Divine Inscription's realm warrior who spoke previously died instantly. Oh my God! He actually killed a member of the Gong family? In the border town, everyone was shocked. The Gong family disciples in the air were also staring at Fong Chun in shock. I've said that there is no longer a need for the Gong family to exist. As if he did not want to waste any more time, Fong Chun walked step by step towards the battered and exhausted Gong family. Traceless sword technique, fourth move. Xiao, an unimaginable attack, power bombarded the Gong family mansion. Immediately, the entire Gong family mansion turned into a sea of fire. The sword chi wreaked havoc, annihilating all the Gong family members. How could they resist Fong Chun's attack when they did not even have a Unity Realm warrior? The deafening sound did not stop. The entire border town was greatly shaken. The energy fluctuation in the air instantly spread out. The warriors in the town were already scared out of their wits. This was the strongest combat power they had ever seen. How strong was this sword-wielding warrior who destroyed the Gong family mansion with a single sword move? At the same time, in the wasteland outside the border town, the Divine Blade Sect elders led by Saber Demon appeared from the void in a slightly battered state. Their expressions changed slightly as they said in a low voice, "Damn it, someone destroyed the teleportation formation and interrupted our teleportation." Just as they were about to be teleported over, the teleportation formation broke and the teleportation was interrupted. Fortunately, this teleportation formation was personally built by the Divine Blade Sect leader. As a member of the Divine Blade Sect, they had the means to escape from the destroyed teleportation formation. There are energy fluctuations in the border town. It must be Fong Chun. Suddenly, Saber Demon's pitch-black eyes stared at the border town in the distance as he said in a low voice, "This guy is too arrogant. He actually destroyed the entire Gong family. This is the territory of the Divine Blade Sect. What he did is a slap to the face of the Divine Blade Sect. We must kill this guy. That's right. Let's go over now." For a moment, the few elders of the Divine Blade Sect were filled with righteous indignation. Under Saber Demon's lead, they quickly arrived at the border town. When they saw the Gong family mansion engulfed in a sea of fire, they were also a little stunned. Fong Chun. Saber Demon's gaze was sharp. He immediately noticed Fong Chun, who was about to leave with the hidden star sword. Hearing this, Fong Chun stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Saber Demon. "You still dare to come to the territory of the Divine Blade Sect?" Saber Demon said coldly. The anger in his heart was faintly burning. "Thief, since you've stepped into the territory of the Divine Blade Sect, don't ever leave. Although the Gong family is very weak, they are still a force in the territory of the Divine Blade Sect. They are under the protection of the Divine Blade Sect. You're openly going against the Divine Blade Sect by destroying them. I'm sure the mysterious powerhouse behind you didn't come, right? I'd like to see how you're going to escape today." In the face of the Divine Blade sect's elders scolding, Fong Chun didn't care at all. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "The Divine Blade sect leader wanted to kill me. His fingers were cut off. The Gong family wanted to kill me. You've seen the outcome. You want to kill me. Are you prepared to die? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've broken through to the Unity realm?" Saber Demon said in a deep voice. "What do you think you can do?" Fong Chen's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't take Saber Demon seriously at all. 8 months ago, Saber Demon might have had a chance against him. However, he missed the opportunity. 8 months later, the Saber Demon was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. "You're about to die, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Watch how I'll suppress you." One of the elders couldn't stand Fong Chen's arrogance and attacked at lightning speed. Slash. With a simple slash, the elder's body was split into two. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to die." Fong Chun repeated this sentence. "Let's attack together." Saber Demon growled. The few elders attacked together with him to deal with Fong Chun. Fong Chen's gaze swept across the few people from Divine Blade sect. He then displayed his traceless sword technique. Xiao! Sword light flashed, and heads fell. In just a single exchange, 3 Unity Realm elders were killed by him. How can he be so strong? Saber Demon's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He's too strong. We're not his match. Hurry up and leave. We'll cover you. One of the elders pushed Saber Demon away. He then charged towards Fong Chun as if he was facing death. He wanted to perish together with Fong Chun. "You guys aren't qualified." The world was shocked. Ghosts and deities wept. The scene was extremely bloody. Chapter 2236. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, /go, /little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Sword after sword. The sword light was like a wave, drowning the entire border town. The elders who surrounded Fong Chun died under Fong Chen's sword one after another. At this moment, Fong Chen's aura was unparalleled, like a reborn god of war. Holding the hidden star sword, he stood under the starry sky with an invincible belief. Slash. After killing the last elder, Fong Chen's eyes fell on the Saber Demon who had already escaped from Zakai Town. The latter fled in a sorry state, his face full of fear. He was extremely regretful. Why didn't he kill this kid at Dongshuan's grand banquet? Try to leave? Fong Chen sneered and used the space-time collapse technique. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly disappeared from the border town. A miserable aura filled the entire border town. The streets were filled with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The Gong family residence had been reduced to ashes. Many martial artists who had survived the disaster were shocked. The situation in the border town had changed. From today onwards, the Gong family would become history. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. At the same time, they were curious. Who was this sword-wielding guy? He actually dared to massacre the entire Gong family in the Divine Saber sect's territory. He even killed the sect's Unity Realm elder mercilessly. Outside the border town, Fong Chen caught up with the Saber Demon in the blink of an eye. In the past, the Saber Demon was qualified to be his opponent. But now, the Saber Demon was not even qualified to carry his shoes. The Saber Demon's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After being blocked by Fong Chun, he said coldly, "Fong Chun, do you really want to kill me? This is the Divine Saber sect. If you kill me, the sect master will not let you go." Humph. Fong Chun snorted, his face full of disdain. "Love go little say W. True, the battle between the two of us should be held in the demon city. I advise you not to act rashly." As he spoke, a jade talisman appeared in the palm of the Saber Demon. "Do you want to inform the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect?" Fong Chun had already guessed that the Sword Demon must have sent a message to the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. He could not stay here for long. Otherwise, when the sect master of the Divine Blade sect arrived, he would not be able to escape no matter how powerful he was. Whoosh! There was no mercy in Fong Chen's eyes as he directly stabbed his sword towards the Saber Demon. With a loud roar, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Rumble! A wild aura instantly spread out and formed a projection above the head of the demonic blade. Ding! Almost at the same time, a transparent sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and arrived beside the blade demon. However, the projection of the sect master of the divine blade sect appeared above his head. He stretched out his finger and instantly caught the transparent sword gleam. Then, the transparent sword light shattered. How dare you slaughter members of the Divine Saber sect in the territory of the Divine Saber sect? You're courting death, the projection of the Divine Saber sect master said coldly. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before his expression returned to normal. His pitch-black eyes stared at the projection of the Divine Saber sect master. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you were here in person, I might be afraid. However, you're just a mere projection. How dare you protect the demonic blade?" The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness was a form of protection for the demonic blade. In a critical moment, the demonic blade crushed the jade talisman and the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness would descend. However, Fang Chun was not afraid at all. The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness was not strong. With his current strength, he could completely defeat it. How dare you challenge me? The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness wanted to scare Fang Chun. Love go little say, W Chu, however, he was wrong. The fourth move of the traceless sword principle was performed once again. The transparent sword gleam shattered the void and instantly appeared beside the demonic blade. You're courting death. The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness bellowed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the transparent sword gleam and extended his palm to block it. Boom! At this moment, the transparent sword gleam exploded. The terrifying power directly drowned the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness. At the same time, Fang Chun activated the body of 10,000 swords and gathered all the energy in his body in his palm. He then threw a few punches and performed the innate soul reversal technique. After a series of explosions, the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness actually showed signs of collapsing. Sect master, the demonic blade, cried out when he saw this. Leave quickly. The projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness said in a low voice. At the same time, he used the last of his strength to block Fang Chen's attack. You can't escape. Fang Chen leaped and wanted to chase after the demonic blade. However, his path was blocked by the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness. Disperse. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He once again performed his lost skill. The terrifying attack directly penetrated the projection of the Divine Saber sect master's consciousness. Whoosh! The projection of the consciousness suddenly dissipated. Fang Chun stomped his foot and prepared to chase after the demonic blade. However, at this moment his eyelids twitched. He felt a sense of danger approaching. Not good. Fang Chun cried out in his heart. He immediately gave up on chasing after the demonic blade. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Hoo. He performed the time collapse technique to the extreme and left the border town's territory in an instant. Not long after Fang Chun left, a violent aura descended. The Divine Saber sect master stepped on the clouds and stared down angrily. Damn this guy. The Divine Saber sect master clenched his fists. His heart was burning with anger. He was the sect master of the Divine Saber sect, one of the top experts in Dongxian heaven. His consciousness projection was actually dispersed by a Unity Realm guy. This was a naked humiliation. I'm going to kill you. The Divine Saber sect master confirmed that the demonic blade was fine. He then chased after Fang Chun. The Divine Saber sect master's speed was too fast. In just half an hour, he had already caught up with Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun had already reached the border of the Divine Saber sect's territory. As long as he walked forward a little more, he would enter the limitless sword sect's territory. After feeling the violent aura of the Divine Saber sect master, Fang Chun secretly transmitted a message to Jian Wuji. Brat, you're dead. The Divine Saber sect master's roar came from behind. Fang Chun did not hesitate to step into the limitless sword sect's territory. It was also at this moment that the Divine Saber sect master arrived through the void. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying power swept over, directly locking Fang Chen's figure in midair. Die! The Divine Saber sect master's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Old Monster Saber, stop! A thunderous voice came from the void. Then, a dazzling sword light broke through the void from the distant horizon. With a bang, it blocked the path of the sect master of the Divine Saber sect. Boom! The sword light exploded, temporarily blocking the Divine Saber sect master's path. Just as the Divine Saber sect master was about to continue, Jian Wuji arrived. He happened to be nearby, looking for some treasures when he received Fang Chen's message and immediately rushed over. Old Monster Saber, what is the meaning of this? Jian Wuji said in a low voice, looking a little displeased. He trespassed into my Divine Saber sect's territory and massacred the entire Gong family. He even killed a few elders of my Divine Saber sect. If I don't kill him, how can the Divine Saber sect establish itself in Dongxian heaven in the future? The Divine Saber sect master said viciously. Fang Chun is a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. With me around, don't even think about touching him, Jian Wuji said directly. What a joke. Fang Chen's potential was the greatest in the history of the Limitless Sword sect. Jian Wuji did not want to protect him. There must be a reason for destroying the Gong family. I believe that Fang Chun will not kill the innocent for no reason. As for the elders of your Divine Saber sect, they can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough for dying in the hands of Fang Chun. Over the years, your Divine Saber sect has also killed many disciples of the Limitless Sword sect. I have always turned a blind eye to the fights between the younger generation. If you, Old Monster Dao, insist on making a move against Fang Chun, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Hearing this, the Divine Saber sect master's face turned completely gloomy. His eyes flickered as he stared at Jian Wuji and said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Jian Wuji turned his head and said to Fang Chun, "Go back to the Limitless Sword sect first." "Sect master, I'm fine. You can go back first," Jian Wuji said. Fang Chun nodded and turned to leave. After Fang Chun left, a cold smile appeared on Jian Wuji's face. This old man hasn't fought in a long time. It seems that I can exercise my muscles again today, Jian Wuji said. Boom! An intense battle instantly broke out. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the aura was like a rainbow. No one knew who was fighting here. They only knew that the strength of the people fighting here was too strong. Chapter 22:37. Genius 1 Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We will provide you with exciting novels to read. 7 days later, Limitless Sword Sect. Fang Chun saw Jian Wuji in the inner sect. The latter was in a slightly sorry state. "Sect Master, are you all right?" Fang Chun hurried over and helped Jian Wuji to a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a look of surprise on his face. "I'm fine," Jian Wuji said. "Old Freak Dao's strength is much stronger than I imagined. Fortunately, I have made some progress in my sword Dao in recent years. Otherwise, I would have definitely lost this time." Hearing Jian Wuji say this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. He did not expect Sect Master Dao to be so powerful. But don't worry. As long as you are in the territory of my Limitless Sword Sect, he won't dare to kill you. Jian Wuji said, "Many thanks for saving me, Sect Master." Fang Chun cupped his fists. After resting for a while, Jian Wuji asked, "Oh right, why did you go to the territory of the Divine Blade Sect?" Fang Chun told Jian Wuji everything about his journey to the Divine Sword Sect's territory. The latter nodded and smiled in satisfaction. "Not bad. You've broken through to the Unity Realm. Now that you've broken through to the Unity Realm, it should be hard for you to find a match among those at the Unity Realm, right?" Fang Chun nodded. After his innate divine order rune evolved into a God Spring, it was much bigger than the God Spring of ordinary Unity Realm warriors. Therefore, he was very strong. He could start a massacre the moment he broke through to the Unity Realm. Originally, I was worried that it would be difficult for you to evolve into a god spring with your innate divine order rune. But now, it seems that I was thinking too much. Jian Wuji said with gratification. The Devil City was about to open. Fang Chen's cultivation had stepped into the Unity realm. This was good news for the Limitless Sword sect. Sectmaster, when will the Devil City open? Fang Chen asked. Speaking of the Devil City, Jian Wuji's expression changed. The Demon City is already in the process of opening. However, every time it opens, the time interval is different. We need to wait patiently. Jian Wuji said, according to past experience, the Demon City will open in at most a year. It's almost a year now. Don't go out during this period of time. Stay in the Sword sect and consolidate your cultivation. I know. Fang Chen nodded. However, deep in his heart, he still could not let go of Bai Qingqing's death. He put all the blame on himself. He felt that he was late and caused Bai Qingqing's death. He was very regretful. That was why he acted to exterminate the entire Gong clan and even some of the Unity Realm elders of the Divine Blade sect. Sectmaster, do you know anything about the Demon City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Up until now, his understanding of the Demon City had all come from Han Wan. He knew nothing else. The Demon City has existed for a very long time. However, at the beginning, the Demon City did not attract much attention. Moreover, it was just a very ordinary place. Jian Wuji said, however, because of the fall of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, the Demon City underwent a huge change. The environment there became incomparably bad. Because everyone wanted to obtain the inheritance of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, many experts entered the Demon City one after another. Saying up to this point, Jian Wuji paused slightly before continuing. However, when they entered, they discovered that everything was a dead end that Demon Venerable Heaven Saint was involved in. All the experts who coveted his inheritance all fell. Over time, the Demon City was filled with inheritances. In the end, the Demon City was sealed. After the experts of our Void Star Heaven explored, they finally grasped some techniques. Every time the Demon City opens, some outstanding geniuses would be sent in to temper themselves. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. He did not expect that the Demon City had such a story. Why would an innate paragon set up a dead end, killing countless experts before sealing the entire Demon City? He could not understand, even after racking his brains. In the end, his gaze landed on Jian Wuji. The foundation of the Demon City is not something you can imagine. For countless years, many cultivators who entered the Demon City have not come out. We suspect that they are still alive, but they don't want to come out. Jian Wuji said, therefore, when you enter the Demon City this time, not only will you meet the outstanding geniuses of the other three heavens, you might even meet some experts from the past. Jian Wuji's meaning was clear. The trip to the Demon City was extremely dangerous. One had to be careful in order to have a chance of survival. Of course, the danger was proportional to the opportunity. Although the Demon City was very dangerous, there are opportunities everywhere. Many people entered the Demon City for the inheritance of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint. If they could obtain the inheritance, their future achievements might even surpass the unparalleled experts like the Galaxy Ancestor. With a wave of their hand, the entire Void Star Heaven would listen to their orders. Of course, all of this was still far away from Fang Chen. Jian Wuji and Fang Chen chatted for a while before leaving. As for what was in the Demon City, he was not too sure. The rules of the Demon City were too tyrannical. Even if they forced their way in, only death would await them. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the end of Dongshuan's Grand Meet. The Demon City had yet to fully open. The 5 chosen disciples were all waiting in their hearts. During this period, Fang Chen received a message from Little Mouse and the others. He had come to the northwest of Wuji Sword Sect's territory to meet them at a mountain called the Psychedelic Mountain. Boss, what do you think of our Psychedelic Mountain? Little Mouse said excitedly with a smile on his face. Fang Chen looked around. The Psychedelic Mountain was steep, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. Moreover, the origin energy on the mountain peak was very dense, very suitable for cultivation. You guys are occupying this mountain and calling yourselves kings? Fangshan raised his eyelids and asked with a smile. After leaving Wuji Sword Sect, we have been wandering in this area. We often fight, and our strength has improved rapidly. Now, the five of us have reached peak divine pattern realm, but we are stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through to Unity Realm, Xiao Huang said. After some thought, we decided to find a place to cultivate in peace. We happened to find the Psychedelic Mountain. Originally, there was an initial stage Unity Realm martial artist on the mountain, but the five of us sent him away. Since then, we have occupied the mountain and called ourselves kings. When we are bored, we will rob the rich to help the poor. It is a happy and carefree life, Little Hai said. Pangolin by the side was still very calm. After his strength reached peak divine pattern realm, Pangolin's insane defense was fully displayed. Among the five of them, only Little Mouse's godly devourer rat physique could contend with Pangolin. As for Xiao Huang, Little Hai, and the old faker's third brother, if they were to compete with Pangolin in terms of physical defense, they would only be looking for trouble. Some time ago, Boss slaughtered everyone in Dongshuan's Grand Meat. Just hearing about it makes me feel good. Knowing that Boss might enter the Demon City soon, we specially called you here to gather with the five of us, Pangolin said. Hearing this, Fangshan nodded lightly. Sitting cross-legged, he took out wine from his Sumeru ring, and the five of them drank and sang. On this day, on the Psychedelic Mountain, waves of fragrance came. Many martial artists who passed by were puzzled. Who dared to act so recklessly on the Psychedelic Mountain? However, all of this was not important. After 3 rounds of drinking, Fong Chen's gaze swept across the five of them, and then he said in a low voice, "The Demon City is a rare holy land for cultivation. I have the chance to bring the five of you in, but this depends on your opinion." Boss, really? The little mouse was very excited. He loved excitement the most, especially after hearing about the legends of the Demon City. He was even more fascinated. Fong Chen nodded heavily. If it was a year ago, he would not have the confidence. However, since he stepped into the Unity Realm and obtained the Divine Spring, everything had changed. The Divine Spring formed a space of its own that could hide Little Mouse and the others in the Divine Spring. Using the power of the Divine Spring to hide their auras, they could then blend into the Demon City. Of course, Fong Chun had also experimented. Only plant-type or beast-type cultivators could do it. The Divine Spring could not contain living cultivators. Ha ha. If it's really possible, of course we're willing. That's right. That's the Demon City. I dream of going in. The five of them were very excited. They had wandered in Dongxian heaven for a long time and knew that their strength was too weak. They urgently needed to improve their strength. Chapter 2238. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The group of brothers had not seen each other for a long time. After drinking, they were in high spirits. Love, go little say netku for the entire night. The illusion mountain was brightly lit, and laughter could be heard everywhere. The next day, Fangshan woke up when the sun just passed the horizon. He shook his head helplessly. He did not expect that he would be drunk without any defense. If the enemy attacked him, he would not even know. This was too dangerous. Looking at his brothers who were sleeping soundly, he felt warmth in his heart. Just as Fong Chan was about to wake them up, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. Amen? Someone is coming? Fong Chan spread out his divine sense silently. He discovered 2 people at the foot of the mountain. Elder Fu, it's here. A middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe pointed at the illusion mountain. He said in a deep voice, "Those 5 divine inscriptions realm fellows are very strong when they work together. I can't defeat them at all." Umph. A mere divine inscriptions realm cultivator dares to bully my nephew? Truly courting death. Saying that, the old man called Elder Fu leaped and arrived at the peak of the mountain. It's them. The middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator, wearing a blue robe, saw Little Mouse and the others who were sleeping soundly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Please help me, Elder Fu." Wong. Suddenly, a violent energy surged out from the body of Elder Fu, waking up the 5 fellows who were sleeping soundly. "What's going on?" Little Mouse stood up and looked around. When he discovered the middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe, his eyes revealed a mocking smile. He said, "Old man, you dare to come again? Have you forgotten what we said to you? From now on, the Illusion Mountain belongs to us 5 brothers. If you dare to come again, we'll break your dog legs." "Oh, you even brought helpers? Do you really think that we brothers don't dare to kill you?" The eyes of Little Mouse and the others were filled with faint coldness. Beside them, Fong Chun had been quietly watching the entire time. "Umph, the few of you are still unaware of your imminent death," the middle-aged Unity Realm expert coldly said. "With Elder Fu here, all of you will have to die." Elder Fu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd with disdain in his eyes. "Just a few pieces of trash at the Divine Inscriptions realm, yet they dare to be so arrogant in front of me. They really don't know how to write the word death," Old Fu said disdainfully. "Old man, what are you pretending for?" With Boss supporting them, Little Mouse and the others naturally had nothing to fear. "Elder Fu, they are too arrogant. Please make a move and suppress them," the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert said. "Wong." Old Fu took action. He stretched out his big hand, and a violent force enveloped Little Mouse and the other 4. Instantly, the 5 of them were shrouded. "Aren't you very capable?" Looking at the ferocious faces of the 5 of them, Elder Fu sneered. "Make a martial oath to be my servant forever, and I can spare your lives. In your dreams. You stupid old man. Kill us if you are capable." Elder Fu was naturally furious after being scolded by these Divine Inscriptions realm fellows. Killing intent rose in his heart. Being a Unity Realm expert, he could see how extraordinary these 5 fellows were with a single glance. In addition, the 5 of them had previously worked together to defeat the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert. This caused a strand of greed to appear in the heart of Elder Fu. If he could accept these 5 fellows as his subordinates and properly train them, they would definitely become a powerful force in the future. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. Since that is the case, then all of you can die, Elder Fu coldly said. The god Spring in his Chi Sea erupted with a violent force and directly launched his strongest attack on the 5 of them. Hong Long Long. Facing such a powerful attack, Little Mouse and the others remained unmoved. "Humph, still pretending to be calm at this moment. I would like to see what dignity you have left the moment you die." The blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert sneered in his heart and said with disdain, "Enough." All of a sudden, a faint voice sounded. In the next moment, a powerful fist light bombarded the body of Elder Fu, forcing the latter to retreat. Dang, dang, dang. After Elder Fu steadied himself, the color of his eyes changed slightly. Only then did he notice Fong Chun. "Who are you?" The power of the latter's fist had surprised him. "Who I am is not important," Fong Chun indifferently said. "What is important is that they are my brothers. My brothers have already let them go, yet you harbor a grudge in your heart and recklessly seek revenge?" Fong Chun looked at Elder Fu and said in a deep voice, "Brat, don't meddle in other people's business." Elder Fu frowned. Although the latter was also a Unity Realm expert, his realm was obviously inferior to his. "Oh, then there is nothing more to say." As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. "You're courting death." Elder Fu sneered and used his technique to block Fong Chun's fist light. However, when his attack came into contact with the fist light, his expression changed drastically and he retreated. Poochie. Elder Fu's clothes were torn apart. The blood in his body was tumbling. He endured the pain and stabilized his body, barely dodging Fong Chun's attack. "Who?" Elder Fu took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He had never thought that this young martial artist in front of him would have such powerful combat power. He must be a heaven's pride from a big sect. I can't fight against him. Thinking of this, Elder Fu tidied up his clothes and cupped his fist towards Fong Chun. "This brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of my nephew for his previous actions. I will leave now and never step into the illusionary mountain again." After saying that, Elder Fu pulled the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert, who was in a daze, and left the illusionary mountain in a hurry. "Boss, are we letting him go just like that?" Little Mouse asked. Fong Chun shook his head. Elder Fu was too weak. He was not worth it for him to act. In other words, he disdained to kill him. Under the illusionary mountain, Elder Fu walked in a hurry with a gloomy expression. The blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert could not help but feel puzzled. He asked, "Elder Fu, why did you suddenly leave? Even though that brat is also at the Unity Realm, he has not cultivated for as long as you. He is definitely weaker than you." "Shut up," Elder Fu angrily reprimanded. "I was nearly killed by a fool like you. In the future, don't come looking for me for your matters." After saying that, Elder Fu no longer cared about the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert and left. Also, if you wish to live for a few more days, don't provoke those few from the illusionary mountain. This was Elder Fu's advice to the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert. Seeing the departing figure of Elder Fu, the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert was puzzled. He said, "Unless that brat is really that terrifying, even Elder Fu does not dare to provoke him." Thinking of this, the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert stole a glance at the illusionary mountain before leaving. Fong Chun brought the five brothers back to the Limitless Sword Sect. "Boss, is this the inner sect?" Little Mouse asked excitedly. "If not for Boss, we would not be qualified to enter the inner sect. What a pity. If sister-in-law could enter the Devil City, that would be great," Xiao Huang said with regret. Hearing that, Fong Chun lightly shook his head. This was not something he could decide, but he believed that even if she did not enter the Devil City, his wife's future achievements would not be weak. This is the inner sect and not the outer sect. The few of you should not move around recklessly, Fong Chun reminded. "Rest assured, boss. We know." Little Mouse chuckled. Illusory Star Heaven, headquarters of Tian Qing's remnant clan. "Sir, are you really confident of sending our Tian Qing's remnant clan disciples into the Devil City?" The expert standing on the highest throne was one of the few experts from Tian Qing's remnant clan. He was an existence that could challenge Ancestor Star River and the others. He possessed supreme magic power and had been in a deep slumber to recover his strength. The opening of the Devil City had alarmed him. "In the past, I once saw a demon, venerable heavenly saint from afar. That shocking battle was unforgettable," the expert on the throne said with a hoarse voice. "Even with my strength, I only dared to watch from afar." The people below listened quietly. At this moment, the expert on the throne flipped his palm. A pitch-black metal piece appeared in his palm. This metal piece was slightly damaged, but it contained a powerful demonic power. "After they left after the battle, I secretly came to the battlefield and picked up this thing." The expert on the throne pinched the metal piece between his fingers. Chapter 2239. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. A year and a half after the Dongxian Grand Meeting ended, the Devil City finally opened. On this day, all the cultivators in the Void Star Heaven could feel the ground trembling. The sound of a bell reverberated through the 9 heavens. Countless experts headed towards the Devil City, wanting to see the true appearance of the Devil City. Limitless Sword Sect on the sky-piercing stone pillar. Jian Wuji's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and looked into the distance. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The 3 apex sect masters of Dongxian Heaven conversed with each other and prepared to head to the Devil City. Northern Black Sky, Northern Black Desert. This desert was a famous desert in the Northern Black Sky and even the entire Void Star Heaven. The Northern Black Desert ran through the entire Northern Black Sky, forcibly splitting it into 2. And within the Northern Black Desert, there was a moving city called the Devil City. When the Devil City opened, the entire Northern Black Desert was sealed. Without an expert leading the way, Cosmos gods could not enter. The experts of the Northern Black Sky were the first to descend into the Northern Black Desert. The Devil City has opened. Let's go over and take a look. The few leaders of the Northern Black Sky sect exchanged glances before bringing their elite disciples into the Northern Black Desert. Hoo. In the Northern Black Desert, the wind was raging. Looking from afar, it was as if the sky was filled with dust and tornadoes were everywhere. But after entering the Northern Black Desert, one would discover that everything was merely an illusion. The true Northern Black Desert was deathly silent. This place was filled with killing aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Along the way, one could often see some withered bones in the desert. These were all cultivators who had fallen here in order to explore the Devil City. In a certain area of the Northern Black Desert, several experts of the Northern Black Sky brought their most elite disciples and looked into the distance. Even though the Devil City has opened, it hasn't completely appeared. We can only wait. Let's wait for the experts of the other three heavens to arrive. 3 days later, the experts of the Western Black Sky arrived. Following closely behind, the people of the Southern Black Sky arrived. The latest to arrive was the Eastern Black Sky. Under the lead of Jian Wuji and the others, Fang Chun stepped into the Northern Black Desert. As soon as he entered, Fang Chun noticed that something was wrong. In his impression, the temperature in the desert was often abnormally high. But in this Northern Black Desert, the temperature was very moderate. There's a problem, Fang Chun said to himself. How is it? The Demon City hasn't appeared yet? The top experts of the four mysterious heavens gathered together, chatting and laughing. Fang Chun and the others stood quietly, waiting for the Demon City to appear. Brother Fang. Suddenly, Chun Fan approached Fang Chun with a smile on his face as he called out in a low voice. Fang Chun turned around. He wasn't familiar with Chun Fan. This trip to the Devil City will be extremely dangerous. If we can have 1 or 2 people look after each other, it should be better. Chun Fan said, I wonder if Brother Fang is interested in cooperating with me? Fang Chun shook his head and said, Let's wait until we enter the Demon City. Seeing this, Chun Fan nodded gently and left. Fang Chun felt that there was something wrong with Chun Fan. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. In a trance, he felt that there was an aura on Chun Fan that made him shudder. But after sensing it carefully, he found nothing. The saber demon looked at Fang Chun with eyes full of anger. He had already forgotten the last time he was chased by Fang Chun like a stray dog. This time, he would definitely obtain a powerful inheritance in the Demon City, increase his strength, and then kill Fang Chun. In the clouds and the void, several old men looked at the Northern Black Desert below with a smile. The Demon City has appeared, Ancestor Xing, he suddenly said. The other old men looked over and discovered a faintly discernible city somewhere in the Black Northern Desert. Every time the Demon City opens, a peerless monster will be born. I wonder if a monster will be born in this batch of little guys. The purple-robed old man smiled. At this point, their eyes all fell on the Galaxy Patriarch. Ancestor Xing, he was a peerless monster who came out of the Demon City. Now, he had grown to the extent that his name shook the void star sky. With a stomp of his feet, the entire void star sky would tremble. Xing He, that little guy who absorbed the innate divine order rune, seems to be from your Xing He cosmos? The blue-robed old man asked. This brat has already stepped into the Unity realm. His god Spring is much bigger than ordinary people. Moreover, he has the myriad sore body. If he can walk out of the Demon City alive, his achievements will be limitless. At their level, they didn't just look at people's appearance. What was inside and what was deep was what they valued. When they saw Fang Chun for the first time, they didn't feel surprised. However, in just over a year's time, they discovered that Fang Chun's body had undergone a great change. Thinking about it, all of this should be related to the innate divine order rune. AI, our void star sky is short of talents these years. There are no talents in the younger generation. I hope this little guy can rise. The purple-robed old man sighed. That's right. How long can a few of us old farts last? There will be a day when we reach the end. I hope that before we reach a higher level, a peerless monster will appear and bring hope to the void star sky. Ancestor Xing, he didn't say anything. His attention was on Fang Chun. All right, The demon city is completely stabilized. Patriarch Starry River said all of a sudden. Below, in the black northern desert, a gale suddenly blew. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone's spiritual sense was greatly restricted. The demon city has appeared, Jian Wuji said solemnly. Dong! A deafening rumble rang out. After the dust settled, a dilapidated city appeared before everyone's eyes. Fengshen was curious and surprised. Was this dilapidated city the legendary demon city? It's not domineering at all. Are you sure this is the demon city? Han Yuan pursed his lips. The leaders of the four mysterious sects discussed among themselves before they said, "The demon city has already opened. Don't underestimate this dilapidated city. If you aren't careful, you might end up losing your lives inside." All right, let's start now. Release your aura and enter the demon city one by one. First were the 5 Unity Realm experts of the Northern Mysterious Heaven. They took a step forward and released their aura before disappearing into the broken city. Soon, the disciples of the Western Mysterious Heaven and Southern Mysterious Heaven entered. Finally, it was the Northern Mysterious Heaven's turn. Fengshen was slightly nervous. He was afraid that the demon city would sense the aura of Little Mouse and the others. Voila! After entering the demon city, their figures disappeared. Wong. Following that, the demon city disappeared into the black northern desert. The demon city has disappeared. We don't know when it will appear again. We will leave first, Jian Wuji and the others said with a smile. Soon, there were no traces left in the black northern desert. Ancestor Star River and the others had also left. At a certain hidden place in the desert, at the moment when the demon city was about to disappear, a piece of broken metal silently shot into the demon city. When a metal piece came into contact with the demon city, there was a trace of resistance. But after the metal piece released the aura of an innate paragon, the demon city let it pass. It has entered. The expert from the Sky Pillar Remnant clan, hidden under the desert, was secretly delighted. This time, I will definitely turn the demon city upside down. The so-called elites of the Void Star Sky will all die. This is the demon city. Fengshen looked around and said doubtfully. He was alone in the city. His surroundings were empty, and there was no one around. We separated again. Fengshen was slightly startled. They came in together, yet he could not see any traces of senior disciple Brother Han Yuan. It seemed that they had separated. Soon, Fengshen confirmed that this should be the inner part of the demon city. Actually, it was better to say that this was an independent space than a demon city. This city is... Fengshen leaped and came to the sky above the city. His divine consciousness spread out and shrouded the entire city. Suddenly, an angry voice came from the depths of the city. Who doesn't want to live? How dare you disturb my cultivation? As soon as the voice fell, a vast power came from the depths of the city. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Fengshen. This is Chapter 2240. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Are you the one disturbing this king's cultivation? The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and tattered clothes had a strong aura. He stared at Fengshen and asked coldly, I came here by accident. If I have disturbed you, I am very sorry. Fengshen had just entered the Devil City and did not understand the situation clearly. He did not want to offend others. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble suddenly exclaimed. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at Fengshen, asking, You are new here? Fengshen was startled. His expression was caught by the other party. The latter laughed loudly. His face was filled with excitement. That is to say, the Devil City has opened? You came from the outside world? Is there a problem? Fengshen frowned. Brat, seeing that you have just entered the Devil City, this king will be lenient and not kill you. But you have to join our demonic faction. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble said. Demonic faction? Fengshen was even more puzzled. What exactly was in the Devil City? Sorry, I do not wish to join any organization. Fengshen shook his head. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became slightly angry, saying, Brat, I have given you a chance, yet you do not cherish it? Do you know how many people want to join our demonic faction, but do not have a chance? Since you refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying that, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble released a powerful aura from his body, forcing Fang Chun to join. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack. Such a powerful aura? Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. The aura released by the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble had already surpassed the Unity realm. His heart palpitated slightly. What was going on? Fang Chen did not dare to resist. He executed the time-space collapse technique and dodged the other party's attack. Pung! The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became even more furious after his attack missed. You are courting death. He growled and unleashed a violent attack. In the beginning, Fang Chen was indeed a little scared. He was frightened by the middle-aged man's aura. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. His attack power doesn't seem to be that strong. Fang Chen could not understand. The aura of a person far surpassed the Unity realm. Yet his offensive power was not much different from Unity realm expert. What exactly was going on? Shaking his head, Fang Chen turned around and looked at the bearded middle-aged man. The fourth move of the traceless sword technique. Whoosh! The transparent sword light pierced through the bearded man's attack at an unimaginable speed and forced him to retreat. Your strength? A look of surprise appeared on the latter's face. Rumble. In a spurt of energy, Fang Chen took advantage of the stubble-bearded man's moment of surprise to launch a peerless attack, gradually suppressing him. Traceless sword technique. The more he attacked, the more Fang Chen realized that this person's attack power was not as strong as he had imagined. The illusory technique and the transcending heaven-grade array whistled. In an instant, the two layers formed the strongest illusory array, trapping the bearded man within. Damn! No matter how the bearded man attacked, he could not break it. Are you bullying me because I don't know about illusory techniques? After a long time, the bearded man was helpless and gave up on attacking. Brat, let this king out, and the grudge between us will be forgotten. The bearded man finally gave in. Fang Chen strolled into the illusory array. He stared at the bearded man and said, "It is not impossible for me to let you go, but you have to answer a few of my questions. I know what you want to ask. I can tell you." The bearded man nodded. "Is this the Devil City?" Fang Chen asked. "Nonsense. If this is not the Devil City, could it be the Ghost City? The aura on your body is so strong, but why is your offensive power so weak?" Fang Chen continued asking. Hearing this, the bearded man spread out his hands and said helplessly, "The reason why the Devil City is called the Devil City is because it has a devilish cultivation environment. The laws of the world in the Devil City are different from the outside world. We cultivate under the laws of the outside world. After entering the Devil City, we will naturally be repelled and suppressed by the laws of the world here." The bearded man said, "Thus, no matter how strong you are in the Devil City, you will be suppressed to the Unity realm. Actually, I'm a pure sky god." Hearing this, Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Pure sky god was an existence that surpassed the cosmos god realm. Similar to the cosmos god realm, pure sky god was divided into three realms: the heaven-opening realm, the earth-splitting realm, and the absolute saint realm. The heaven-opening realm meant that one had the strength to open the heavens. His fleshy body had reached the limit, forming a space within his body. The earth-splitting realm meant fusing the god's spring and space together, filling the space with life. The absolute saint realm gave the space the laws of the world, allowing it to operate stably. At the same time, it was separated from the body. Most people would say that pure sky god could create a miniature cosmos, but it was mainly referring to the absolute saint realm experts. And this bearded man in front of him was only an early-stage heaven-opening expert. His cultivation was suppressed, but his aura was not. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood. Heaven-opening realm? Fang Chen looked at this bearded man playfully, asking, "How many human warriors are there in the Devil City?" The bearded man shook his head. "The Devil City has existed for too long. Before the innate paragons came, there were already many people cultivating in the Devil City. Over time, I'm not sure how many people there are in the Devil City. What is the demonic faction that you mentioned previously? Fong Chun continued asking. The Devil City is a rare cultivation ground. Even though the cultivation is suppressed here, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. Furthermore, it is possible to obtain the inheritance of experts. Thus, very few warriors are willing to leave after coming in. The bearded man said, where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there is Jianghu, there will be disputes. Many geniuses are unwilling to fall behind others. They slowly build their own organizations and rely on them to snatch some cultivation resources. The demonic faction is one of the 5 strongest organizations in the Devil City. The bearded man said, I am only in the demonic faction branch. With my strength, I am not qualified to join the headquarters. At this point, a strange look flashed across the bearded man's face. You must not underestimate the 5 great organizations in the Devil City. They can crush any warrior. The bearded man said. After chatting with the bearded man for a while, Fong Chun understood a little. The so-called organizations were actually some experts who raised their arms and shouted loudly. Many weaker warriors would seek refuge under their subordinates, forming a temporary organization. This kind of organization had some sense of teamwork in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, who would know each other? After all, everything they did was to improve their strength. The warriors in the Devil City have cultivated for a very long time. Don't think that their cultivation is suppressed to the Unity realm. Their methods are not something that ordinary people can compare to. The bearded man said. Fong Chun could understand. Although their cultivation realm was suppressed, it did not mean that their comprehension was suppressed. They could still cultivate some of the divine techniques that Han Tian Shan could cultivate. Moreover, for some powerful martial artists, just their martial Dao comprehension alone was enough to instantly kill many martial artists, right? Raise your martial Dao comprehension in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, your cultivation realm will naturally rise. The bearded man said. This was also the reason why everyone did not want to leave the Devil City. Hence, any random Unity Realm expert in the Devil City would most likely be at the Absolute Sage Realm, or even stronger. Other than the 5 great organizations, there are some scattered small organizations. These small organizations are very unstable. They might be exploring together today and disband tomorrow. The bearded man said, many people will think of all ways to join the 5 great organizations in order to seek protection. The 5 great organizations are so powerful. Why do you want to rope me in? Fong Chun asked indifferently. The bearded man chuckled. New warriors have great potential, so can stand out very quickly after being nurtured. Therefore, the 5 great organizations like such talents. In the Devil City, one could see some old monsters who had cultivated for millions or even tens of millions of years. Fortunately, their cultivation was suppressed to the Unity realm. Although they had unimaginable methods, it was still within the range of Fong Chen's acceptance. What a strange Devil City. How is it? Are you willing to join our demonic faction? The bearded man asked. Chapter 2241. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The middle-aged man with stubble was called Thunderhand King. He was an ordinary member of the Devil faction. There were a total of 36 branches in the entire Devil City. Although he was a heaven-opening realm martial artist, he had been heavily injured after fighting with experts from other factions. He had been cultivating in this city. Because this place was remote, almost no one would come here. Occasionally, someone would come here, but they would be killed by Thunderhand King. Therefore, after discovering Fong Chun, Thunderhand King's first choice was to capture him. You are the weakest heaven-opening realm martial artist I have ever seen. Fong Chun attacked Thunderhand King without hesitation. In the fight with the latter, Fong Chun discovered that Thunderhand King had lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Are you sure you were a heaven's pride of northern profound sky 10,000 years ago? Fong Chun carefully stared at Thunderhand King. He didn't feel like it at all. Any heaven's pride had pride in their heart. They were unwilling to be under others. And Thunder Hand King didn't have any sharpness. Thunder Hand King sighed. You just entered Devil City. You don't know anything. We're the geniuses of the outside world. So what if they're monstrous? They're all old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Just their comprehension of the martial Tao is enough to kill all geniuses. When I first entered, I was like you, a hothead and very arrogant. But time has smoothed out my arrogance. After entering the devil faction, I cultivated for 10,000 years and finally stepped into the heaven opening realm. Thunder Hand King said, my goal is the absolute saint realm. When my martial Tao comprehension reaches the absolute saint realm, Devil City will open and I will leave. Although one's realm was suppressed in Devil City, martial Tao comprehension wasn't suppressed. However, one's comprehension of martial arts would not be suppressed. The higher one's comprehension, the stronger one would be. Once one's martial Tao comprehension reached the absolute saint realm, after leaving Devil City and coming into contact with the outside world's law of baptism, one's cultivation would rise from unity realm to absolute saint realm. There are too many monstrous geniuses in Devil City. When you see them, you will know what despair is. Thunder Hand King said. Clearly, Fong Chun had just entered Devil City and couldn't understand. After talking with Thunder Hand Wong for a while, he felt that this person's nature was not bad. With a thought, Fong Chun directly removed the illusory formation. Brother, what's your name? Thunder Hand King asked. Dongxian Heaven, Fong Chun of the Limitless Sword Sect. So you're a disciple of Dongxian Heaven. No wonder your sword, Tao Divine Arts, are so exquisite. Thunder Hand King chuckled. I was once saved by an expert of the Limitless Sword Sect in the Demon City. Our meeting can be considered fate. I'll remind you to raise your comprehension of the martial Tao to the heaven-opening realm as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you'll find it hard to move around in Demon City. By the way, you can pay attention to the Demon God list when you have time, Thunder Hand King said. What is the Demon God list? The Demon God ranking is a ranking created by many experts in Demon City. It's used to measure the strength of a cultivator. There are only 100 names on this list. Those who can make it onto the Demon God list are all very strong. At least, their martial Tao comprehension has reached the saint realm, Thunder Hand King said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. The experts on the Demon God list had martial Tao comprehension at least to the saint realm. It said that the top 10 experts on the Demon God list have martial Tao comprehension beyond the level of pure Sky God, Thunder Hand King said solemnly. Fong Chen's heart trembled. For the first time, he began to seriously examine Demon City. He knew that the sword master of the outer sect of the Wuji sword sect was a true, absolute saint. It was said that he had already reached the final step of the sale. And Jian Wuji was even stronger. He had already surpassed the level of pure Sky God. Unexpectedly, there was such a monster in this small demon city. Even if this person only had martial Tao comprehension, he could easily kill him, right? Thinking of this, Fong Chun fell into silence. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from outside the city. Let's go, Thunder Hand King urged. Thunder Hand King, I didn't expect you to hide in such a remote place. However, before Fong Chun took action, a black-robed, middle-aged man appeared in the city. Thunder Hand King was helpless. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he directly faced the black-robed, middle-aged man. Blackhorn King, do you really want to go against our Demon God branch? Thunder Hand King said coldly. Opposite him, Blackhorn King sneered. Thunder Hand King, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Even if I kill you, the Demon God branch won't avenge you, right? You. Thunder Hand King clenched his fists, exuding a cold, killing intent. Not long ago, he was injured in the battle with Blackhorn King. That was why he was trapped by Fong Chun. He had hidden himself very well, but he was still discovered by Blackhorn King. What? Found a helper? Blackhorn King's gaze swept over Fong Chun and sneered. Fong Chun quietly paid attention to Blackhorn King. The latter's aura seemed to be stronger than Thunder Hand King. No matter how many helpers you find, it's useless. As soon as Blackhorn King's voice fell, his figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Thunderhand King. Xiao! Two hard horns appeared on his forehead, directly colliding with Thunderhand King and Fang Chun. Be careful of his horns, Thunderhand King exclaimed, exerting all his strength to block Blackhorn King's hard horns. However, at this time, Blackhorn King's other horn fiercely collided with Fang Chen's body. Thunderhand King's face was filled with helplessness and regret. After the violent power invaded Fang Chen's body, not only did it not destroy his body, it was absorbed by the fist-sized divine spring. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. Although Blackhorn King's attack couldn't kill him, it wasn't easy for him to block it. While Fang Chen was pondering, Blackhorn King's figure flashed and retreated far away, looking at Fang Chen in shock. Kid, who are you? Blackhorn King asked with a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Thunderhand King was worrying about how to deal with Blackhorn King. Seeing this scene, he was slightly stunned. Fang Chen remained silent, still pondering. The Blackhorn King became even more anxious when he saw this. Could it be an expert from the Devil God branch? Blackhorn King thought inwardly, but the aura on his body is very weak. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding it? The more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. Looking at Thunderhand King's expression, Blackhorn King cursed inwardly. Thunderhand King, I will definitely take revenge for this. Saying this, Blackhorn King's figure flashed and left this city. After Blackhorn King left, Thunderhand King walked to Fang Chen's side in astonishment. Brat, why is Blackhorn King so afraid of you? Thunderhand King asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He seemed to have discovered something. The divine spring can absorb the energy of Blackhorn King? Is this a coincidence or normal? Fang Chen rapidly pondered in his mind. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he always felt that his divine spring was very different. Thunderhand King, attack my body with all your strength. Fang Chen suddenly said. Are you out of your mind? Thunderhand King said. Hurry up, Fang Chen urged. Seeing Fang Chen's serious expression, Thunderhand King growled and punched at Fang Chen's body. Immediately, the wild energy was absorbed by the divine spring. A trace of ripple appeared in the divine spring. After a moment, the divine spring spat out a trace of pure energy that spread to every part of Fang Chen's body. And at this moment, Thunderhand King's body was constantly retreating. He stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. What exactly is in your body? How can it absorb my energy? Thunderhand King exclaimed. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Not only was his divine spring much bigger than others' divine springs, but it was also unaffected by the laws of the world in Devil City. It could even absorb the energy of others. Doesn't this mean that the energy of others will be absorbed by the divine spring when they attack my body? After being purified, it will be absorbed by my body? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with joy. He finally knew why the innate divine runes of order were the top in the entire primal chaos void. The innate divine runes of order are naturally born in the primal chaos void. Although the laws of the world in Devil City are different from the outside world, they can't affect the innate divine runes of order that have been baptized by the supreme laws of the primal chaos void. Fang Chen thought inwardly. Thinking of this, it could also explain the powerful ability of the divine spring. Formidable, really too formidable. Thunderhand King gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Chapter 2242. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, Fang Chen was ecstatic. The benefits brought by the innate divine marks of order were too great. Especially after entering the Devil City, it was even more obvious. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed in the Devil City, so the level of comprehension of the martial Tao determined the strength of the person. With Fang Chen's current comprehension of the martial Tao, he was at most at the peak of the Unity Realm. If it was in the outside world, he wouldn't be able to fight against a heaven-opening realm martial artist. But here, he could easily defeat a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Looking inwardly at his fist-sized divine spring, Fong Chen's eyes emitted a dazzling light. With such a miraculous divine spring, would he still have to worry about not being able to establish himself in the Devil City? Although he definitely wouldn't be able to fight against an earth-opening realm or absolute saint expert in a short time, at least he had the power to protect himself. Facing Thunder Hand King's praise, Fong Chen only lightly shook his head. The splendor of the Devil City didn't stop here. His gaze landed on Thunder Hand King. The latter had, after all, cultivated in the Devil City for tens of thousands of years and knew a lot about the Devil City. Do you know if there are any inheritance treasures in the Devil City? Fong Chen asked. If it's inheritance treasures, I do know a little, but that area is occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. One could see that Thunder Hand King's face had a trace of difficulty. Although he was a member of the Devil Celestial Branch, he was after all an ordinary member. Even if he died, the Devil Celestial Branch wouldn't stand up for him. And the area he knew was occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. With his strength alone, he naturally didn't dare to go there. Celestial Eye Palace? Is it very strong? Fong Chen asked. It's said that the Palace Master of the Celestial Eye Palace has already reached the late stage of the Heaven Opening Realm. He has a dozen Heaven Opening Realm martial artists under him. It could be considered a considerable force. Thunder Hand King said. A force of a dozen people was already considered not bad. It was much stronger than Fong Chen's solo force. Demon City, on a desolate plain, Fong Chen and Thunder Hand Wong walked side by side. Ever since Fong Chen displayed his absolute strength, Thunder Hand Wong's admiration for Fong Chen couldn't be any greater. Knowing that Fong Chen needed a martial artist who understood the Demon City to lead the way, Thunder Hand Wong naturally volunteered himself. In the Celestial Eye Palace, other than the Palace Master and the demonic disciple Celestial Eye, there is nothing to be afraid of. There is still a chance to defeat them one by one. Fong Chen said to himself. However, what the two of them did not know was that they had already been targeted. In the dark, there were three figures staring at Fong Chen and Thunder Hand Wong. Why does that person feel a bit like Demon God Branch's Thunder Hand Wong? One of the black-robed martial artists asked. Yes, I think so too. That brat beside Thunder Hand Wong looks very unfamiliar. I wonder who he is? Are you a newcomer? After discussing among themselves, the three of them decided to make a move. Ho-ho-ho. Just as Thunder Hand Wong and Fong Chen were moving forward, three figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Suppress. The three of them joined forces to attack, and a wild attacking power instantly spread out. Not good. It's the people of Celestial Eye Palace. Thunder Hand King shouted inwardly, not good, and instantly tangled with one of them. People of Celestial Eye Palace? Fong Chen sneered in his heart, staring at the two people in front of him. According to Thunder Hand Wong, the people of Celestial Eye Palace were all experts in Soul Dao attacks. Their Soul Dao power is not strong. Fong Chen said to himself. Immediately, he used the innate soul reversal technique. The innate soul reversal technique that had reached the second level was very powerful. The terrifying Soul Dao power condensed into a long sword in the sky, incomparably terrifying. Love go little say W Chushio. Under Fong Chen's control, the long sword suddenly shot towards one of them. At the same time, Fong Chen stomped his foot, and the star-hidden sword suddenly slashed out. The powerful traceless sword art was instantly displayed. 1 against 2. Seeing this scene, even Thunder Hand Wong was a little dazed. Boom! No matter how the opponent's attack fell on his body, the huge divine spring instantly absorbed the power. At the same time, the traceless sword art had quietly pierced into the body of the black-robed warrior. Poochie! With a loud sound, the black-robed warrior's body directly exploded, and his flesh and blood were badly mutilated. His body flew out heavily and fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and his face was pale. How is this possible? The black-robed warrior's heart was set off stormy waves. Dong! In the next moment, the other warrior was also forcibly defeated by Fong Chen's innate soul reversal technique. Go to hell. The two warriors looked at each other and then attacked again. This time, they rushed to kill Fong Chen. The latter frowned slightly and a trace of killing intent faintly emitted from his heart. Coreless sword art. With the traceless sword art as the main and the innate soul reversal technique as the support, Feng Chun could easily block the attacks of the two from the Celestial Eye Palace. After countless experiments, Feng Chun was more certain. The Divine Spring had no problem absorbing the power of an early-stage heaven opening realm warrior. It would be a little uncomfortable to absorb the power of an intermediate-stage heaven opening realm warrior. As for absorbing the power of an advanced-stage heaven opening realm warrior, he had not encountered such a situation yet. It seemed that the Divine Spring was not omnipotent. It could only absorb the power of warriors with similar cultivation. There was still a big limit. However, even so, it had already helped Feng Chun a lot. Xiao. The traceless sword art was displayed again, and the transparent sword light ruthlessly pierced the black-robed warrior's head. Boom! The head shattered, and his vitality dissipated. You dare to kill someone from the Celestial Eye Palace. The other person widened his eyes, and a trace of panic flashed in his heart. He wanted to escape, but he was killed by Feng Chen's innate soul reversal technique. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, two heaven-opening realm martial artists were killed. The Heavenly Eye Palace martial artists fighting the Thunder Hand King were terrified. How can this person be so strong? Pung. Taking advantage of this person's carelessness, Thunder Hand King's big hand stretched out and directly crushed the latter's head. Brother, it's so refreshing to fight alongside you. Thunder Hand King walked to Feng Chun with a smile. He truly could not imagine that the latter was a genuine Unity Realm martial artist, yet he could easily kill an early-stage heaven-opening realm martial artist. The only explanation was that this person's comprehension of the martial Tao had long surpassed the Unity realm. One could not judge a book by its cover, and the sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Perhaps this was the reason behind it. How could he know that Feng Chun was a unique warrior in the primal chaos void? The only warrior who absorbed the innate deity imprint of order had unparalleled combat power at the deity imprint realm. After stepping into the Unity realm, he became an existence that could sweep across the cosmos God realm. Only with the strange suppression of the Devil City and the help of the God Spring could he easily kill a heaven-opening realm warrior. Of course, he could not fight against him in the outside world. Let's hurry up and leave. If the people from the Celestial Eye Palace discover us, they will definitely come for revenge. Thunder Hand King reminded. Feng Chun nodded and continued following Thunder Hand King. Near the headquarters of the Celestial Eye Palace, there was a broken city. Within this city, there were 4 or 5 people currently attacking a young warrior. Brat, obediently let us capture you. Otherwise, you will definitely die. One of them coldly said, You want me to let you capture me? Dream on. Han Yuan was in a sorry state. After entering the Devil City, he had been attacked by several superpowers. Fortunately, he was able to avert danger every time. But this time, he was surrounded by several people from the Celestial Eye Palace in this city. He could not escape at all. Relying on his comprehension of the martial Tao, Han Yuan could barely survive under the attacks of several people. But he knew that as time passed, he would definitely die. Damn, am I going to die right after entering the Devil City? Han Yuan was unreconciled. He did not want to die just like this. As he fought, he retreated while thinking of a countermeasure. At this moment, Thunder Hand King and Feng Chun, who were rushing in the direction of the Celestial Eye Palace, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Thunder Hand King asked in astonishment. Feng Chun closed his eyes. His spiritual sense immediately spread out, and he felt a familiar aura. The aura of senior disciple Brother Han Yuan. Suddenly, Feng Chun opened his eyes, revealing a trace of joy. This time, of the 5 people who entered the Devil City, 2 were from the Limitless Sword sect. Other than him, there was Han Yuan. Who would have thought that he would meet Han Yuan here? Chapter 2243. Genius 1, Second, remember love, divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. After feeling Han Yuan's aura fluctuation, Feng Chen's face turned solemn. He used the time collapse technique and rushed towards the source of the aura. Loved, go, little, say, w, chew. After a while, Fong Chun found a broken city in front of him. At the same time, he found that senior brother Han Yuan, who was besieged by the Sky Eye Palace, was somewhat powerless. Senior brother Han Yuan, Fong Chun shouted and leaped into the dilapidated city. Stop! A thunderous voice resounded through the sky. A transparent sword light suddenly appeared in front of Han Yuan and blocked the attack of the Sky Eye Palace. Then, Fong Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed Han Yuan, pulling him behind him. Senior brother Han Yuan, are you okay? Fong Chun asked. Seeing Fong Chun appear, Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised. But soon, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Junior brother Fong, you should leave, Han Yuan said. Fong Chun shook his head. Han Yuan was good to him and even gave him the demonic dragon body refinement technique. How could he leave him in the lurch? Huff, huff. At this moment, Thunder Han Wang also rushed over, panting. Brother Fong, what are you doing? He looked at Fong Chun and asked. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Demon God branch. The members of the Sky Eye Palace were relieved after seeing Thunder Han Wang. Their faces were filled with mockery, looking down on Thunder Han Wang. Thunder Han Wang, why are you not in the Demon God branch, but in our Sky Eye Palace's territory? One of them said coldly. That kid must be from your Demon God branch, right? How dare he be so arrogant in our Sky Eye Palace's territory? Is he courting death? Several people from the Celestial Eye Palace walked over in a threatening manner. For a moment, Thunder Han Wang was in a dilemma. He's my senior brother. Fong Chun gently patted Han Yuan's shoulder. He took a step forward and stared at the people from the Sky Eye Palace. So what if he's your senior brother? They've offended my Celestial Eye Palace, so they're dead for sure. That's right. No one can save him. Don't think that just because you are from the Demon Celestial branch, my Celestial Eye Palace is afraid of you. The people of the Sky Eye Palace didn't even put Fong Chun in their eyes as they shouted arrogantly. Hearing this, Fong Chun frowned. He glanced at Thunder Han King beside him. The latter's face was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he was also hinting at him with his eyes, telling him not to act rashly. Voila! With a thought from Fong Chun, a strong hallucinogenic aura instantly spread out. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful piercing heaven formation. After layers of layers, the power of the illusion was raised to the maximum, trapping the people from the Celestial Eye Palace within. Do it, Fong Chun said. By the time Thunder Han King reacted, Fong Chun had already rushed into the illusory realm. Holding the hidden star sword, he killed one of them. Fuck them, Thunder Han Wang roared. His eyes were scarlet as he rushed into the illusion and started a massacre. Poochie, these people weren't too strong. As for Fong Chun, they weren't much of a threat. Soon, he used the illusion and the divine spring to kill all of them. Huff! Thunder Han Wang gasped for breath as he turned his head to look at Fong Chun. Brother Fong, what you're doing is too dangerous. Thunder Han Wang warned in a low voice. The palace master of the Celestial Eye Palace is very strong. It's said that he has already reached the late stage of the heaven opening realm. If you are targeted by him, only death awaits you. Fong Chen's face was calm as he ignored Thunder Han Wang's warning. Senior disciple brother Han Yuan, why are you here? Fong Chen asked. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Han Yuan sat on the ground and said while gasping for breath, Junior disciple brother Fong, you don't know. After I entered the Devil City, I was separated from the others. I heard a piece of news saying that there is a tomb near the territory of the Celestial Eye Palace. Only Unity Realm experts can enter it. Hence, I wanted to go in and take a look. Who would have thought that I would meet people from the Celestial Eye Palace on the way? They forced me to join the Celestial Eye Palace. I didn't agree and was chased after. Fortunately, Junior disciple brother Fong appeared. Han Yuan rejoiced. If not for Fong Chun saving him, he would have died here. Tomb? Only Unity Realm experts can enter it? Fong Chun frowned as he pondered rapidly. The Devil City had existed for too long. The martial artists here had basically reached the turbid deity level in their comprehension of the martial Tao. As for Unity Realm experts, there were only some disciples who had just entered. Do you know? Fong Chun turned to Thunder Han King and asked. The latter nodded. Of course I know. This tomb is very famous. It once belonged to an absolute sage expert. It is said that there is a divine spring bead in this tomb. Activating this bead can resist the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Waves of shock rose within him. Divine spring bead? Fong Chen opened his eyes wide as he stared at Thunderhand King. Resisting the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time? What did this mean? This meant that as long as one could obtain the divine spring bead, they would be able to unleash their true realm and true strength. The divine spring bead is too precious. It is condensed by the heavenly spring master with his life's effort. Every martial artist who enters the Devil City hopes to obtain the divine spring bead. But it's a pity that the tomb of the heavenly spring master has a powerful restriction. If one's martial Tao level exceeds the unity realm, they would not be able to get close at all. This can be considered as giving a chance to weaker martial artists. Thunderhand King continued. According to what you said, the reason why the various superpowers in the Devil City are fighting for newcomers is also because of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master? Fong Chen asked. Thunderhand King nodded. Previously, Fong Chen did not ask, and he did not say anything. So that's the case. Fong Chen nodded. A strange smile appeared on his face. Where is the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master? Fong Chen asked. It is in the territory of the Heavens Eye Palace. Every time the Devil City opens, the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master will automatically open for a period of time. Any Unity Realm expert can enter it. Thunderhand King said. Bring us there. Fong Chen said. After a short rest, Thunderhand King brought Fong Chen and Han Yuan towards the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. Fong Chen would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. In the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master, there was not just the divine spring bead. There were other inheritance supreme treasures. Many superpowers had their eyes on the Heavenly Spring Master. It's a pity that only Unity Realm experts could enter. Hoo. After a few hours, Fong Chen and the other two arrived before the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. It was a desolate place with no signs of life. There was a tombstone above the tomb with the words Tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master written on it. In front of the tomb, there was a pitch-black cave. It seemed simple, but in reality, it had a powerful restriction. The cave is shrinking. It is about to close. Thunderhand King reminded. Should we enter directly? Fong Chen asked. He was slightly uncertain. What if the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master was not as what Thunderhand King said? After all, he had not known Thunderhand King for a long time. He did not dare to believe the latter easily. Junior disciple Brother Fong, the news I obtained is roughly the same as what Thunderhand King said. The tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master is actually giving some Unity Realm experts who just entered the Devil City a chance to compete. Han Yuan slowly said, in the Devil City, there are many old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Their comprehension of the martial Tao is not something we can compare with. If it is open to the public, we won't have any chance. It is precisely because of the powerful restriction that it can prevent others from entering. Only us Unity Realm experts can enter. Hearing this, Fong Chen lightly nodded. All right, then let's enter now, Fong Chen said. Han Yuan nodded. The two of them entered the pitch-black cave. Seeing this, Thunderhand King's eyes flickered. I have a feeling that this fellow Fong Chen will most likely get the divine spring bead. He had not interacted with Fong Chen for a long time, but Thunderhand King felt that he could not see through this brat. Hong Long. Just as Fong Chen and Han Yuan entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master, the pitch-black cave disappeared. The tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master regained its tranquility. Seeing this, Thunderhand King shook his head and turned to leave. In a short period, there would definitely be no one coming here. When the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master opened, experts from various superpowers would definitely come. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise at that time, Thunderhand King thought. But after Thunderhand King left, a ripple appeared in the void. Closely following that, a black shot into the crack that had yet to close. Voila! Chapter 2244. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The layout of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master was very strange. Is this the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master? Fangchen looked around and asked softly. Han Yuan nodded. They were in a pitch-black palace, surrounded by walls made of thick and heavy rocks. There's a stone door here. Fangchen found a stone door on the wall. The two gently pushed open the stone door. Suddenly, a vicissitude aura rushed towards them. Then, the two were stunned. Is this the maze? Fangchen had a better understanding of illusions. He could see that the gray mist in front of him was a huge maze. This maze should be a test. We have to pass through it to get the inheritance treasure and the divine spring pearl, Han Yuan said. The two of them looked at each other, then resolutely stepped into the labyrinth. The maze was very large. After entering, Fangchen felt that his senses were greatly affected. He could only rely on his understanding of illusions to advance with great difficulty. Somewhere in the maze, a figure sat cross-legged. Two rays of saber light flashed in his eyes. His gaze was sharp. The inheritance of a saber Dao expert. Wait until I fully accept it. I'll cut you into pieces. This person was the saber demon of the divine saber sect. Ever since Fangchen chased after him in the territory of the divine saber sect, he swore to tear off Fangchen's head with his own hands. After entering the demon city, he found out about the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. Soon he found this place. He didn't know what kind of luck he had, but he found the inheritance left behind by a saber Dao expert when he was randomly exploring the maze. The saber demon was a saber Dao genius, so he accepted the saber Dao inheritance very quickly. In just 3 days, he fully accepted the saber Dao inheritance. Dong! The divine spring in his body vibrated. His cultivation reached the peak of the unity realm in one go. Crack! He clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. The saber demon regained his former pride and confidence. His face was calm, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Isn't it just absorbing the innate order divine print? What's so great about that? The blade demon sneered. Thinking back to how Fangchen had once flaunted his strength in front of him, he felt really annoyed. However, he also knew that if he wanted to kill Fangchen, he would have to wait until he left the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. The most important thing now was to find the divine spring pearl. After finding Fangchen, the saber demon's figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as it quickly rushed into the depths of the maze. At this moment, opposite the saber demon, Fangchen and Han Yuan were slowly walking over. Junior brother Fang, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in illusions. After walking for about an hour, Han Yuan's admiration for Fangchen was at its peak. Previously, he had always thought that Fangchen was only talented in the martial way and the soul way. But now, seeing that he was able to navigate the maze with ease, her heart could not calm down. I've only dabbled in it. Fangchen chuckled and said modestly. At this moment, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. Someone is approaching. Fangchen suddenly stretched out his hand, indicating for Han Yuan to stop. I wonder if it's a martial artist from my Eastern Profound Heaven or one of the other 3 Profound Heavens, Han Yuan thought. Only Unity Realm martial artists could enter the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. Needless to say, the 20 martial artists from the 4 Profound Heavens had all entered the tomb. Be careful, Fangchen said in a low voice. After all, this was a maze with layers of fog. Fangchen did not dare to be careless. Ding, ding, ding. Fangchen led Han Yuan forward cautiously. Soon, he saw the person who came. There's someone ahead. The saber demon also discovered Fangchen and Han Yuan and said in a low voice. However, when they approached, the saber demon's eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. It seems that even the heavens want me to take revenge. The saber demon said eerily as it stared at Fangchen with its pitch-black eyes. The surroundings of the maze were filled with dense fog. Only in this area did the fog gradually recede. The 3 looked at each other. The atmosphere was very heavy. Saber demon, Han Yuan said after discovering the saber demon. Fangchen, Do you still remember what I said before? The saber demon said. I don't remember, Fong Chen said calmly. The saber demon said angrily. Are you pretending to be calm? When you were in the territory of the saber god sect, did you think that this day would come? Fong Chen shook his head. I really did not think that this day would come. He thought that he would kill the saber demon that day. Who would have thought that it would be delayed until today? Since the heavens let me meet you, you can die now. The saber demon's aura shook. A violent saber Dao aura instantly spread out. A saber suddenly appeared in his hand. With a shake of his wrist, saber shadows were left in the void. Junior brother Fong. Han Yuan was worried and reminded him. Leave it to me, Fong Chen said. He had always thought that Bai Qingqing's death was related to the saber demon. If the sect leader of the saber god sect had not appeared at the crucial moment, the saber demon would have died. God-slaying saber. The demon in the blade let out a low roar. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed out, bringing with it an earth-shattering power. The god-slaying saber was the ultimate skill that he had just obtained from the saber Dao inheritance. The saber demon used such a killer move right from the start. It was enough to see how much the saber demon hated Fong Chen. Too weak. Fong Chen stood calmly in the maze. He activated the thousand-sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. Seeing that the saber demon's saber was about to touch his body, the saber demon's saber suddenly moved. The hidden star sword was suddenly brandished, and the fourth move of the traceless swordsmanship was displayed. The saber and the sword collided fiercely. Buzz! The star-concealing sword's devouring attribute was instantly released. A strong devouring force covered the saber demon's saber. Boom! The terrifying force exploded when the saber and saber collided. The saber demon realized that a strong force came from the saber and forced him to retreat. No! The saber demon looked at the scene in disbelief. He could not accept the reality in front of him. He had obtained the saber Dao inheritance and cultivated the god-slaying saber. Why was the outcome still the same? Crack! A crack appeared on the saber demon's saber. The star-concealing sword took the opportunity to launch a strong attack. Soon, the violent sword Qi drowned the saber. As time passed, despair flashed across the saber demon's eyes. Run! However, the saber demon did not give up. In a flash, he escaped into the depths of the maze. This was a maze. As long as he escaped, no matter how strong Fong Chen was, he would not be able to find him. Trying to escape? Fong Chen sneered. He held the star-concealing sword in his hand and waved it. Immediately, the broken saber shot out with a whistling sound. It carried a power that caused people to tremble as it shot towards the saber demon. Damn it! Sensing the terrifying force behind him, the saber demon cursed in his heart. At the same time, he tried his best to control the saber, but to no avail. Poochie! In the end, the saber demon resisted with all his might and barely dodged the attack. However, he also paid the price of an arm. Blood flowed out from the broken arm. The saber demon stared at Fong Chen ferociously. The gap was too big. The saber demon's confidence was gone at this moment. He was beaten black and blue by Fong Chen. I don't believe it. Until now, the saber demon could not accept this reality. What else do you have to say? Fong Chen asked. The saber demon shook his head. He did not want to give up. Where there is life, there is hope. Thinking of this, the saber demon's aura fluctuated. He pretended to attack, but he was actually trying to escape. However, his plan was seen through by Fong Chen. Poochie! The saber demon's other arm was also chopped off by Fong Chen. However, after paying such a price, the saber demon managed to escape a distance away. I can't die, the saber demon said to himself. He was relying on his belief to survive. Chen Fan, just when the saber demon felt that Fong Chen was about to catch up, he saw Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan. The saber demon shouted and instantly appeared in front of Chen Fan. The latter was looking for the exit of the maze. When he saw the saber demon covered in blood, he was surprised. Why are you like this? Chen Fan asked. Chapter 2245. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Meeting Chun Fan was a pleasant surprise. If it were before this, the Blade Demon wouldn't even look at Chun Fan. In his opinion, Chun Fan was just a dark horse. A dark horse would always be a dark horse. He couldn't be compared to the top disciples of the three sect. But now he grasped at this life-saving straw. As long as he gave enough temptation, Chun Fan would definitely take action. As long as he could make some time for himself, he would be able to escape unscathed. Brother Blade? Seeing the Blade Demon in such a sorry state, Chun Fan was a little stunned. However, he quickly understood. Han Yuan and Fong Chun were rushing over at top speed. The two of them are too despicable. They ambushed me. Brother Chun Fan, I hope you can help. If you turn a blind eye, after they kill me, their next target will be you, the Blade Demon said. Chun Fan's eyes flickered. He originally didn't want to agree, but suddenly his body trembled and a sly smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had become a different person. Brother Blade, don't worry. How can I turn a blind eye? Chun Fan said. With Chun Fan's words, the Blade Demon heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Fong, we meet again. Fong Chun and Han Yuan stopped and looked at Chun Fan. The latter's face was full of smiles, as if he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. You want to help the Blade Demon? Fong Chun asked. We are all from Dongshin Heaven. We can help each other. Why should we kill each other? Chun Fan smiled. Other than the 5 from Dongshin Heaven, there are also martial artists from the other 3 heavens who entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Shouldn't we join forces to fight the other 3 heavens martial artists? Looking at Chun Fan's half-smile, Fong Chun frowned. Chun Fan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, Han Yuan said. If the one who lost was Fong Chun, the Blade Demon wouldn't have shown mercy, right? Oh, I like to meddle in other people's business. A dagger suddenly appeared in Chun Fan's hand. He played with the dagger as he spoke calmly. Step by step, Fong Chun walked towards the Blade Demon. Seeing this, Chun Fan's face darkened. Swish! Chun Fan flicked his wrist, and the dagger in his hand instantly pierced through the void and appeared in front of Fong Chun. Ding! However, to his surprise, Fong Chun did not panic at all. He extended his fingers and easily caught the dagger between his fingers. You want to stop me with this little thing? Fong Chun's fingers loosened, and the dagger fell to the ground as he spoke indifferently. Seeing this, Chun Fan's expression changed. Looks like my guess was right. You are the one who hides the deepest among the 5 of us. Chun Fan licked his dry lips and said with a grin, I, Chun Fan, would like to have a taste of your skills. I hope you won't regret it later. Fong Chun did not waste any more time and performed the traceless sword principle. Terrifying sword lights came one after another like waves, forming a super strong attack in the maze. How could this be? After feeling the power of the traceless sword principle, Chun Fan's face turned completely gloomy. My strength has increased so much after breaking through to the Unity Realm. Originally, Chun Fan thought that he was strong enough to compete with Fong Chun, but now it seemed that he was still lacking. Buzz! Chun Fan's body trembled as he tried to let the evil energy in his body possess him. But soon, his expression changed, and he retreated to the side of the Blade Demon. Swish! Chun Fan flicked his wrist, and an evil light burst out, shrouding Fong Chun and Han Yuan. Love, go little say, networku, let's go. Chun Fan pulled the Blade Demon's sleeve and disappeared in the maze. Boom! After Fong Chun and Han Yuan worked together to break the evil light, they found that Chun Fan was nowhere to be found. Chun Fan's aura is very strange, Fong Chun said with a frown. During Dongshuan's grand gathering, he had felt an evil aura on Chun Fan. At that time, he was not sure, but now he finally understood. There seems to be a very strong force hidden in his body, Fong Chun said to himself. I didn't expect Chun Fan to be hiding his strength as well, Han Yuan said. With his potential, he shouldn't be in a small sect like the Dragon Demon sect. The maze was winding and winding. It was still difficult to meet other people here. In a corner shrouded in fog, Chun Fan tossed the Blade Demon to the ground and sat down on the ground. Brother Chun Fan, thank you for your help. The blade demon's injuries were now under control. It cupped its fists and thanked Chun Fan. "No need to thank me. I saved you from myself," Chun Fan said meaningfully. "Fong Chun, that scoundrel, didn't take us seriously because he absorbed the innate divine sigil of order. We can't let him continue to grow, or we'll all die at his hands." After this battle, the blade demon thought that it and Chun Fan were on the same side. Chun Fan nodded, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He ignored the blade demon and talked to the voice in his body. "Why didn't you let me use your power to kill Fong Chun?" Chun Fan asked. He had already wanted to kill Fong Chun and was about to borrow the latter's power, but he was stopped. "You idiot, you're too weak. You can't withstand my strongest power. Even if you borrow my power in a hurry, you won't be able to fully unleash it. In the end, you'll only let it escape and discover my existence." An evil voice sounded. "Then absorb the blade demon's power first, then plan. Don't worry, I'll help you dominate the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord," the voice continued. After a short conversation, Chun Fan turned to look at the blade demon. The latter was sitting cross-legged and treating its injuries. It was not on guard against Chun Fan. Seeing this, Chun Fan shook his head. So what if he was a disciple of a top sect? So what if he was a genius? In the end, he would still die at his own hands. I, Chun Fan, will use my majestic light to cover all the geniuses in Shui Xing. Chun Fan's ambition was great. He had been hiding in the dragon demon sect for this day. Through Dongshuan's grand meet, he would get the chance to enter the demon city and then use the evil power in his body to climb to the top of the younger generation. Absorb it quickly. The urging voice came from within his body. Chun Fan nodded, then slowly placed his hands on the blade demon's back. Immediately, a violent power poured into the blade demon's body. The blade demon, who was healing, smiled gratefully when it saw this. "I will never forget Brother Chun Fan's kindness," the blade demon said in a low voice. However, a moment later, the blade demon's face was filled with fear. Its face was ferocious as it roared at the sky, struggling. "You!" The blade demon roared angrily. It felt the power Chun Fan had poured into its body was destroying its organs and absorbing its divine spring at the same time. "What are you doing?" "I said that I saved you to help myself," Chun Fan said faintly, as if he had expected the blade demon's reaction. "You despicable person." The blade demon roared furiously, struggling with all its might. However, when the evil aura invaded its body, the blade demon's eyes widened as it looked at Chun Fan in disbelief. "You." However, it didn't have the chance to finish its words. In an instant, his divine spring was forcibly extracted by Chun Fan and refined. With the divine spring dug out, the blade demon's life was cut off, and its body turned into a skeleton. Bang! Chun Fan removed his hands, and the blade demon's corpse fell to the ground. The blade demon's mad screams could be heard in the air. It was unwilling. Not even in its dreams would it have thought that it would die at the hands of a dark horse that didn't even want to look at it. Buzz! Soon, Chun Fan had completely refined the divine spring of the blade demon, and his aura surged. His complexion looked much better. Phew! Chun Fan was very excited as he let out a breath. Not bad, not bad. After devouring a few more divine springs, your martial arts will reach the heaven opening realm. At that time, no one will be able to compete with you for the divine spring pearl. After you get the divine spring pearl, you will sweep through the entire tomb of the heavenly spring master, the evil voice said again. Chun Fan clenched his fists, feeling very excited. Chapter 2246. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The blade demon had been rescued by Chun Fan. This was something unexpected. However, Fong Chun didn't take it to heart. As long as they were still in the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, they would meet again one day. When that time came, he would deal with them together. However, after this incident, Fong Chun felt that there was something strange about Chun Fan. "The next time we meet, I must take a good look at him," Fong Chun muttered to himself. "Junior brother Fong, Chun Fan's strength is really beyond our expectations. Han Yuan curled his lips. Why do you think he is willing to stay in the Dragon Demon sect if his potential is so great? Or does the Dragon Demon sect have some kind of powerful secret technique that can nurture a monstrous genius like Qin Fan? Fang Chen shook his head. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the fog and looked into the distance. I think that Chun Fan must have some unknown secret. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun and Han Yuan continued forward. The maze was very large, and it would take some time to completely get out. Fang Chun wasn't in a hurry. He patiently analyzed the maze's trajectory. Fang Chun, who had calmed down, was able to solve the maze much faster. Half a month later, Fang Chun and Han Yuan appeared under a towering tree. There was nothing special about this towering tree, but it made Fang Chun very happy. If my guess is right, we should be at the center of the maze, Fang Chun said. Doesn't that mean that the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord is very likely here? Han Yuan asked hurriedly. Fang Chun nodded. Let's look around. After searching near the towering tree for 13 days, the Western Mysterious Heaven cultivators arrived. Someone actually came one step ahead of us. The 5 martialists from the Western Mysterious Sky were all gathered together. The leader of the group had a faint expression on his face. Soon, the 5 Western Mysterious Heaven cultivators arrived in front of Fang Chun and Han Yuan, a disciple of Dongxian Heaven's limitless sword sect. The leader had golden hair and held a golden spear in his hand as he asked coldly. Han Yuan secretly paid attention to the golden-haired man and cursed inwardly. If his guess was right, these 5 people should be disciples of the Western Mysterious Heavenly Spear sect. The Western Profound Heaven was not like the Eastern Profound Heaven, which was divided among the top 3 sects. The Divine Spear sect was the most powerful sect in the Western Mysterious Sky, so all 5 spots had been taken by their disciples. The 5 of them used a unique secret technique to communicate with each other, then gathered together to explore the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, a disciple of the Western Mysterious Heavenly Spear sect. Han Yuan asked. Han Yuan, long time no see. The martialist in brown clothes behind the golden-haired martialist grinned. Back then, I went to Dongxian Heaven alone and was defeated by you. I still can't forget it. Since we've met here, let's have a rematch. As he spoke, the brown-clothed martial artist walked to the side of the clearing. A long spear appeared in his hand as he stared at Han Yuan. What? You're the strongest disciple of the limitless sword sect. You don't dare to accept my challenge? Ebo, we're here for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord. It's not a good time to fight, Han Yuan said. Bullsh asterisk T. I still remember the battle back then. If you don't accept my challenge, don't blame me for being rude, Hebo scolded. Ever since he was defeated by Han Yuan, it had become his inner demon. Han Yuan, if you're a man, accept my junior brother's challenge, the golden-haired martialist said. Seeing this, Han Yuan had no choice but to accept the challenge. Swoosh! Seeing Han Yuan walk over, Hebo thrust his long spear forward. Suddenly, the void shattered. The spearhead carried a vast power, forming a vortex and thrusting toward Han Yuan. Bang! 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 Han Yuan used the limitless sword sect's secret technique. Streaks of sword light collided with the spearhead. The 2 of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Fang Chen frowned. He could feel that his senior brother Han Yuan was about to lose. Sure enough, just as he had this thought, the long spear thrust forward. Han Yuan was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge it. Ha ha! Han Yuan, you've lost. Hebo laughed wildly. At the same time, he increased the power of his long spear and thrust it toward Han Yuan. However, when his long spear was only 1 centimeter away from Han Yuan, no matter how hard he tried, the long spear couldn't move forward. Hebo saw Fang Chun standing in front of Han Yuan, holding the long spear. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. Why do you have to kill him? Fang Chun flicked his finger, and Hebo's long spear flew back. Hebo steadied himself, holding the long spear in his hand, and said coldly, Boy, you're not even as good as Han Yuan. How dare you stand up for him? Han Yuan's face was ashen. Hebo, whom he had defeated before, was now someone he had to look up to. Sigh. With a sigh, Han Yuan patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen turned his head and smiled. Senior brother Han. Then, Fang Chen looked at Yibo again. If you lose, you have to pay the price. When I was defeated by him, I also paid a heavy price to escape, Yibo said. If you insist on protecting Han Yuan, I don't mind killing you. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. This battle is over, Fang Chen emphasized. But I don't agree, Yibo said. Why? Are you looking down on the Divine Spear sect? Fight me one-on-one if you have guts. Junior brother He. Suddenly, a warrior in white holding a folding fan said in a low voice, You're no match for him. Impossible. Yibo shook his head and said in a low voice, Just because he caught my long spear in his hand, you conclude that I'm no match for him? Senior brother Han Shi. Aren't you being too presumptuous? The warrior called Han. She shook his head and said, His strength is far above Han Yuan's. Yes, you're no match for him, the golden-haired warrior said. Suddenly, Yibo lowered his head and did not dare to refute. Although he was very unwilling to accept this fact, the person who spoke was his senior brother, the spear dragon, and he did not dare to refute. Boy, I'm a little itchy. Can I fight with you? Han Shi asked. If you lose, will we forget about senior brother Han Yuan? Fang Chen asked. Of course, Han Shi said with a smile. Okay, I'll fight with you, Fang Chen said. Buzz. A strong wind blew. The battle was about to begin. Han Shi was the first to attack. He opened the folding fan in his hand, and small darts shot out quickly. Dang! Dang! Fang Chen stood quietly. He activated the myriad sword body and raised his defense to the extreme, allowing the darts to hit his body. Is that all you've got? Fang Chen sneered. You. After being mocked by Fang Chen, Han Shi was furious. He took out his long spear and performed a unique spear technique. The spear was like a dragon, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Han Shi's attack power was much stronger than Yibo's, but Fang Chen was unmoved. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Pretentious. Seeing this, Han Shi was furious. He stabbed his spear at Fang Chen. Crack. An unexpected scene appeared. Just like how he dealt with Yibo, Fang Chen's fingers gently caught Han Shi's long spear. Suddenly, the powerful long spear was imprisoned in midair. No matter how hard Han Shi tried, he could not move the long spear at all. How is this possible? Han Shi was shocked. He looked at Fang Chen dumbfounded. Even the golden-haired martial artist was slightly stunned. I underestimated his strength, the golden-haired martial artist said. Second senior brother could not help but attack. He stabbed his spear at Fang Chen, forcing Fang Chen back and saving Han Shi at the same time. After Han Shi stabilized his body, there was a trace of horror in his eyes. You lost. Fang Chen looked straight at Han Shi. Han Shi lowered his head and did not say a word. Your strength is beyond my expectations. If I'm not wrong, your strength is close to the heaven-opening realm, right? Spear Dragon said calmly. Fang Chen did not say anything. In fact, in his eyes, Spear Dragon was nothing. If he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. It was just that he wanted to find the divine spring bead and did not want to kill at will. Senior brother Han Yuan, let's go, Fang Chen said. The two turned and prepared to leave. Stop, did I say you can leave? Spear Dragon frowned and said unhappily. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. Without turning his head, he said, Han, she has lost. This matter ends here. Chapter 2247. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Buzz. After hearing Spear Dragon's words, Fang Chen's aura surged up to the sky. He suddenly turned around, his pitch-black pupils stared straight at Spear Dragon, and said word by word, You want to die? The disciples of Spear God's sect opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. He's dead. No one has ever dared to talk to senior brother Spear Dragon like that. Ha! What a dumb donkey. Spear Dragon was shocked too, but he quickly regained his composure. Are you talking to me? Spear Dragon asked. Disciples of Spear God's sect, how dare you go back on your words? Aren't you looking to die? Fang Chen's attitude suddenly changed. Initially, he did not want to fight, but Spear Dragon's attitude made him feel disgusted. He did not mind killing a few more people. Spear Dragon looked at Fong Chen carefully. He wanted to know where his courage came from. But after looking at him for a long time, he did not find anything. He shook his head and said, "It's normal for a young man to be arrogant. But you shouldn't talk to me like that. Do you know what happened to all the people who spoke to me like that before you? I'm not interested to know what happened to them. I only know that you, Spear Dragon, are not even comparable to a dog in my eyes." Fong Chen said coldly. Han Yuan was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. "Kid, how dare you insult our senior brother? Are you looking to die? You're dead. When senior brother attacks, there are no survivors." The disciples of Spear God Sect were enraged and started cursing Fong Chen. Spear Dragon's face was ferocious. He was emitting a terrifying aura as he walked towards Fong Chen. "Ignorant people die the quickest," Spear Dragon said. "In my eyes, you're an ignorant person, but I know that you'll die before me." Fong Chen said, "Are all disciples of Wuji Sword Sect as arrogant as you? Are all disciples of Spear God Sect like you, going back on your words and bullying others?" Fong Chen asked. "Love go little say net." Chew for a moment, the atmosphere in the air was very tense. Spear Dragon and Fong Chen stood facing each other, secretly competing. Fong Chen was not afraid of Spear Dragon's threat. He opened his palm and the hidden star sword. "Originally, I didn't want to kill anyone, but you forced me to do so," Fong Chen said. "If you kneel down and cow down now, I can consider leaving you a complete corpse," Xiao Long continued. Fong Chen shook his head. "It's too late." Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, an incredible, transparent sword light suddenly burst out from the hidden star sword. At the same time, Fong Chen completely activated the holy spring in his body. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. At this moment, it was as if Fong Chen was possessed by the god of slaughter, courting death. Seeing this, Xiao Long waved the long spear in his hand and bellowed, striking towards Fong Chen. "With senior brother Spear Dragon here, this brat will definitely die. How dare a mere Wuji Sword Sect challenge our Spear God Sect? Let's take this opportunity to eliminate the disciples of Wuji Sword Sect. Even Han Yuan doesn't dare to challenge senior brother Spear Dragon. Where did this idiot get his confidence from?" Several disciples of Spear God Sect ridiculed Fong Chen, thinking that the latter was trying to hit a stone with an egg. Bang! The transparent sword light pierced through the void and suddenly appeared in front of Spear Dragon. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could defeat any Unity Realm expert. What was a mere Spear Dragon to him? No matter how strong he was still a Unity Realm expert. Furthermore, he did not have an innate divine rune of order. How could he fight against Fong Chen? Die. Seeing Fong Chen's attack, Spear Dragon sneered. He wanted to see what other tricks Fong Chen had up his sleeves. However, when his long spear struck the transparent sword light, a sudden change occurred. Gotcha! The spearhead of the spear was separated from the spear body. Cracks appeared on the body of the spear body. Bang! The transparent sword light exploded. Violent energy engulfed the entire spear. Not good. Spear Dragon cried out. He immediately gave up on the spear body and retreated. "Are you afraid now?" Looking at Spear Dragon, Fong Chen did not hesitate and slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth split open and the void shattered. Spear Dragon retreated from the battle. He stabilized his body and took a deep breath. His body was trembling. Too strong. At this moment, Spear Dragon looked at Fong Chen with a complicated gaze. However, before he could catch his breath, a shocking sword light directly slashed his body into two halves. Gotcha! The strongest disciple of Western Mysterious Heaven's top sect, Spear Dragon, died under the hidden star sword. Senior brother. After a short moment of shock, the four disciples of Spear God Sect screamed. They could not accept the fact that someone as strong as senior brother Spear Dragon was killed by a nobody from Wuji Sword Sect in a breath's time. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Han Shi shook his head and screamed crazily. This, Han Yuan, who was standing behind Fong Chen, was shocked. After a long while, he let out a sigh. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Junior brother Fong's strength had completely surpassed his. I can only catch up in the future. Han Yuan said to himself. You killed senior brother Spear Dragon? Hibo's eyes were bloodshot. He roared. Spear God Sect will not let you go. Pucci. Another slash. Hibo fell. Han Shi and the other two quickly retreated, fearing that they would be killed by Fong Chun. Brother, it was our Divine Spear Sect's fault. On behalf of the Divine Spear Sect, I would like to apologize to you. Han Shi struggled for a moment before putting down his pride and begging for mercy. Get lost, Fong Chun said. He did not want to kill anyone, but Spear Dragon was too aggressive. Let's go. The three were relieved. They took the bodies of Hibo and Spear Dragon and left quickly. In their hearts, they would probably never be able to forget that senior brother Spear Dragon had been split into two. After the disciples left, Han Yuan said, Junior brother Fong, have you broken through to the heaven-opening realm? Fong Chun shook his head. It's not that easy. You are indeed a genius who absorbed the innate divine rune of order. With your current strength, you can move unhindered among the cosmos gods. Han Yuan said, the path of martial arts was filled with endless killing. Therefore, the death of Spear Dragon and the others was just a small interlude to Han Yuan's cultivation. Hoo. Just as Fong Chun and Han Yuan were talking, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the towering tree. Ha! This must be the center of the maze. Yes, the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master must be here. Maybe the Divine Spring Pearl is here too. The two were in high spirits and did not notice Fong Chun and Han Yuan. Junior brother Fong, the blue-robed man, is Hung Ji from the Northern Profound Sky Arrow Sect. His strength is similar to Spear Dragon. The black-robed man is Devil King Stone from the Northern Profound Sky Demon Sect. Han Yuan introduced in a low voice. Fong Chun nodded. At this moment, the two noticed Fong Chun and Han Yuan. Disciples of the Eastern Profound Sky Limitless Sword Sect? Hung Ji and Devil King Stone's gaze landed on Fong Chun and Han Yuan. What did the two of you discover after coming here? Hung Ji asked. Has the inheritance treasure of the Heavenly Spring Master been taken by you? If so, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Devil King Stone said in a deep voice. It could be seen that Devil King Stone cultivated the demonic Tao. He had a twisted personality and was very vicious. On the other hand, Hing Ji was more gentle. Fong Chun spread out his hands. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. How can we believe your words? Open your spatial ring and let us see. Devil King Stone said. Fong Chun frowned. What I said is true. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. We are looking for it. But now, it seems that someone is helping us. Hung Ji and Devil King Stone did not understand Fong Chun's words. They frowned and looked at him. Kid, do you believe that I won't twist your head off? Devil King Stone threatened Fong Chun. I don't believe it. Fong Chun shook his head and smiled. It is indeed difficult to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master with just me and senior brother Han Yuan. Why don't the two of you help us find it? If you can find it, I will definitely thank you. How about it? You want to die? Devil King Stone's temper flared. Before you, Spear Dragon from the Western Profound Sky Divine Spear Sect also said the same thing to me. But unfortunately, he did not kill me. Instead, he was cut in half by my sword. Fong Chun said calmly. Ha! This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. You said you cut Spear Dragon in half with a sword? Only a fool would believe that. Chapter 2248. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hung Ji and Stone Devil King looked at Fong Chun coldly, as if they did not put him in their eyes. If it was Han Yuan, they might be afraid, but not to the extent of being afraid. A nobody from Eastern Profound Heaven's Limitless Sword Sect actually dared to speak so arrogantly. This made Hung Ji and Stone Devil King very unhappy, especially Stone Devil King of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Devil Tao cultivators were incomparably violent, and they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Stone Devil King was very strong and had reached the limit of the Unity Realm. If he went berserk and entered a battle state, even Hung Ji would be afraid. I once tempered myself in the Western Profound Heaven and was fortunate enough to fight with Spear Dragon of the Divine Spear Sect. In the end, I lost to him by a single move. Stone Devil King waved his hand and said, "Spear Dragon's potential and strength are comparable to mine. Such a martial artist was cut in half by a single sword? Do you think I will believe it?" Devil Dao aura filled the air around Stone Devil King. His pitch-black eyes emitted a gloomy aura that directly locked onto Fong Chen's body. As for Hung Ji of the Arrow Sect, he was silent as he stared at Fong Chen. "Brat, cultivation is not easy, and we don't want to kill you. We just want you to open your spatial ring and let us check it." Hung Ji dissuaded. "Compared to losing your life, checking the spatial ring is much better, right?" However, Fong Chen still shook his head. However, only Han Yuan knew that the consequences of junior brother Fong's anger were very serious. At this moment, Han Yuan stood quietly to the side, too lazy to say anything. "Han Yuan, are you going to watch your junior brother die in the hands of Stone Devil King?" Hung Ji said to Han Yuan after seeing Fong Chen's indifference. "As long as you can kill my junior brother, I don't care." Han Yuan spread out his hands like an outsider with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Stone Devil King said angrily, "In that case, there's nothing to say. Remember my name, Stone Devil King." As soon as Stone Devil King finished speaking, he opened his palms, and an extremely terrifying Devil Dao aura gathered together. Demon Dragon ascends to the heavens. Following the Stone Devil King's roar, he suddenly waved his hands, and a terrifying demonic aura rapidly floated in the air. Under his control, the roar of a dragon was emitted from the demonic aura. In the next moment, the dense demonic aura turned into a huge black dragon. The black dragon's eyes exuded an aura of death. It wagged its tail and tore at the void with its claws. "Junior brother Fong, this is the Stone Devil King's ultimate skill. Demonic Dragon ascends to the heavens. That black dragon's mouth can spit out an extremely corrosive demonic aura," Han Yuan said. Seeing this, Hung Ji sneered. "Even at this time, you still want to pretend to be calm? When the Stone Devil King kills your junior brother, let's see how you're going to stay calm." Han Yuan ignored Hung Ji's sarcasm. He only told Fong Chen about the characteristics of the Demon Dragon Ascension. He wasn't worried about Fong Chen's safety. A weak earthworm dares to call itself a dragon? What a joke. Fong Chen stood quietly. He quietly activated the Myriad Sword body, and the Myriad Sword domain surrounded him. His pitch-black eyes stared at the black dragon in the air and sneered. "You're courting death." The Stone Devil King was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Fong Chen was the first. "Let me show you how the weak earthworm that you speak of is going to kill you." The Stone Devil King roared. He stomped his foot and stepped on the back of the black dragon. He controlled the black dragon and swooped down towards Fong Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the black dragon swooped down, it spat out a black demonic aura from its bloody mouth. However, Fong Chen stood quietly without moving. It was as if he didn't even look at the corrosive demonic aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The corrosive demonic aura rushed towards Fong Chen at lightning speed. However, just as it was about to approach Fong Chen, it was blocked by an invisible force in the void. Amen. The Stone Devil King frowned slightly when he saw this scene. "Break through." The Stone Devil King angrily shouted. He continued controlling the black dragon to spew out demonic aura. The Myriad Sword domain has changed. Fong Chen observed the Myriad Sword domain seriously. He had a joyful look on his face. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he didn't use the Myriad Sword domain. Today, he saw a huge change. Originally, the Myriad Sword domain could only target the nearby sword-type weapons. But it was different now. The Myriad Sword domain was filled with an invisible Sword Dao aura. It could isolate all auras near to Fong Chen. The demonic aura spat out by the black dragon might be corrosive, but it couldn't penetrate the seal of the myriad sword domain. Keep, Fang Chen softly said. Immediately, the myriad sword domain shrunk and finally restrained the demonic aura. Die! At this moment, the black dragon also swooped down. The black dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Fang Chen's head. Just a small earthworm, Fang Chen casually said. He then lightly punched out. The black dragon couldn't dodge and got its head smashed. Pong! A deafening scream came out from the black dragon's mouth. Its head was instantly smashed apart. Its body turned into demonic aura and dissipated in the void. The Stone Devil King didn't expect such a shocking change would happen. He jumped down from the black dragon's back. An iron hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He circulated all the strength in his body and ruthlessly swung the iron hammer at Fang Chen. Gotcha! Under Hung Ji's shock, Fang Chen held the iron hammer tightly with a single hand. The Stone Devil King used all his strength, but he couldn't move the iron hammer even half a step. He widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Do you believe what I said now? Fang Chen smiled brightly at the Stone Devil King. He immediately released his hand and sent the Stone Devil King flying with a kick. Bang! The Stone Devil King's body was like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the ground. His heart was in turmoil, and his face was extremely pale. Stone Devil King, how are you? Hung Ji took a step forward and arrived in front of the Stone Devil King. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. He couldn't imagine that such a young martial artist could explode with such powerful strength. Even I can't do it so casually, right? Thinking back to the battle just now, Hung Ji felt a lingering fear in his heart. To be able to defeat the Stone Devil King so easily, one could imagine how strong he was. If he wanted to kill the Stone Devil King, the latter would have died long ago. I'm fine, the Stone Devil King said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen placed his hands behind his back and looked at the two of them. Brother, I've offended you before. For the sake of the Arrow sect, can you forgive me? Hung Ji admitted defeat. What kind of joke was this? He didn't think that he was much stronger than the Stone Devil King. The guy in front of him was simply a monster in human form. He was too strong. No wonder Han Yuan wasn't worried about his junior brother at all. It turned out that he already knew. Do you accept it? Fang Chen looked at Hung Ji and asked. I accept it wholeheartedly, Hung Ji said. What about you? Fang Chen continued to ask. Brother, thank you for showing mercy. I, the Stone Devil King, will remember this. The Stone Devil King stood up with difficulty and clasped his fists at Fang Chen. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Fang Chen nodded and said, but you and I don't have any deep grudges, so I didn't kill you. Of course, Fang Chen had a very important reason for letting them stay, and that was to find the divine Spring Pearl and the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord. How was he going to search in this huge maze by himself? Next, as long as you help me do one thing, the grudges between us will be written off, Fang Chen said. No problem. Hung Ji and the Stone Devil King hurriedly agreed. The purpose of my trip is to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord and the Divine Spring Pearl. If you help me find them, I'll owe you a favor, Fang Chen said. Hung Ji and the Stone Devil King were moved when they heard that, but they quickly nodded and agreed. After being defeated by Fang Chen, they no longer had the qualifications to fight for the Divine Spring Pearl. Rather than that, they might as well help him. All right, you can leave now, Fang Chen said. The Stone Devil King and Hung Ji turned and left. But at this moment, the Stone Devil King turned his head and asked, Did you really kill Spear Dragon? Chapter 2249. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen was the only person among the younger generation in Void Star Heaven who could make the Arrow Sex Hung Ji and the Sky Demon Sex Stone Demon King willingly submit. Loved, go little say W. Chuhan Yuan sighed his heart. The gap between him and junior brother Fang was getting bigger and bigger. He originally wanted to take care of junior brother Fang after entering the Devil City. But now, it seemed that he was basking in junior brother Fang's glory. Thinking of this, Han Yuan couldn't help but smile. Junior brother Fang, shall we continue searching? Han Yuan asked. Before that, I need to do something, Fang Chen said. In the following time, Fang Chen found the #1 expert of the southern mysterious sky, Nangong Zhengwu. Nangong Zhengwu's strength was similar to Stone Devil King's. After Fang Chen easily defeated him, Nangong Zhengwu agreed to help Fang Chen search for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master and the Divine Spring Bead. After doing this, Fang Chen met up with Han Yuan and continued searching for the Divine Spring Bead. Actually, to Fang Chen, the Divine Spring Bead was much more important than the inheritance. A few days later, the Unity Realm experts who entered the maze, other than the few who died, were all helping Fang Chen search for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. Although some people were unwilling, they had no choice. Under the pressure, they could only search. Senior Brother Nangong, I am unwilling. In a certain region of the maze, 5 people from the southern mysterious sky stood together. Among them, a young man with a face full of stubble said unwillingly. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Why do we have to help others search? Don't we need it? This person continued. What do you think of your strength? Nangong Zhengwu looked at this person calmly and asked, Although I am not as strong as Senior Brother Nangong, I can at least be ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the southern mysterious sky. Hearing this, Nangong Zhengwu nodded slightly and said, You can't even defeat me. What qualifications do you have to say this? Senior Brother Nangong. That person's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but he was completely stunned by Nangong Zhengwu's following words. Before I found you, I had fought with Fang Chen of the Northern Profound Heaven's Limitless Sword sect. In the end, I lost completely. I can't even last 3 moves against him. Nangong Zhengwu sighed. How is this possible? The other disciples cried out in alarm. There was actually someone who could defeat Nangong Zhengwu in 3 moves? They didn't believe it. That man's strength was much stronger than you all imagined him to be. If he hadn't held back, I would have already died. Nangong Zhengwu said, Say, which do you all think is more important, your life or your inheritance? The geniuses of the South Xiantian fell silent. The same thing was happening to Bei Xiantian. Stone Devil King and Hung Ji also used the same method to make them not have any complaints. In a vast maze, the 4 profound heavens martial practitioners were searching around the towering tree at the center. On the other hand, in a concealed place, Chun Fan's eyes were moving about, and he was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Idiots of the Western Profound Heaven. Chun Fan cursed inwardly. He was quietly approaching the remaining 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven. At this moment, the 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven were moving forward in low spirits. Just as they were about to reach a certain place, a figure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Seeing this, the other 2 disciples widened their eyes and looked around vigilantly. Where's Senior Brother Han Shi? Why is he missing? Could it be that Fang Chen is secretly attacking us? Gotcha! Chun Fan had secretly used a powerful method to kill Han Shi and absorb the energy in his body. Loved, go little say W. A moment later, Han Shi's body turned into a skeleton. The aura that emerged from Chun Fan's body became even stronger. Chun Fan's eyes revealed a trace of greed. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. Continue. Using the strange terrain of the maze, Chun Fan sucked the energy of the 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven dry in a few hours. At this time, Chun Fan's realm had reached the peak of the Unity realm and was even more stable. Who? Chun Fan spat out a mouthful of turbid air, his face full of smiles. Now that you've reached the peak of the Unity realm, your combat power isn't weaker than Fang Chen's. If you absorb the energy of a few more geniuses, you might be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the heaven-opening realm. An evil voice came from Chun Fan's body. There are at least 20 martial artists who entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. I'll suck them all dry one by one. With that, Chun Fan disappeared from the maze. In the next few days, Chun Fan constantly wandered around the maze, ambushing the disciples of the Northern and Southern Profound Heaven. Under his powerful attacks, he succeeded a few times. 5 days later, the disciples of the southern and northern profound heaven met up. Their faces were covered in dust, their bodies were in a sorry state, and their auras were weak. Nangong Wu, were you also ambushed by that mysterious expert? Stone Devil King asked when he saw Nangong Wu's tattered clothes. You too, Nangong Wu asked in surprise. After communicating with each other, they were even more certain that the mysterious expert had been following them all this time. Could it be Fong Chun of the Limitless Sword Sect? Nangong Wu suddenly asked. Stone Devil King shook his head. He had fought with Fong Chun before, and he was very clear about the latter's strength. No, definitely not. If it was really Fong Chun, you and I would have been dead long ago. Stone Devil King said. Furthermore, with Fong Chun's strength, there's no need for him to ambush us. Since that's the case, let's inform Fong Chun about this matter. Nangong Wu said. Under the towering tree, Fong Chun and Han Yuan found some clues and were searching for the divine spring bead. Suddenly, they received news from Nangong Wu and the others. Mysterious expert? Fong Chun was slightly startled, but he soon said, It must be Chun Fan. Senior brother Han Yuan, continue searching. I'll go take a look. After saying that, Fong Chun's figure flashed, and he flew toward Nangong Wu and the others. After an hour, Fong Chun met up with Nangong Wu and the others. If I'm not wrong, that mysterious expert should be from Dongxian Heaven's Dragon Demon sect. His name is Chun Fan, Fong Chun said directly. Chun Fan? What's his background? Nangong Wu asked. I fought with him before, but he escaped, Fong Chun said. However, just as he finished speaking, the maze suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. In the center of the maze, a dazzling light erupted from the towering tree. That's Fong Chun's heart trembled, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Junior brother Fong, I found. Han Yuan's voice came from the communication jade pendant. Fong Chun could feel the joy in Han Yuan's voice. However, he stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Senior brother Han Yuan. Fong Chun hurriedly asked, but no matter how he asked, Han Yuan did not say anything. This made him have a bad premonition. Chun Fan. Suddenly thinking of Chun Fan, Fong Chun took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Let's go take a look. The Stone Devil King took the lead and left with Fong Chun. Senior brother Han, please be safe. They prayed as they ran. At this moment under the towering tree, Han Yuan's body was in a sorry state, and blood was spurting out. Chun Fan held Han Yuan's head with one hand and stared into the distance with his pitch-black eyes. Fong Chun, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Chun Fan sealed Han Yuan's strength and jumped onto the towering tree, ready to search for the divine spring pearl. It's best to find the divine spring pearl before he arrives. The dazzling light that erupted from the towering tree must be the divine spring pearl. However, Chun Fan could not find it when he arrived. What's going on? Chun Fan frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that a violent power had appeared on his right palm. The divine spring pearl? Chun Fan exclaimed. In an instant, he saw that after the dazzling light dissipated, a palm-sized pitch-black pearl was imprinted in his eyes. His face was full of excitement. He reached out his hand and grabbed the divine spring pearl. Boom! A vast power erupted from the divine spring pearl and directly entered Chun Fan's body. With a bang, Chun Fan's body was sent flying. After landing on the ground and stabilizing his body, Chun Fan's pitch-black eyes emitted a sinister light. Chun Fan. Chapter 2250. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Whoosh! Fong Chun's figure whizzed towards Chun Yuan, his body emitting an extremely violent energy. However, when he got close to Chun Fan, his body stopped abruptly. Junior brother Fong, don't bother about me. Kneeling on the ground, Han Yuan's body was covered in blood. His aura was weak, and he was severely injured. He spoke with difficulty. Seeing this, Fong Chun's heart ached. His eyes were red as he stared at Chun Fan. Let go of my senior brother. The more upset Fong Chun was, the happier Chin Fan was. He grabbed Han Yuan's head and said, "Fong Chun, aren't you very capable? Why can't you save your senior brother now?" As he spoke, Chun Fan exerted some force in his palm. Suddenly, tiny cracks appeared on Han Yuan's head and blood seeped out from them. In an instant, Han Yuan's head was covered in blood. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have fainted. "Junior brother Fong, hurry up and do it." Han Yuan screamed hysterically. He was a supreme talent among the younger generation of the Wuji Sword sect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He would rather die in a battle than die in such a humiliating manner. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He hoped that Fong Chun would make a swift move. That way, he would be free. "Senior brother Han Yuan, I will definitely save you," Fong Chun said word by word. His words were filled with cold, killing intent. This was the first time Fong Chun had been so angry since he entered the Demon City. If looks could kill, Chun Fan would have been unrecognizable. "What's wrong? Are you feeling heartbroken?" Chin Fan looked at Fong Chun mockingly and said disdainfully. At this moment, Nan Gongjing Wu and the rest arrived. When they saw Han Yuan in a sorry state and Fong Chun in a rage, they remained silent. The situation had already gone out of their control. "Let go of my senior brother." Fong Chun took a step forward and came in front of Chin Fan. "If you move again, I guarantee that your senior brother's head will explode." Chin Fan glared at Fong Chun and threatened. "You? What exactly do you want?" Fong Chun looked at his senior brother Han Yuan and admitted defeat. Chun Fan pointed at the divine spring pearl on the towering tree and said, "Take the divine spring pearl for me. Otherwise, not only will your senior brother die, but you will also die with him." Crack! Seeing that Fong Chun didn't move, Chun Fan exerted more force with his fingers and sank them into Han Yuan's head. A miserable shriek rang out from Han Yuan's mouth. His body trembled, and he couldn't hold on any longer. "Okay, I'll go," Fong Chun shouted. Hearing this, Chun Fan loosened his grip a little. "Senior brother, hold on." With that, Fong Chun leaped onto the towering tree and approached the divine spring pearl. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Sit and wait for death. That was not Fong Chen's character. Even if Han Yuan's life was in Chun Fan's hands, he wouldn't give in. At this moment, he was trying to figure out how to take the divine spring pearl while secretly communicating with Little Mouse and the others. "Boss, we can't act rashly in this situation. Otherwise, Han Yuan will be in danger," Little Mouse said in a low voice. "I can use the Royal Ant Tribe's special ability to release millions of royal ants at the same time to interfere with Chun Fan's attack," Xiao Huang said. "I can release monstrous seawater to drown the entire maze, but it won't last long," Little C said. Pangolin pondered for a moment and said, "If you guys can stop Chun Fan for 2 seconds, I'm confident that I can appear in front of Han Yuan and wrap him up before he makes his move." 2 seconds is too long. Even if the 3 of us use our special abilities at the same time, we can only make Chun Fan daze for a second, Little Mouse said, shaking his head. After all, they were only in the divine inscription realm. No matter how strong their attacks were, they wouldn't have much effect on Chin Fan. They could only catch him off guard and make him daze for a second. Not even 1 second. Pangolin shook his head. He needed at least 2 seconds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect Han Yuan at all. If he couldn't appear in front of Han Yuan, then the plan would fail. This wasn't the result that Fong Chun wanted to see. Chun Fan will know immediately once I make a move. Fong Chun shook his head and rejected the idea of making a move himself. Han Yuan was in Chun Fan's hands. He couldn't take the risk. "Boss, can you take out the divine spring pearl first and attack when you pass it to Chin Fan? We'll help you then. You should be able to succeed," Little Mouse said. Fong Chun shook his head. If there was such a good thing, Chun Fan would let him take the divine spring pearl personally. There are strong energy waves around the divine spring pearl. "It's not that easy to take it out," Fong Chun said. Just as they were hesitating, the old faker who had been silent all this time spoke. "I can stop Chun Fan for a second." "What?" Little Mouse and the others looked at the old faker in surprise. When Xiao Hai spits out water to drown the maze, Brother Mouse, and Xiao Huang will attack together. You must make sure that you can hold on for 1 second. After 1 second, I'll take over. Then, it's up to Pangolin's ability, the old faker said. Okay, it's settled, Little Mouse said with a smile. However, Fang Chun vaguely felt that the old faker seemed to be hiding something. It won't affect you too much, right? Fang Chun asked. The old faker shook his head and said, Don't waste time. Get ready. After the discussion, Fang Chun pretended to touch the divine spring pearl and was bounced back. He landed on the ground, just 1 step away from Chun Fan. Hurry up, Chun Fan said anxiously. The energy around the divine spring pearl is too strong. It's not easy to take it out, Fang Chun said. Chun Fan didn't say anything else and continued to stare at the divine spring pearl on the towering tree. Splash! Just then, Fang Chun moved his mind. Suddenly, the whole maze was filled with water. In an instant, the water drowned the maze and wrapped Chun Fan in it. Damn it! Seeing this, Chun Fan roared in anger and wanted to crush Han Yuan's head. However, he found that 2 powerful attacks were approaching him. Child's play. Chun Fan shouted and went to fight. The little mouse had unleashed its most powerful innate ability. A terrifying devouring force had completely shrouded Chun Fan. At the same time, Xiao Huang's body became bigger and turned into a member of the Royal Ant Tribe. At the same time, millions of members of the Royal Ant Tribe were released and crawled on Chun Fan's body. Get out of here, Chun Fan shouted. Instantly, countless members of the Royal Ant Tribe were killed. Pangolin was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Chun Fan. However, 1 second was up. It was time to test the old faker. Splash! The old faker's body turned into a towering tree and resonated with the towering tree in the center of the maze. At the same time, dense branches and leaves stretched out and wrapped around Chun Fan. You're courting death. The power in Chun Fan's body shook, and the branches and leaves on his body were broken. However, at this critical moment, the branches and leaves of the old faker penetrated into the towering tree next to him, and then approached the holy spring pearl. Splash! The old faker gritted his teeth, and the branches and leaves rolled up the holy spring pearl. Suddenly, the body of the holy spring pearl exploded, and the towering tree shook. Without any hesitation, the old faker swallowed the holy spring pearl into his body. Then the vibrating power came out and dragged Chun Fan. Hurry up! 2 seconds in the blink of an eye. When the old faker's body was broken and disintegrated, he happened to appear in front of Han Yuan. Splash! The pangolin unleashed its innate ability and used its body to wrap around Han Yuan's body. Crack! At this time, the old faker's body was completely broken, and only broken branches and leaves were left. Die! Chun Fan was free. He roared and punched the pangolin. Bang! Pangolin's body flew out and smashed a big hole in the ground. Han Yuan's body disappeared. At the same time, Chun Fan vented his anger on Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Rumble. Under Chun Fan's powerful attack, more than half of the millions of members of the Royal Ant Tribe released from Xiao Huang's body were killed. Little Mouse and Xiao Huang also suffered different degrees of injuries. Chun Fan. A roar came into Chun Fan's body. The horrible aura dissipated, and Fang Chun appeared in front of Chun Fan. Chapter 2251. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Without senior brother Han Yuan holding him back, Fang Chun could finally fight Chun Fan openly. At this moment, Chun Fan's face was gloomy and his heart was full of anger. He did not expect that Fang Chun would have so many helpers. Although these helpers were not worth mentioning in his eyes, he still managed to save Han Yuan. Damn it! Chun Fan cursed. His aura fluctuated as he stared at Fang Chun. Seeing that his 5 brothers had suffered different degrees of injuries, Fang Chun's heart was burning with anger. Help me take care of them, Fang Chun said to Nangong Jingwu and the others without turning his head. Those who were still in shock nodded hurriedly, and then took Little Mouse and the others to a safe area. Little Mouse and the others were in their human forms. They were seriously injured. Little C was fine because his root was not injured. As for Little Mouse and Xiao Huang, they had taken Chun Fan's attack head-on. Their internal organs were shattered and their auras were weak. Pangolin and Han Yuan directly fell into a coma. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. As for the old faker, he was the most seriously injured. He forcibly took the Holy Spring Pearl and then stimulated the strongest power in his body to control the towering trees nearby to block Chun Fan's attack. As a result, his body was shattered and turned into broken branches and withered leaves. If he was not treated in time, his life would be in danger. However, before the old faker fell into a coma, he spat out the Holy Spring Pearl and said to Fong Chun, "Boss." After putting the Holy Spring Pearl into his boss's hand, the old faker fell into a coma instantly. Buzz! The Holy Spring Pearl in his hand emitted a bright light. Countless green lines directly drilled into Fong Chen's body. Immediately, the power in his body was raised to the extreme. "I let you escape last time. This time, I will use your head to make up for the injuries of my brothers." After a short moment of ferocity, Fong Chun gradually calmed down. "You think you can defeat me just because you have the Holy Spring Pearl?" Chun Fan sneered. "After absorbing the power of those idiots, my strength has reached the peak of the Unity Realm. I'm no longer the Chun Fan. You can bully as you wish." As he spoke, Chun Fan's aura rose to the extreme. "So what if your strength has increased? In my eyes, you are still not worth mentioning." Fong Chun sneered. Now that there was nothing holding him back, dealing with Chun Fan would be a piece of cake. However, Chun Fan did not think so. He thought that his strength had already surpassed Fong Chen's. "Then let's see if your strength is as sharp as your mouth." As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, he abruptly opened his palm. Immediately, a violent black mist surged out from his body. Pong! The two fists viciously collided. The full power of the first layer of the demonic dragon body refinement art and the fourth level of the myriad sword body gave Chun Fan a power comparable to the heaven-opening realm. With an unstoppable momentum, Chun Fan's attack was destroyed. "Do you still think so now?" Fong Chun said coldly as he stared at Chun Fan overbearingly. "Oomph." With a cold snort, Chun Fan displayed his ultimate skill. With a wave of his palm, fine lines appeared in front of him. In the end, these lines merged together to form a thick line. "Die!" Chun Fan stomped his foot and controlled the thick line to shoot toward Fong Chun. Kacha! The void shattered, and wherever the thick lines passed, the air would scatter in all directions. However, Fong Chen's eyes were not serious. On the contrary, there was a trace of mockery. "Ha!" A crisp sound rang out. Fong Chen's fingers had forcefully clamped down on the thick line. "Is this what you were relying on?" Fong Chen asked. "You." Seeing this, Chun Fan controlled the thick lines with his mind and directly exploded them. The terrifying explosive force engulfed Fong Chun. However, after the dust settled, Fong Chun stood quietly as if nothing had happened. "Your means are not worth mentioning in my eyes," Fong Chun said. Chun Fan stared at Fong Chun angrily and fell into a state of madness. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Chun Fan communicated with the evil voice in his body and said, "Lend me your power." "Okay." As the evil voice came out, green power poured into Chun Fan's body. Sure enough, Fong Chun had long suspected that there was an evil force in Chun Fan's body that did not belong to him. Now, it finally appeared. "Die." Chun Fan controlled the green power and fought with Fong Chun. Traceless swordsmanship. The star-hidden sword suddenly shot out a sword and stabbed toward Chun Fan. However, when the transparent sword light approached Chun Fan, it was directly corroded by the green energy. "Huh?" Fong Chun was surprised. "What is this green energy?" Immediately, Fong Chun performed the innate soul reversal technique. The vast power of the soul principle condensed into a long sword and penetrated Chun Fan's head. "Ah!" A miserable scream came out of his mouth. His primordial spirit was severely injured. "Trash!" The evil voice came out. His power could only protect Chun Fan's physical body, but not his primordial spirit. Therefore, Chun Fan's primordial spirit was the most fragile. Fong Chun seemed to have noticed this and kept performing the innate soul reversal technique to attack Chun Fan's primordial spirit. Go! After a while, when Fang Chun took out the Divine Spring Pearl and wanted to use the power of the Divine Spring Pearl to enhance the power of the innate soul reversal technique, the evil voice said in a hurry. Before Chun Fan could react, he controlled Chun Fan's mind and quickly fled. Want to go? Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered and tried to stop him. Boy, if I want to escape, how can you stop me? Suddenly, a black ferocious shadow appeared above Chun Fan's head and the evil voice came out. The ferocious illusory figure shot out a green light that caused one to tremble, shooting directly at Fang Chun. Oh no! Sensing the power of the green light, Fang Chun knew this was bad and quickly dodged. While he was dodging, Chun Fan had already disappeared. Dong! The green light hit the ground and overturned the entire maze. Rumble! The huge maze instantly became incomparably clear. The thick fog quickly scattered. What strange power! Fang Chun was amazed. What kind of existence was the black, ferocious shadow in Chun Fan's body? Why did it have such a strong power? Swoosh! At the edge of the maze, Chun Fan's figure flashed and disappeared. He must have been severely injured after using such a skill. Fang Chun muttered to himself, but he did not chase after him. He was very worried about his brother's injuries, so he quickly came to their side. After a simple check, he found that Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai were not seriously injured. As for Pangolin, his life was not in danger, but his armor was shattered and his body was severely injured. Fang Chun took out the soul-reviving pill and gave it to Han Yuan. In an instant, Han Yuan's primordial spirit was restored to its original state, and he was full of energy. This is... Han Yuan's heart trembled. Nangong Zhengwu and the others beside him also opened their eyes wide. Is it the soul-reviving pill? It's really the soul-reviving pill. It can completely restore a withered primordial spirit. It's amazing. Even the Stone Demon King could not help but exclaim, Senior brother Han Yuan, you should heal yourself. Fang Chun nodded. Junior Fang, hurry up and check on them. Han Yuan said anxiously. Fang Chun walked to the old faker with a heavy heart and put his palm on the old faker's pulse. The shattering of his body is a fatal blow to the old faker. After a long time, Fang Chun shook his head and sighed. Fang Chun, if I'm not wrong, your brother's body is a plant. In the battle just now, his body was shattered and he was severely injured. The Stone Demon King suddenly said. However, it's not impossible to treat him. Do you have a way? Fang Chun asked anxiously. The Stone Demon King pondered for a moment and said, The Heavenly Demon Sect has a kind of heavenly spirit milk that can save your brother. The heavenly spirit milk was a rare and precious treasure in the world. It was especially useful for plant-type martial artists. It was boundless. Fang Chun shook his head when he heard that. What a pity. Nangong Zhengwu said. Stone Demon King, isn't that the same as not saying anything? The heavenly spirit milk is in the heavenly demon sect. How can we get it? Hengji said. Chapter 2252. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What is it? Fang Chun's body tensed up and he asked hurriedly. The Stone Demon King looked at Fang Chun and said, I just heard it from the elders of the sect. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I don't think it's groundless. Since there is such a rumor, it must be true. The celestial spiritual milk is born from the creation of heaven and earth. Every drop is priceless. Even in our heavenly demon sect, we only have 3 drops after countless years. As for the substitute of the celestial spiritual milk, it's called spiritual spring milk. As for the specific location of the demon city, I'm not sure. After hearing the Stone Demon King's words, Fang Chun's heart moved slightly. No matter whether what the Stone Demon King said was true or not, he had to try. This was the only way to save the old faker. Don't worry, I'll definitely cure you. Fang Chun stared at the old faker and said in a low voice. After the big battle, the maze was broken. Fang Chun and the others were in low spirits. After 3 days of rest, the injuries of Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai had basically stabilized. As for Pangolin, his injuries were slightly more serious. Especially his broken carapace he needed treasures of heaven and earth to repair it. Only the old faker was still in a coma. Outside the maze in the tomb, a black shadow was hiding in the void, staring at Fong Chun and the others. "You're really useless." This black-robed figure was a member of the Tianqing clan. He was about to attack, but after noticing Chun Fan's existence, he was ready to kill with a borrowed knife. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? This made him very helpless. He could only wait for an opportunity to take action. It's almost time. After observing for a few days, he felt that the time was right and he could take action. Taking advantage of the time when Fong Chun and the others relaxed their vigilance, this person quietly used the special means of the Tianqing clan and quickly approached Fong Chun. "Humph, with my flying skill, you can't find me at all." The black-robed martial artist sneered and continued to approach. Fong Chun, who was taking care of the old faker, suddenly frowned. What happened? Fong Chun thought to himself. He felt a faint fluctuation in the void, but it was not obvious. He continued to sense, but he seemed to be unable to sense anything. At this time, Fong Chun did not say anything and continued to take care of the old faker. However, his realm of myriad swords had quietly spread out and shrouded everyone in it. At the same time, his divine sense quietly emerged and observed every movement in the surroundings. Soon, the black-robed warrior arrived in front of Fong Chun. He was well aware of how powerful Fong Chun was. If they were to fight head-on, he might not even be able to kill this kid. If he were to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill this kid in one strike. Die. Suddenly, a long, winding sword appeared in the black-robed warrior's palm. It was similar to the golden snake sword that Fong Chun had seen on Earth. A spot of light appeared on the tip of the sword. A wild and evil aura instantly entered the sword. Puff! The long sword pierced the void and appeared in front of Fong Chun in an instant. "Oh no!" Nangong Zhengwu and the others cried out involuntarily. They were forced to retreat by the terrifying aura released from the long sword. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Fong Chun did not exclaim when he saw this. Instead, he parted his mouth and smiled. Immediately, he turned around and extended his large hand to grab at the empty space. Suddenly, the void collapsed and the sound of explosions was incessant. The black-robed warrior appeared in front of Fong Chun. How'd you find me?" The black-robed warrior stared at Fong Chun with his eyes wide open. The means he used could be ranked in the top 3 among the concealment means of the Tianqing remnant tribe. He really could not figure out whether this guy had found him by accident or had really found him. "You want to fool me with such a small trick? Why would the Tianqing remnant tribe send a fool like you to deal with me?" Fong Chun spread out his hands and said with a smile, "You're courting death." The black-robed warrior knew that he could not give Fong Chun any chance to take a breather. The long sword in his hand made a subtle sound, as if a snake was breathing. It's very similar to the golden snake sword. Fong Chun smiled. However, the long sword was a heaven-opening weapon. The golden snake sword was not on the same level as it. However, it's still too weak. Fong Chun took out the star-hidden sword and displayed the traceless sword principle. At the same time, the special attribute of the star-hidden sword was displayed. In an instant, the winding long sword was imprisoned in the void. "No!" The black-robed warrior roared hysterically. He widened his eyes and looked at Fong Chun in shock. "It's just a low-grade, heaven-opening weapon. How can it compete with my star-hidden sword?" Fong Chun sneered. With a flick of his finger, the hidden star sword instantly shot towards the winding golden longsword. After that, it released a terrifying aura that drowned the longsword. After a while, the golden longsword was swallowed by the star-hidden sword. At the same time, the transparent sword light had penetrated the black-robed warrior's body. He didn't even have the time to send a message to his other companions before he died. "I didn't expect Tianqing's descendants to also sneak into the demon city." Fong Chun's face was a little dignified. Tianqing's descendants were really everywhere. "Boss," Little Mouse shouted, "we can't stay here for long. Let's go out first." Fong Chun said. His companions would definitely sense the death of Tianqing's descendants. They would soon come here. Crash! Fong Chun put Little Mouse and the other four into the divine spring again. Then he led Han Yuan and the others and quickly left the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Outside the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, there were many warriors. Their auras were very powerful. Thunder Han Wang. A blue-robed warrior saw Thunder Han Wang and called out in a low voice. Seeing this, Thunder Hand Wang hurried over. Greetings, President. Thunder Hand Wang was very respectful to the blue-robed warrior. This person was the president of the 36th Demon Faction branch. His position in the Demon Faction headquarters was also very special. Did you find anything? The blue-robed warrior asked. Someone escaped from the tomb before, but he was taken away by the people of Jinghua Palace. Thunder Hand Wang said. Jinghua Palace? Hearing these three words, the blue-robed warrior's face also showed a trace of emotion. They also came to join in the fun. The blue-robed warrior was puzzled. Jinghua Palace was at the same level as the Demon Faction headquarters. It was also one of the 5 strongest forces. Moreover, the people of Jinghua Palace were usually eccentric. They were arrogant and looked down on these new warriors. But this time, why would they appear in front of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord? What about the warrior they took away? The blue-robed warrior asked. That person was seriously injured. His aura is weak. I don't know his specific potential. Thunder Hand Wang said. The blue-robed warrior nodded. He knew he couldn't get anything out of him. At a glance, there were many warriors on the plain, all representing their respective forces. Among the 5 top forces, except for Jinghua Palace, the other forces didn't come. As for the Demon Faction, they only sent 36 branches. Below them were some small forces. These forces were as numerous as the hairs on a cow in Demon City. Celestial Eye Palace Lord, how is it? In a certain area, a man with an eye on his forehead quietly looked at the tomb. Beside him was a golden-armored man with a battle axe. He smiled and said, The tomb of the Sky Spring Master is in the territory of the Sky Eye Palace, but you have not made any progress over the years. I told you before that if you want to make any progress, you must occupy the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. The man in golden armor with the battle axe was the leader of the huge axe gang, Stone Axe King. It's none of your business. Celestial Eye Palace Lord snorted and said in a deep voice. Stone Axe King's words touched his heart. The Heavenly Spring Pearl must be mine. Celestial Eye Palace Lord clenched his fist and thought, when the tomb closes and everyone disperses, my Celestial Eye Palace will occupy the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. I'll definitely find a chance to break the seal of this tomb. The tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord has opened. It seems those Unity Realm warriors are coming out. I wonder if anyone got the Heavenly Spring Pearl this time. Many warriors were paying attention to the Heavenly Spring Pearl. Once the Heavenly Spring Pearl appeared, it would definitely trigger a huge war. Under the gaze of everyone, the tomb opened and someone finally walked out. Wong. A terrifying aura rushed out, suffocating everyone. Several figures walked out of the tomb. When they stabilized their bodies, they looked around and felt their hearts trembling. Chapter 2253. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. So many experts. Nangong Jingwu and the others were a little reserved. After all, they were surrounded by so many experts. Which one of you obtained the divine spring bead? Suddenly, a voice sounded. The person who spoke was Palace Master Celestial Eye. His cold gaze swept across Fong Chun and the others as he asked in a deep voice. His third eye was incomparably demonic and gave people a very shocking feeling. Fong Chun could clearly feel the danger from his third eye. I didn't. Nangong Jingwu and the others shook their heads. They naturally knew that Fong Chun had obtained the divine spring bead. However, the latter had saved them in the maze. How could they betray him? Fong Chun's expression was very calm. Being stared at by Celestial Eye Palace Master and the others, he was still able to face them calmly. You're lying. Celestial Eye Palace Lord said coldly. His violent aura enveloped them, wanting to use his aura to suppress the defenses in their hearts. Celestial Eye Palace Lord, aren't your methods too despicable? The speaker was Stone Axe Monarch of the huge Axe Gang. He smiled at Sky, I Palace Master. At this moment, the blue-clothed martial artist from the 36th Demon Celestial Branch also approached. Same old rules, let's just choose. Many martial artists glanced at Fong Chun and the others. I like this guy better. Stone Axe King grinned at Stone Demon King, holding his battle axe. Kid, are you willing to join my huge axe gang? Stone Axe King asked. The Stone Devil King pondered for a moment and finally agreed. I'm willing to join. Okay, come behind me. Love, go little, say, Stone Axe King led Stone Demon King to the side. He had already chosen one, so he couldn't choose anyone else. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Very quickly, some of the major forces had already finished selecting their candidates. Hengji, Nangong Jingwu, and Han Wen were all chosen. Only Fong Chun was left. He was chosen by Celestial I Palace Lord. However, he refused. Are you willing to join my Celestial I Palace? Celestial I Palace Lord asked. I'm not willing. Why? Palace Master Celestial I's third eye seemed to be about to open as he glared at Fong Chun. Celestial Eye Palace is too weak, Fong Chun said directly. You, Sky Eye Palace Master was enraged. His third eye opened instantly, and a destructive light shot out, sweeping across Fong Chun's body. A Unity Realm expert dares to look down on my Heaven's Eye Palace? Celestial Eye Palace Lord thought that Fong Chun was dead. However, when the dazzling light of destruction dissipated, Fong Chun was standing on the ground, unharmed. How is this possible? Celestial Eye Palace Master widened his eyes in shock. This brat's speed is extremely fast. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he used his speed to dodge Celestial Eye Palace Lord's attack. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Immediately, the gazes of the warriors from the other forces fell on Fong Chun. Little friend, are you willing to join my Devil Celestial Branch? The blue-robed warrior said with a smile. Behind him, Thunder Hand King had a helpless expression. If you join my huge axe gang, I can give you endless cultivation resources. From then on, no one will dare to bully you in this Devil City. Stone Axe King hurriedly said, Join my Devil Sword Pavilion. My Celestial Azure Pavilion sincerely invites little friend to join us. For a moment, many organizations were inviting Fong Chun to join them. A Unity Realm expert could dodge the attack of the third eye of Celestial Eye Palace Master. One could imagine how great his potential was. And this was under the situation where they did not know what had happened in the tomb. Nangong Zhengwu and the others were filled with envy when they saw this scene. But after thinking of this fellow's abnormal strength, they felt that everything was within reason. Looking at everyone's face, Fong Chun said faintly, I want the Spirit Spring Milk. Whoever can provide me with it, I'll join that organization. Or you can provide me with information. You are just a Unity Realm expert. What qualifications do you have to bargain with us? That's right. Which one of us here isn't at the chaotic heaven deity level? A mere Unity Realm expert is too daring. Fong Chun's words made many warriors unhappy. They all spoke out. Little friend, you have to prove to us that you have the qualifications to bargain. Stone Axe King of the huge axe gang said with a smile. Fong Chun nodded. At any time, the fist was the absolute truth. Only by displaying sufficient monstrous talent would he be valued by the others. Xiao. The hidden star sword flickered rapidly as it pierced out. With a pong, a towering tree in the distance fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, their hearts trembled slightly. The interior of the towering tree had already been destroyed into a sorry state. This brat isn't simple. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. Little friend, even though I don't have the Spirit Spring Milk, if you join us, I can guarantee you that I will inquire about it. Little friend, you mainly cultivate the Sword Dao. It is most suitable for you to join my Devil Sword Pavilion. Fong Chun shook his head and rejected them one by one. I have previously explored the Devil City and heard about the Spirit Spring Milk. If you join the huge axe gang, I can tell you everything and help you find the Spirit Spring Milk. Stone Axe King said. Okay, I agree. Fong Chun nodded. Even though he used this as a condition, he knew how to act appropriately. Everyone present was a martial artist stronger than him. If he didn't join any force in the end, these people would definitely not let him go. Ha ha ha, come to me. Stone Axe King was very happy. He had recruited 2 talented warriors at once. The others looked at Stone Axe King enviously. Everyone, I will take my leave first. Stone Axe King led Fong Chun and Stone Demon King out of this area. Celestial Eye Palace Master looked coldly at Fong Chen's back as a trace of killing intent emerged in his heart. The curtain fell on the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Fong Chun was the ultimate beneficiary. He had obtained the Heavenly Spring Pearl that everyone had dreamed of. Soon, Stone Axe King led the 2 back to the territory of the Huge Axe Gang. This is the city of the Huge Axe Gang. Stone Axe King said, "We have a total of 50 people, all of whom are heavenly gods. Including me, there are 2 in the earth-splitting realm. The rest are in the heaven-splitting realm." Hearing this, Fong Chun sighed inwardly. Earth-splitting realm warriors were already considered strong in the Devil City. They could form a force. As for absolute saint realm warriors, only the top 10 on the demon god list could see them. They're usually cultivating and are very free. They only gather together when fighting for resources, Stone Axe King said with a smile. "Master, what is your rank on the demon god list?" Stone Demon King asked curiously. "I'm only considered a middle-level warrior in the earth-splitting realm. I am currently ranked 69th. Stone Axe King smiled and said, "The president of the 36th Demon God Branch is ranked 53rd. Demonic Sword Tower Master is ranked 42nd. Celestial Azure Pavilion Master is ranked 49th. As for Celestial Eye Palace Master, he is ranked 73rd after me. Why are they all ranked below 40th?" Stone Demon King continued to ask. Stone Axe King shook his head and smiled bitterly. "In fact, although our forces seem strong, in the eyes of the top 5 forces, we are simply a joke. Almost all the top 40 warriors on the Demon God list are in the top 5 forces." Stone Axe King said, "However, the other 4 forces are all elites. They have few people but strong combat power. As for the demonic faction, they are a little different. Their headquarters have quite a number of experts in the top 40 of the Demon God list. However, Old Demon Xia has established 36 Demon God branches to attract warriors with average strength." "I see." Stone Demon King understood. "In the Devil City, as long as you don't provoke the top 5 forces, you will be fine. Of course, if you can join them, you will benefit a lot," Stone Axe King said. From Stone Axe King, he roughly understood the current situation in the Devil City. In fact, it was not as complicated as Fong Chun imagined. As long as his strength improved steadily, he could protect himself in the Devil City. Next, Fong Chun could not wait to ask Stone Axe King about the whereabouts of the Spirit Spring Milk. "Leader, do you know where the Spirit Spring Milk is?" Fong Chun asked eagerly. "Tens of thousands of years ago, when I was still in the heaven-splitting realm, I accidentally heard an expert from Jinghua Palace mention the Spirit Spring Milk," Stone Axe King said. "That expert said that the Spirit Spring Milk is most likely to appear in the Tomb Spring." Stone Axe King said, "The Spirit Spring Milk can only exist in extremely cold places. In the entire Devil City, only the Tomb Spring fits the criteria." "Tomb Spring? Where is that?" Fong Chun asked. Chapter 2254. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Tomb Spring is an extremely cold spring water. It's located in the northern ice plains of Devil City. It's cold there all year round. Even Unity Realm warriors will have their primordial spirit frozen after a long time. Stone Axe King slowly said, "Therefore, very few people are willing to go there. Extremely cold spring water? How does it compare to destruction heavy water?" Fong Chun asked. "Destruction heavy water?" Stone Axe King opened his eyes wide. He looked at Fong Chun, saying, "You actually compare destruction heavy water with Tomb Spring water? You're really talented. Let me tell you, these two are not on the same level. It's like one is a newborn baby and the other is an unparalleled expert who has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years." Tell me, how do you compare? Hearing Stone Axe King's words, Fong Chen's heart trembled slightly. No wonder this tomb spring water could freeze the primordial spirit of a first-realm warrior. It was too terrifying. Is the spirit spring milk in the tomb spring? Fong Chen asked. Even though no one has confirmed it, I feel that it is very likely. Stone Axe King said, if there is a place in Devil City where spirit spring milk is most likely to appear, it would be the tomb spring. Only the special environment of the tomb spring can allow spirit spring milk to grow there. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Fong Chun said solemnly. The old faker's main body was severely injured and on the verge of death. Without the spirit spring milk, he would most likely die. The Northern Ice Plains is not a good place. With your current strength, you can't enter the tomb spring. Stone Axe King reminded. But I have to save my brother. Stone Axe King stared at Fong Chun for a long time before saying, it's not impossible to enter the Northern Ice Field. Every month, the Northern Ice Field will show signs of melting. That's when the Northern Ice Field's temperature is highest. You can take advantage of the melting time to enter and search for the tomb spring. Many thanks. After some discussion, Fong Chun decided to enter the Northern Ice Plains alone. Although Stone Axe King thought highly of Fong Chun, he wouldn't risk his life with him. The Northern Ice Plains was almost a forbidden place in the Demon City. Only the absolute saints ranked in the top 10 on the Demon God list could enter the Northern Ice Plains as they wished. After obtaining the map of the Northern Ice Field, Fong Chun immediately took action. Walking in the desolate space of the Devil City, Fong Chun could feel that the temperature of the air was gradually dropping as he headed north. Northern Ice Field. After half a month, Fong Chun finally arrived at the edge of the Northern Ice Field. When he looked over, he suddenly discovered that there was an endless glacier in front of him. So cold, his entire body was enveloped in flames. Even so, the depths of his primordial spirit still felt cold. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The scorching sun had yet to appear. Let's wait. According to Stone Axe King, they could only enter the ice field when the ice field melted every month. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun sat down cross-legged. Taking advantage of this time, he continued to study the Azura Sword Dao. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Whistling cold wind came from the surroundings. The origin source energy was constantly surging. Fong Chen's mind was filled with the majestic Sword Dao. He had once cultivated the illusory Sword Dao, but he gradually focused on attacking. Scarlet sword lights flashed in his mind. The killing aura was chaotic. The Azura Sword Dao is known as the Slaughter Sword Dao. It really lives up to its reputation. Fong Chun could not help but sigh. Previously, he had comprehended a trace of the Azura Sword Dao. His comprehension of the martial Dao had increased instantly, allowing him to step into the Unity Realm. And now, comprehending the Azura Sword Dao again felt much simpler than before. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The melting of the ice field was infinitely close. Fong Chun could feel the temperature in the air rising. Love, go little say W. Chuhi sighed his heart. The Northern Ice Field was really mysterious. He did not know if it was man-made or natural. Voila! He slowly opened his eyes. Two majestic sword lights shot out from his eyes and hit the ice field. Kacha! The thick ice on the ice field exploded after being pierced by the sword lights. Countless ice shards scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Fong Chun stood up and nodded in satisfaction. I have finally grasped the basics of the Azura Sword Dao. Fong Chun muttered to himself. The more he comprehended the Azura Sword Dao, the more he felt that Demon Sword Paragon's comprehension of the Sword Dao was too powerful. The Azura Sword Dao was a Slaughter Sword Dao. Its attack power was extremely strong. After grasping the basics of the Azura Sword Dao, Fong Chen's heart was touched. He began to try to create the fifth move of the Traceless Sword Dao. Needless to say, he was able to perfectly execute the fifth move that he had in mind in a single breath. Xiao! The fifth move was even more magnificent and tyrannical. This move was perfectly combined with the Azura Sword Dao. Its attack power had reached an unimaginable level. Boom! The Azura sword chi condensed into a sword light. It hit the ice field hard, causing it to shake. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Fang Chun retracted his aura. He was very excited. The power of the fifth move is stronger than the previous 4 moves combined. Fang Chun said excitedly. It is indeed the Azura Sword Dao. If I can fully comprehend it, how much will my attack power increase? He dared not imagine how far Demon Sword Paragon's control of the Azura Sword Dao had reached. Fang Chen's mood was exceptionally good. He had actually created the 5th move of the Traceless Sword Dao and grasped the basics of the Azura Sword Dao while cultivating in the Northern Ice Field. To him, this was simply a huge surprise. His realm had quietly reached the middle stage of the Unity Realm. Oh, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Before the smile on his face disappeared, he felt that the ice field had changed. The ice field is melting. Fang Chun widened his eyes and carefully looked at the ice field. At the same time, not far from the Northern Ice Field, 2 middle-stage heaven-opening realm martial artists from the Sky Palace were walking over. The ice field is melting. Let's go. The 2 came from a Northern Ice Field. They were very excited to see the ice field melting. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In the blink of an eye, the 2 arrived at the edge of the ice field. Why does this Brett look so familiar? It's him. He rejected the invitation of the palace master to join the huge axe gang. When the 2 of them recognized Fang Chun, a cold, killing intent flashed across their eyes. He dares to not put our Sky Palace in his eyes. He is courting death. If we kill this person, the palace master will definitely reward us. The 2 of them chuckled and quickly approached Fang Chun. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt a sharp aura approaching. He turned his head. Brat, do you still remember us? Fang Chun shook his head and said indifferently, I don't remember. When our palace master invited you to join the Sky Palace, you actually rejected in front of so many people. Do you know what the consequences are? Do you think the Stone Axe King will protect you after joining the huge Axe Gang? You are wrong. This is the Devil City. No superpower can be as united as the 5 great superpowers. The Stone Axe King is willing to take you in only because you are valuable. Once you die, the Stone Axe King will immediately draw a line with you. Facing the 2's ridicule, Fang Chun looked at them as if they were idiots. He asked, What does this have to do with you? You. Fang Chun's words infuriated the 2. Brat, we originally planned to let you take the initiative to surrender and we can spare your life. But now it seems there is no need for that. That's right. You're dead. Fang Chun shook his head and said indifferently, The 2 of you originally had the chance to escape, but you gave it up. What a pity. Seeing Fang Chun's arrogant appearance, the 2 from the Sky Palace were furious. They directly attacked. Although one's realm would be suppressed in the Devil City, one's comprehension of the martial Dao would not be suppressed. Furthermore, the various techniques of a heaven-opening realm martial artist were not something a Unity realm martial artist could imagine. However, they met Fang Chun. Wong, the god's spring rotated, and a terrifying power surrounded Fang Chun. Xiao, the 5th move of the Traceless Sword Art was instantly displayed. A dazzling sword light drew a strange trajectory in the sky and stabbed at the 2. At the same time, Fang Chun stood quietly, allowing the 2's attacks to hit his body. Hoo-hoo! The god's spring suddenly soared, crazily absorbing the power of the 2. Dong! In an instant, the power of the 2's attacks was absorbed, and they were sent flying by the god spring. Chapter 2255. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Pucci. A crisp sound rang out as the sword pierced their bodies. The 2 of them widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chun. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How did you? Their attacks had clearly hit Fang Chun. Why had they been sent flying? However, they no longer had the time to think. The dazzling sword light exploded, instantly blowing up the 2 of them. The chaotic aura in the air gradually calmed down. With my current strength, I can easily kill a middle-stage opening realm martial artist with the help of the Divine Spring, Fang Chun thought to himself. However, the Divine Spring had its limits. If he encountered a martial artist with strong tearing abilities, he would not be able to absorb their attack power. Go in. He turned his head to look at the ice plains. The sun hung high in the sky, rays of light shining on the ice plains. The ice on the ice plains was melting, and the temperature had reached a level that Fong Chun could endure. Whoosh! Fong Chun plunged into the ice plains and immediately felt a cool breeze. The 6 golden figures in his primordial spirit shook. Where's the Tomb Spring? Fong Chun looked up and spread out his divine sense to search for the Tomb Spring. According to the Stone Axe King, the Tomb Spring should be located in the coldest place in the ice plains. The depths of the ice plains? Fong Chun said indifferently. Then he used the space-time collapse technique and quickly flew through the ice plains. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the depths of the ice plains. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a cold pool in the depths of the ice plains. It was the Tomb Spring. The cold pool was surrounded by a heart-palpitating cold chi. Love go little say W chew so cold. Even from far away, Fong Chun could still feel his primordial spirit trembling as if it was about to be frozen. However, when he saw a figure sitting cross-legged near the cold pool, he was dumbfounded. Who is it? Fong Chun could not figure it out. Even though he was so far away, he could feel that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. Furthermore, there was a figure cultivating near the cold pond. He seems to be cultivating cold in divine arts. Fong Chun carefully sized up the cultivator who was sitting cross-legged. Although he could only see his back, Fong Chun felt that this person shouldn't be too old. Wong. Suddenly, the man turned to look at Fong Chun. Ah! Fong Chun screamed miserably as he hugged his head with both hands. He felt pain in his essence soul. How dare you come to the northern ice field when you're so weak? The black-robed man shook his head and turned around to continue cultivating. However, when he turned his head, his gaze suddenly fixed on Fong Chun. Then, his pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun. This is demon-killing sword chi? The black-robed cultivator abruptly stood up when he sensed the sword chi fluctuation around Fong Chun. He took a big stride forward and arrived before Fong Chun. His palm gently rested on Fong Chun's body, and the pain in the latter's essence soul gradually lessened. After a while, Fong Chun's essence soul was no longer in pain. His face was pale as he looked at the black-robed cultivator in front of him with lingering fear. Senior, I didn't mean to disturb you. Before Fong Chun could finish his words, he was interrupted by the black-robed cultivator. Have you also cultivated the demon-killing sword principle? The black-robed cultivator asked in a deep voice. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what the black-robed cultivator was talking about. Seeing Fong Chun in a daze, the black-robed cultivator explained, Indeed, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to know about the demon-killing sword principle. I guess you accidentally inherited it from somewhere, right? Fong Chun was silent as he looked at the black-robed cultivator seriously. The latter's face was very handsome. He was a young cultivator. Is he an expert in the top 10 of the demon god list? Fong Chun thought to himself. To have such strength at such a young age, he could only be a monster in the top 10 of the demon god list. Seeing Fong Chun remain silent, the black-robed cultivator thought he had guessed correctly. Release the aura of the sword principle that you cultivate, the black-robed cultivator said. Fong Chun nodded and released the aura of the Azura sword principle instantly. The majestic sword chi contained a bloody and murderous aura. After the black-robed cultivator sensed it, his face was filled with excitement. Your demon-killing sword principle has been cultivated to a certain extent. The black-robed cultivator said, I didn't expect to meet someone of the same sword principle in this demon city. Then, the black-robed cultivator stretched out his hand and said, Let me introduce myself. I'm Marosha, also a cultivator of the demon-killing sword principle. Hearing that, Fong Chun's heart trembled. He slowly stretched out his hand and looked at the black-robed cultivator in front of him in shock. It's Marosha? That demon who kills without blinking an eye? Fong Chun's heart was in turmoil. Marosha was an expert ranked 11th on the demon god list. His martial path comprehension had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only one step away from entering the legendary realm. Marosha's strength was second only to the experts in the top 10 of the demon god list. However, even the absolute saint realm experts were not willing to provoke Marosha easily. The latter was an out-and-out madman. When he went crazy, it was too terrifying. Marosha was known for his insanity. He never needed a reason to kill and did as he pleased. The demon-killing sword principle that he cultivated was the top sword principle of the slaughter sword principle. Mo Luosha's reputation in the Devil City spread far and wide. Even Fong Chun didn't expect to meet him in the northern ice plains. Moreover, he seemed to have mistaken his Azura sword principle for the demon-killing sword principle. "What? Have you heard the rumors about me?" Marosha said with a smile. No one could tell that he was a demon who killed without blinking an eye. "You and I both cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. We are the same lineage. There are not many people in our lineage. I'm very happy to meet you in the Demon City." At this point, Marosha paused for a moment before continuing. "If you encounter any trouble in the Demon City in the future, you can mention my name." "Many thanks, Senior." Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. "You don't have to call me Senior. We are of the same generation," Marosha said without any arrogance. However, he did not know that Fong Chen did not cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. Instead, he cultivated the Azura sword principle that was stronger than the demon-killing sword principle. However, Marosha had never seen the Azura sword principle before. When Fong Chen displayed it, it was very similar to the demon-killing sword principle. That was why he thought so. Hearing that, Fong Chen was secretly delighted. If he could get the protection of Marosha, he could do whatever he wanted in the Demon City in the future. "You are just at the Unity Realm. Why did you come to the northern icy plains?" Marosha suddenly asked. "My brother is heavily injured. His body has shattered. He urgently needs the spirit spring milk to extend his life." Fong Chen said softly. "I see." The moment Marosha mentioned the spirit spring milk, he understood. "With your little strength, you can't even get close to the Entomb spring. How can you get the spirit spring milk?" Marosha pursed his lips. "Is there really spirit spring milk in the Entomb spring?" Fong Chen anxiously asked. Marosha nodded. "I cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. It requires me to absorb the cold aura. Hence, I have been cultivating near the Entomb spring. According to my conjecture, there should be spirit spring milk in the Entomb spring. It's just that it is slightly troublesome to take it out." Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. He felt excited in his heart. No matter what, he finally knew the whereabouts of the spirit spring milk. "Senior disciple brother, my brother is dying. I have to take back the spirit spring milk. I wonder if senior disciple brother has any ideas?" Fong Chen cupped his fists and asked. Marosha nodded satisfactorily. He admired Fong Chen even more. For his brother, he could risk everything to enter the northern icy plains and even the Entomb spring. Despite knowing the danger, he still continued forward. Marosha was touched by this brotherly love. "Forget it. Since we've met, it's fate. I'll help you this time." Marosha sighed and said slowly. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. "However, I don't have much confidence. After all, it's the Entomb spring. If I'm not careful, my primordial spirit will be directly frozen. There will be no chance of survival," Marosha said. "Do you need me to do anything?" Fong Chen asked. "Just wait for me at the side," Marosha said. It had been a long time since he had met such a suitable young fellow. Moreover, he also cultivated the demon-killing sword principle like him. Hence, Marosha wanted to help him. Splash! Marosha pushed off with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air above the Entomb spring. At this moment, milky white cold chi appeared around the Entomb spring. Marosha did not dare to be careless. Buzz! The demon-killing sword principle activated. The ultimate frost chi that he had absorbed over the years instantly surged out. Chapter 2256. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed across the sky. Love, go little say, webka milky white cold chi continuously gushed out of the Entomb spring. Imoloasha's entry caused the entire Entomb spring to churn as if it was angry. The sun in the sky was also greatly affected and wavered. The Entomb spring is too strong. Fong Chun felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't met Imo Luosha, he would have died if he had entered the Entomb spring carelessly. In the distant horizon, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being suddenly descended. How dare you come to the northern ice field when you're so weak? The old man waved his hand. Immediately, a violent energy surged out and formed a huge tornado. Whoosh! Fong Chun didn't resist and was swept away by the tornado. Whoosh! The old man controlled the tornado and entered the Entomb spring, disappearing along with Fong Chen's body. The Entomb spring changed, and an extremely cold air gushed out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out of the Entomb spring. Then, the black light exploded with brilliant power in the sky. Ha! A hearty laugh came out of the black figure's mouth. With him, as the center, the source energy within 100 miles frantically surged into his body. The space in his body started to transform into a universe. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the black figure's body had transformed into a universe. His aura became even stronger. Imo Luosha, this guy broke through. The sage-like elder was slightly taken aback when he saw Imo Luosha. He finally broke through. Imo Luosha was very happy. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for so many years and couldn't take the final step. He didn't expect that he would break through on a whim today to help his junior brother in the Entomb spring. Feeling the violent power from a universe in his body, Imo Luosha was very excited. It won't be long before the universe is fully operational. Then I can extract it out of my body. At that time, my cultivation level will be completely stabilized, Marasha said excitedly. He had been stuck at the Saint Realm for a long time and had only just broken through. It was at this moment that Imo Luosha noticed the old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being below. To his surprise, he discovered that Fong Chun was no longer there. Magoo, where's my little brother? Imo Luosha asked in a deep voice. That Unity Realm expert is your little brother? Since when did you, Mara Killer, show mercy to the weak? The old man called Magoo sneered and said, I didn't like him, so I threw him into the Entomb spring. What? Marasha widened his eyes in fury. You dare touch my brother? Marasha roared, and his eyes turned scarlet as he madly attacked Magoo. You have just made a breakthrough, and your cultivation hasn't even stabilized yet. Yet, you dare to make a move against me? Magoo's face turned gloomy. He waved his hand, and the void dislocated. Then, he appeared in front of Imo Luosha. Demonic Killing Sword Dao. After breaking through, Imo Luosha's attainments in the Demonic Killing Sword Dao had become stronger. At this moment, the offensive power he could unleash made others blush with shame. On this day, a rarely seen intense battle occurred in the northern icy plains. Very soon, the news of the battle spread across the entire Devil City. Imo Luosha, who was ranked 11th on the Demon God list, was fighting against Magoo, who was ranked 10th on the Demon God list. The two fought for a day and a night in the northern icy plains. Eventually, Magoo was defeated and escaped with heavy injuries. Imo Luosha's aura was like a rainbow. He began chasing after Magoo endlessly. Many people felt their hearts trembling when they heard this news. The top 10 experts on the Demon God list had an unshakable position. This was the iron law of Devil City. And Magoo, who was ranked 10th, was actually defeated by Imo Luosha. This was simply crazy. What? Imo Luosha defeated Magoo? How is this possible? This is true. Many experts have already verified it. Even the other experts in the top 10 of the Demon God list have acknowledged Imo Luosha. They believe that he is qualified to replace Magoo. Heavens, isn't Imo Luosha too monstrous? To be able to defeat Magoo, he must have broken through to that level. Magoo is doomed to be chased by a madman like Imo Luosha. The Devil City was shaken. The top 10 of the demon god list that had been maintained for millions of years finally had a change today. Madman Mo Luosha had successfully broken through to that level with his absolute potential, defeating Mugu in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, nobody knew that Fong Chun, who was thrown into the Entomb Spring by Mugu. Northern Icy Plains, Entomb Spring. The Entomb Spring was much bigger than imagined. Furthermore, it contained a cold aura. Even Mo Luosha and the others did not dare to enter it for a long time. Fong Chun was at the Unity Realm. According to logic, he would definitely die after being thrown into the Entomb Spring. However, he had miraculously survived. About 5 kilometers above the Entomb Spring, Fong Chun was currently lying at the bottom of the Entomb Spring. His aura was weak. His primordial spirit had been frozen. Fortunately, the god Spring shone brightly at the crucial moment, saving his life. God Spring. Fong Chun could feel that the god Spring was currently resisting the aura of the Entomb Spring. So cold. Fong Chun felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if he would die at any moment. How should I get out? The god Spring was formed from innate god runes of order. It was very strange. It could even resist the cold aura of the Entomb Spring. This was something that Fong Chun had never expected. Otherwise, how could he, a Unity Realm expert, resist against the Entomb Spring that made people tremble in fear just by hearing its name? Wong. The god Spring released an aura that belonged to innate god runes of order. It slowly resisted the invasion of the surrounding cold aura. Fong Chun crawled up with difficulty. He could feel that the energy in his body had been used up. He took out a soul stone from his bosom. Holding the soul stone in his hand, he began to absorb the energy within. CSISI. The soul energy within the soul stone poured into his primordial spirit, gradually reviving his frozen primordial spirit. An hour later, the energy within the soul stone had been completely used up. Fong Chun's primordial spirit had finally completely recovered. Looking at the soul stone in his palm that had turned into a useless rock, he was filled with emotions. I survived a great disaster. Fong Chun laughed self-deprecatingly. He had wanted to search for the spirit spring milk, but he had been thrown into the Entomb Spring before he could even see the shadow of it. I wonder who that sage-like old man is. Thinking of that person, Fong Chun's heart was filled with anger. If I, Fong Chun, can leave this place, I will definitely take revenge in the future. Fong Chun swore inwardly. Where is the spirit spring milk? Fong Chun looked around. He could not find anything related to the spirit spring milk. This made him very anxious. He could not move his body. If he moved, the energy within the god spring would be consumed faster. The cold aura of the Entomb Spring would invade his body. Thus, he did not dare to take the risk. It can't always be like this, right? Fong Chun was somewhat anxious as he muttered to himself. Splash! At this moment, ripples appeared within the Entomb Spring. Then, these ripples formed a beautiful flower near Fong Chun. Blue auras emerged from the petals of the blooming flower. Under Fong Chun's gaze, the blue chi gradually condensed into an illusory figure. You are finally here. The blue illusory figure sighed and stared straight at Fong Chun. He flicked his finger. Immediately, Fong Chun felt the pressure around him disappear. Even the cold aura of the Entomb Spring could not approach his body. How is this possible? Fong Chun exclaimed. Then, he looked at the blue illusory figure, his heart trembling. Senior, who are you? Fong Chun hurriedly cupped his hands and asked. Ha ha. The blue illusory figure chuckled and shook his head. I have long forgotten who I am. I have been waiting for your arrival. The blue illusory figure's voice contained a sense of vicissitudes. Waiting for my arrival? Fong Chun was very puzzled. What did he have to do with the blue illusory figure? Shio. The blue illusory figure's eyes shot out a substantial ray of light that entered Fong Chun's body. Immediately, Fong Chun felt the god spring move strangely, as if it was about to jump out of his body. It's out of control. He was shocked to find that the god spring was out of his control. His heart was filled with perilous waves. The god spring was the core energy source of a Unity Realm warrior. It was very dangerous for the god spring to be out of control. However, just as he exclaimed, a special aura emerged from the god spring. It wrapped around the substantial ray of light of the blue illusory figure and left his body. Natural Order God Rune? Chapter 2257. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing this, the blue shadow's face showed a touch of vicissitude. Then he shook his head and sighed. I was injured so badly that my primordial spirit almost collapsed. Even now, I can only use the entomb spring to prolong my life. If it weren't for the help of your innate order divine pattern, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. How difficult was it to resurrect such an expert? Even the blue shadow himself didn't believe that such a day would come. So, he shook his head and stopped talking. Seeing this, Fang Chun didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he changed the topic and talked to the blue shadow about something else. For 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chun learned a lot about the demon city from the blue shadow. It was much more complicated than what they had said. 3 days later, Fang Chun said goodbye to the blue shadow. Splash! The blue shadow collapsed in the entomb spring and fell into a deep sleep. Fang Chun bowed slightly to the entomb spring and then turned to leave. After returning to the huge axe gang, Fang Chun found a quiet place and released Little Mouse and the others. Boss, did you find the spiritual spring milk? Little Mouse asked eagerly. Fang Chun nodded. With a thought, rich spiritual spring milk appeared in his palm. Then, he put a drop of it into the old faker's mouth. Immediately, the spiritual spring milk's effect spread. In the blink of an eye, the old faker's face became extremely rosy. Seeing this, Fang Chun continued to feed the old faker the spiritual spring milk. Soon, he had fed him 50 drops of spiritual spring milk. Damn, spiritual spring milk can be eaten like this? King Stone Axe's face was full of surprise. He had thought that the possibility of Fang Chun getting the spiritual spring milk was very small. Even if he got it, it would be 1 or 2 drops. But now he fed the old faker 50 drops in one breath. And this was because the old faker's body couldn't take it anymore. Otherwise, there would be more spiritual spring milk. How much spiritual spring milk did he get? Stone Axe Monarch thought to himself, his eyes blazing with passion. 1. After the old faker swallowed a large amount of spiritual spring milk, the rich aura of the spiritual spring instantly spread out and completely wrapped the old faker's body. In an instant, the old faker reverted back to his original form. Like a broken tree, he soared into the sky. The old faker's body emitted a terrifying aura. Has the old faker recovered? Little Mouse and the others widened their eyes and stared at the old faker. At this moment, the aura of the old faker was rising continuously. It seemed like he was trying to break through to the Unity realm. It can't be. The commotion caused by the towering tree had already alarmed the entire Giant Axe Gang. Many of the Giant Axe Gang's members looked over. What happened? What the hell happened? Under the towering tree, Fang Chun had a smile on his face. The effect of the spirit spring milk was much stronger than he had imagined. Usually, a single drop would be very precious. But now that he had given the old faker 50 drops, it should be sufficient for the old faker to break through to the Unity realm. Roar! A series of deafening noises came out from the towering tree. The old faker did not encounter any obstacles when he tried to break through to the Unity realm. Soon, the old faker's huge body gradually shrank. Finally, he reverted to his human form and appeared in front of Fang Chun. Boss, isn't the effect of this spirit spring milk too strong? The old faker said excitedly. Mouse and the other 3 stared at the old faker without blinking. Have you reached the Unity realm? Little Mouse asked. Love, go, little say, W. Chew. Yes, the spirit spring milk that boss gave me not only healed my injuries, but also helped me break through the bottleneck and reach the Unity realm. Ha! The old faker was very happy. However, Little Mouse and the others were a little unhappy. Seclusion. I want to break through to the Unity realm too. Little Mouse and the others were obviously stimulated by the old faker. After discussing with Fang Chun, they decided to go out and explore. They had been stuck at the peak of the divine pattern realm for a long time. Without enough pressure, it was impossible for them to break through to the Unity realm. Be careful, Fong Chen warned. Boss, don't worry. Isn't the old faker protecting us in the dark? Besides, the cultivation of the warriors in Devil City is suppressed to the Unity realm. So what if they have a high level of martial Dao comprehension? With the four of us combined, we'll be able to protect ourselves. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded lightly. Finally, he watched the five of them leave. At this time, Stone Axe King walked towards Fong Chen with a smile. Fong Chen, Stone Axe King said, I didn't expect you to be able to get so much spirit spring milk. Boss, just say what you want to say. Fong Chen said. Stone Axe King said embarrassedly, I hope you can give me a drop of spirit spring milk. I can exchange it with my cultivation resources. What do you think? Stone Axe King was afraid that Fong Chen wouldn't agree. He looked at Fong Chen anxiously. Just this? Fong Chen was startled. He immediately said, I thought it was something important. It's just a drop of spirit spring milk. Consider it a gift from me to boss. Stone Axe King had treated him well. A mere drop of spirit spring milk was nothing. Really? Stone Axe King shouted excitedly. Then, Fong Chen gave a drop of spirit spring milk to Stone Axe King. The latter was wild with joy. Brat, how much spirit spring milk did you get? Stone Axe King stared at the spirit spring milk with wide eyes. Not much. Fong Chen shrugged. He couldn't say that he took all the spirit spring milk in the Tomb Spring. After gaining control of the Tomb Spring, Fong Chen felt that his comprehension of martial arts had improved. He planned to stay in the huge Axe Gang for the time being to consolidate his comprehension of martial arts and see if he could improve it again. However, the peaceful days soon passed. Half a month after he returned to the huge Axe Gang, Stone Axe King had to leave. One night, Fong Chen was ambushed. Swish! In the dark night sky, a cold light suddenly appeared. This cold light contained an aura that made people tremble. If Fong Chen hadn't dodged in time, the cold light would have pierced through his chest. Who is it? Fong Chen steadied himself and stared at the dark figure in front of him. The one who will kill you. The black figure growled and continued to perform his killing move. The middle stage of Heaven Opening Realm. The fifth move of Traceless Sword Art was performed instantly. The aura of Azura Sword Principle swept across the land. A dazzling and terrifying sword light silently appeared in front of the black figure's chest. Oh no! Seeing this, the black figure quickly retreated. However, he had underestimated Fong Chen's strength. Pucci, the transparent sword light pierced through the black figure's head. Palace Master, I'm wrong. His face was full of regret as his body slowly fell to the ground. Fong Chen walked in front of him, and after a brief inspection, he confirmed this person's identity. Celestial Eye Palace? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. Celestial Eye Palace Master. It must be Celestial Eye Palace Master. This person was vengeful, and only he would send someone to assassinate him. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Fong Chen's dark eyes stared at the sky as he said in a low voice. At the same time, in Celestial Eye Palace. Celestial Eye Palace Master held a jade slip in his hand as he paced around the palace, waiting for good news. According to the time, it should be about time. Celestial Eye Palace Master muttered to himself. I purposely sent Stone Axe King away. With Xiaolan's strength, she can definitely kill him silently. However, just as Celestial Eye Palace Master was thinking to himself, the jade slip in his hand suddenly shattered with a crack. Celestial Eye Palace Master's expression changed drastically as a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Dead. Celestial Eye Palace Master's first reaction was that Xiaolan had been discovered by the huge Axe Gang and died. Damn it. Celestial Eye Palace Master snorted and immediately transmitted a message to his subordinates. Xiaolan's mission failed. She might have alerted the huge Axe Gang. Carry out the second set of plan? Celestial Eye Palace Master said eerily. I don't believe you can escape from me. Whoosh! A sinister and strange wind slowly blew past. Suddenly, the temperature in the palace dropped sharply, giving off a very cold feeling. Who is it? Celestial Eye Palace Master said in a low voice. There was no movement in the palace. Just as Celestial Eye Palace Master was about to use his third eye to search, a hoarse voice came. Chapter 2258. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Demon City was filled with danger. However, Fong Chun had the divine spring pearl and could control the entombed spring as he wished. This was his trump card. If the Sky Palace was stubborn, he did not mind luring them to the entombed spring and slaughtering them all. Fong Chen's martial path was on the right track, and he did not need to worry too much. The most unfortunate thing was that he had used up all his soul stones. Otherwise, he could have used this opportunity to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique. As for the demonic dragon body tempering technique, he was constantly tempering it. As long as he could find an opportunity, a breakthrough would not be a problem. Fong Chen's only focus was on the Azura Sword principle. He had just started, and he was already able to create the 5th move of the Traceless Sword principle. If he could completely control the Azura Sword principle, how powerful would that be? During this period, Fong Chun had been quietly cultivating. Recently, his strength had increased too quickly, and he needed a certain amount of accumulation. However, he did not expect that only 7 days after the first wave of assassination from the Sky Palace had failed, the second wave of assassination came. Under the dark night sky, there was a crescent moon that lit up the entire land. Behind the crescent moon, there were countless twinkling stars. Suddenly, Fong Chun opened his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. His ears moved slightly, and he could vaguely hear the faint sound around him. He squinted his eyes and quietly released the myriad sword territory. Then, he pretended not to notice and continued to cultivate. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. After waiting for 10 hours, the sky was almost bright. The assassins hidden in the dark began to act. Can't hold back anymore. Fong Chen's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he said coldly, Swish! All of a sudden, the void rippled, and a black whip with a frightening aura whizzed through the air. Crack! Wherever the black whip passed, the void shattered. In the blink of an eye, the long whip appeared behind Fong Chun and went straight for his heart. However, just as the long whip was about to touch him, Fong Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? The expressions of the 2 Heavenly Eye Palace martial practitioners hiding in the dark changed greatly. They jumped out of the darkness and carefully searched for Fong Chen's traces. Using the space-time collapse technique, he appeared behind one of the cultivators in an instant. Then, he used the innate soul reversal technique to attack the cultivator's primordial spirit, hindering his movements. Then, he released his Shura Sword Chi. After absorbing the Shura Sword Chi, the 5th move of the Traceless Sword art exploded with a vast amount of energy. The Hidden Star Sword, which was red from head to toe, pierced into the man's body. Die! At this time, the other person finally reacted and launched a fierce attack on Fong Chun. Bang! The first person had been killed by Fong Chun due to his carelessness. However, the remaining person's comprehension of the martial Tao had already reached the peak of the heaven opening realm. In other words, in the outside world, his cultivation would be at the peak of the heaven opening realm. With Fong Chen's current strength, it was still a bit difficult for him to deal with peak heaven opening realm martial artists, but escaping was easy. Xiao. Using the space-time collapse technique, Fong Chen's figure constantly flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he had already pulled away from that person. Senior brothers of a huge axe gang. The Celestial Eye Palace is attacking. Fong Chen's voice contained a violent energy that spread throughout the entire huge axe gang. The huge axe gang didn't have many disciples to begin with, and with the addition of those who had gone out to temper themselves, there weren't many left at the headquarters. Moreover, they were usually in seclusion, and if there wasn't anything too serious, they absolutely wouldn't come out. The Celestial Eye Palace had calculated this point, which was why they dared to assassinate Fong Chun so unscrupulously. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's roar awakened several huge axe gang disciples who were in seclusion. What? The Celestial Eye Palace dares to invade our huge axe gang? The Celestial Eye Palace is a bunch of trash. I've long since found them an eyesore. Kill these bastards. For a time, countless curses came from the secret room. Immediately after, several figures appeared in front of Fong Chun, their auras shaking the sky. Senior brothers, this person is a disciple of the Celestial Eye Palace, Fong Chun said hurriedly. The Celestial Eye Palace members who were chasing Fong Chun showed a trace of fear on their faces. Run. Without thinking, they fled directly. Trash. You want to leave after coming here? What do you think our huge axe gang is? The huge axe gang martial artists were violent in nature. Seeing the Celestial Eye Palace martial artists trying to escape, how could they let it go? Soon, several huge axe gang martial artists began to besiege the person who ambushed Fong Chun. Inside the palace of the Celestial Eye Palace headquarters, a black-robed martial artist sat on a wooden armchair, smiling at the Celestial Eye Palace master. The latter was restless and was pacing back and forth in the palace. In his palm were two jade slips. Cooperating with me is your best choice, the black-robed martial artist said sinisterly. The Celestial Eye Palace master was silent, as if thinking about something. Crack! Suddenly, the two scrolls in his hands shattered into pieces. Immediately, the Celestial Eye Palace master's face became gloomy, and a strong killing intent emerged around him. What? You want to deal with Fong Chun personally? The black-robed martial artist said mockingly. Can't I? The Celestial Eye Palace master said. I dare to bet that you can't kill Fong Chun, the black-robed martial artist said. Moreover, the Stone Axe King will be back soon. With his temper, if he knows that you sent people to ambush the huge axe gang martial artists, what will he do? The black-robed martial artist seemed to have guessed the Celestial Eye Palace master's thoughts and said indifferently. Before the second assassination, the black-robed martial artist had once mentioned the matter of cooperation. However, the Celestial Eye Palace master was cautious by nature and did not want to cooperate with others casually. Now you've seen it too. The martial artists you sent are completely useless. If Fong Chun wants to escape, no one in the opening heaven realm can track him. Even if you personally take action, it might not be effective. The black-robed martial artist seemed to know Fong Chun very well. You've investigated Fong Chun? The Celestial Eye Palace master frowned and said, Who are you? The black-robed martial artist was very mysterious. Even the Celestial Eye Palace master himself could not see through the person in front of him. Who I am is not important. The most important thing is that we have a common enemy. The black-robed martial artist smiled indifferently and said, According to your method, you definitely can't kill Fong Chun. Once he has time to grow, it will be troublesome. Therefore, if you want to kill this boy, you have to cooperate with us. Moreover, the black-robed martial artist suddenly stopped speaking. Moreover what? The Celestial Eye Palace master asked. Fong Chun very likely has the divine spring pearl on him. The black-robed martial artist said word by word. What? The Celestial Eye Palace master cried out involuntarily. The divine spring pearl was something he dreamed of. If he could get it, he would not have to stay in this remote place. He might even obtain the inheritance of the heavenly saint demon Venerable. Thinking of this, the Celestial Eye Palace master clenched his fists and struggled with his thoughts. After a long time, the Celestial Eye Palace master stared at the black-robed martial artist and said, I can cooperate with you, but I want the divine spring pearl. The black-robed martial artist let out a sinister laugh. Happy cooperation. Huge Axe Gang. After killing the Celestial Eye Palace martial artist, the huge Axe Gang martial artist looked at Fong Chun and asked, Junior Brother Fong, are the people of Celestial Eye Palace coming for you? Fong Chun shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. A mere Celestial Eye Palace dares to behave atrociously in our huge Axe Gang. They must be tired of living. Yes, our huge Axe Gang has been too low-key all these years. I told the gang leader long ago that keeping a low profile will get us bullied, but he didn't listen. Look now. The few martial artists spoke one after another. Fong Chun did not listen to them at all. He was thinking of how to deal with the assassination of Celestial Eye Palace. If I rashly lure them to the northern icy plains, they will definitely sense it. Fong Chun thought inwardly, I must wait until they can no longer sit still before I lure them to the northern icy plains. If I disrupt their assassination a few more times, even the celestial palace master would not be able to sit still, right? Thinking of this, Fong Chun revealed a faint smile on his face. Since you all want to play, I'll play with you all to your heart's content. Fong Chun thought inwardly. It just so happened that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck during this period. He might be able to use this opportunity to break through to the late stage of the Unity realm, or even the peak. Chapter 2259. Genius 1. Second, remember, love, divided by, go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Sky Eye Palace had many ways to deal with a Unity Realm warrior. Love go little, say, if it was in the past, a Unity Realm warrior would have died long ago after provoking Sky Palace. But Fong Chun not only survived, he even caused Sky Eye Palace to suffer heavy casualties. Sky Eye Palace, in a pitch-black palace. The black-robed warrior and Sky Eye Palace master had a discussion. They were chatting happily. Both of them revealed a sly smile. Fong Chun, this brat, has heaven-defying potential and is very strong. He can easily kill a middle-stage heaven-opening realm warrior with his Unity realm cultivation. If we don't eliminate him in time, he will definitely be a huge disaster. The black-robed warrior said. The name Fong Chun, from a certain point of view, had already spread within the Tianqing Remnant clan. He had absorbed the innate god imprint of order and even broke through to the Unity realm. This was something the Tianqing Remnant clan was most unwilling to see. This trip to the Devil City was the best opportunity to kill Fong Chun. Now, there are two methods in front of you. The Black Robe Warrior continued. First, I will secretly obstruct Stone Axe King, and you will act at lightning speed to kill Fong Chun. The second method is to do something to his brothers. There is no need to use such a strategy to deal with a Unity Realm warrior. I can just act directly. Sky Eye Palace Master said solemnly. All right, then let's act now. Stone Axe King left for a period of time before finally returning to the huge Axe Gang headquarters today. Sky Eye Palace invaded my huge Axe Gang? After Stone Axe King heard this news, he could immediately conclude that the people from Sky Eye Palace were definitely targeting Fong Chun. It seems Sky Eye Palace Master already harbors a grudge against you. Stone Axe King said indifferently. But you can rest assured, in the territory of my huge Axe Gang, Sky Eye Palace Master won't dare to behave atrociously. Who is it? Just as Stone Axe King finished speaking, someone suddenly scolded in a low voice. Stone Axe King. A hoarse voice transmitted into the huge Axe Gang headquarters. The next moment, a black figure flashed. Courting death. Seeing this, Stone Axe King snorted and quickly chased after him. Not good. Fong Chun felt uneasy and his chest felt heavy. What happened? Just as Fong Chun was puzzled, a beam of light tore through the void and shot towards Fong Chun. The beam of light contained extremely powerful power. It quickly arrived in front of Fong Chun and pierced through the shackles of the domain of 10,000 swords. So strong. With almost no time to think, Fong Chun immediately performed the space-time collapse, and then performed the fifth move of the traceless sword principle. Bang! The sword light collided with the beam of light, producing a deafening sound. The next moment, a strong corrosive aura emerged from the light beam, and the sword light instantly disintegrated. Fong Chun. Celestial Eye Palace Lord's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, directly exploding in the sky. Hand over the divine spring pearl, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Hearing this, Fong Chun was surprised. How did Celestial Eye Palace Lord know that he had the divine spring pearl? Celestial Eye Palace Lord had been capturing Fong Chun's facial expression. Although his expression was very subtle, it was still captured by the former. Ha ha! You really have the divine spring pearl on you. Celestial Eye Palace Lord laughed, and was even more certain of what the black-robed warrior said. At this time, Fang Chen also realized that he had lost his composure and let Celestial I Palace Lord see through him. The dignified Celestial I Palace Lord actually lowered his status to attack a junior. Fang Chen sneered. Stalling for time, Celestial I Palace Lord sneered. The origin energy in his body surged and the universe rotated. He suddenly blasted out a punch. Swoosh! Fang Chen's figure dodged. The punch hit the ground and directly destroyed half of the huge Axe Gang headquarters. Run! At this moment, Fang Chen only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. You can't escape. Behind Fang Chen, Celestial I Palace Lord said sinisterly. His primordial spirit already locked onto Fang Chen's route. Freeze! Only to see his finger gently pointed forward. In an instant, the void where Fang Chen was advancing became chaotic. Space-time technique. Seeing the situation, Fang Chen could not care so much anymore and displayed his trump card that he had comprehended over the years of the space-time form cultivation system. Space-time technique was comprehended by Fang Chen after going through untold hardships. Once displayed, it could allow the warrior to shuttle through the chaotic void. One had to know, the warrior shuttling through the void relied on the support of the origin energy. And once the void became chaotic and collapsed, the origin energy would dissipate rapidly. At this time, if forcefully shuttled through this void, there would only be two results. First, being blocked outside the chaotic void and unable to advance. Second, entering the chaotic void, the body would be twisted into pieces by the power of heaven and earth rule. Even Hun Tian Shun did not dare to do this. Obviously, Celestial I Palace Lord had done a lot of homework in order to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Fortunately, I listened to the Black Shadow. Otherwise, you really would have escaped. Celestial I Palace Lord sneered and took a step forward, walking behind Fang Chen. On his forehead, the third eye slowly opened, and a beam of light that made heaven and earth pale burst out from it. Celestial I Palace Lord's third eye would not open easily. Once it opened, it would inevitably see blood. This was his innate, remarkable ability. Combined with the power of his bloodline, the power of the beam of light had been raised to the extreme. He was a warrior at the advanced stage of the Earth's splitting realm. If he opened his third eye to attack, his attack could be raised to the peak of the Earth's splitting realm in a short time. Although it was only a difference of a small level, it was enough to render Fang Chen helpless. Damn it! Fang Chen felt the terrifying power behind him, and his heart trembled. At the same time, he also urged himself to use the space-time technique to its full extent. Seeing that the light beam was about to hit him, a beam of golden light burst out from his eyes. Then, he suddenly plunged into the chaotic void space. Dong! The beam of light missed and fiercely bombarded the chaotic void. Suddenly, the void directly shattered, and heaven and earth collapsed. How is this possible? Celestial I Palace Lord cried out when he saw this. His face was completely gloomy. The chaotic void and the beam of light attack could not kill this man. You can't escape. After a slight surprise, Celestial I Palace Lord stomped his foot and opened his third eye frequently, and a terrifying beam of light burst out. Poochie! The terrifying air wave shook Fang Chen until he vomited blood. He escaped from the chaotic void with difficulty, and his whole body was in a mess. At this moment, countless beams of light had formed a circle. Seeing that he was in a desperate situation, he was very anxious. I don't know if it will work. In his anxiety, Fang Chen forcefully crushed the jade talisman in his palm. At the same time, in the distant void, dressed in black, Mara Shah's eyes were scarlet. Every time he waved his hands, a terrifying sword light burst out. Boom! The sword light in the sky quickly gathered together and hit a mountain in the distance, directly flattening the mountain. Huff! Mara Shah spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and the murderous aura on his body dissipated. I didn't expect the demon-killing sword principle to be able to improve again in the process of chasing after Mugu. Mo Luo Shah grinned and said, "Next time, If I meet Magoo again, I'll definitely take his head. Previously, Mara Shah was angrily chasing after Magoo, but in the end, he still let him escape. However, even though he managed to escape, he was still heavily injured. The battle shocked the world. The news quickly spread throughout the demon city, and many people were shocked. At the same time, Mara Shah took Magoo's place and successfully entered the top 10 of the demon god list. I don't know how he is. Mara Shah thought of Fong Chen again. After pondering for a moment, he decided to enter the Een tomb spring personally to see if Fong Chen was still alive. After taking a few steps, his body suddenly shook. Where's the huge axe gang? Mara Shah murmured. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a stone door suddenly appeared in the void. He stepped into the stone door. In the sky above the huge axe gang, Fong Chen was surrounded by countless beams of light, and there was no way out. Run, why don't you run? Palace Master Celestial Eye sneered and looked down at Fong Chen. Fong Chen snorted coldly, his face cold. You will regret it. You still dare to be stubborn at this point? Palace Master Celestial Eye waved his hand, and suddenly, countless beams of light rushed directly toward Fong Chen. Stop! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Chapter 2260. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. An existence that surpassed God Hun Tian was not to be humiliated. Just as Fong Chen was about to be swallowed by the countless strange light beams, the void suddenly collapsed and a black vortex appeared. Then, after that furious roar, a foot stepped out of the black vortex. Dong! With just a stomp, Palace Master Celestial I was thrown off his feet. The countless light beams that surrounded Fong Chen exploded with a dazzling brilliance. However, they were unable to withstand the power of the kick in the end. Crack! The forbidden divine skill that Palace Master Celestial I regarded as his trump card was shattered without any resistance. Poochie! Palace Master Celestial I suffered a strong backlash and spat out blood. His face was pale as he flew out. When he steadied himself, a black figure slowly walked out of the black vortex. Mara Shah! Palace Master Celestial I cried out. In the entire demon city, there was probably no one who did not know Mara Shah. The latter was an out-and-out lunatic. When he went crazy, even the top 10 experts on the demon god list would be afraid. Not to mention that Mara Shah had taken the last step not long ago and surpassed the absolute saint realm to become a peerless existence. Even Magoo, who was ranked 10th on the demon god list, was chased by him for several days. In the end, he was seriously injured to escape from Mara Shah's pursuit. That battle shook the entire demon city. Since then, everyone in Demon City had regarded Mara Shah as the god of death. They would rather provoke the top 10 experts on the demon god list than provoke Mara Shah. Fong Chen wore a smile on his face after seeing Mara Shah's timely arrival. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. You dare to touch him? Mara Shah looked down at Palace Master Celestial Eye, who was weak, and asked coldly, Lord Mara Shah, I did not know his relationship with you. Otherwise, I would not have dared to touch him. Palace Master Celestial, I knelt down and begged for mercy. Humph! Mara Shah was straightforward and did things cleanly. He did not care what others thought. As long as he was willing, he could do anything. He is a martial artist of my demonic killing Sword Dao lineage. You should know that he is challenging me. Mara Shah said in a low voice, Do you know the consequences of challenging me? Hearing Mo Luo Shah's words, Sky Eye Palace Master slumped to the ground. Over the countless years, none of the martial artists who challenged Mo Luo Shah had a good ending. A faint sense of despair rose in his heart. His dispirited gaze fell on Fong Chen. His hatred was monstrous. Damnable fellow. How did he get involved with Mara Kill? However, what he didn't know was that the reason Mo Luo Shah had chased after Magoo several months ago was also because of Fong Chen. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have dared to attack Fong Chen. Brother, do as you see fit. Mo Luo Shah turned to look at Fong Chen and said. Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, Moro Shah continued, Forget it, let me do it. After saying that, Mo Luosha walked step by step towards Sky, Palace Master. The latter trembled and looked at Mo Luosha pleadingly. Lord Mo Luosha, please let me go. Sky, Palace Master knelt down and begged. Sky, am willing to be your slave for life. Unfortunately, Mo Luosha shook his head gently. A piece of trash like you wants to be my servant. An existence that surpassed celestial turbid sky could do anything as they pleased. No one could affect their mood, and no one could influence their decisions. Mo Luosha slowly raised his palm. Just as he was about to land it, he suddenly changed his mind. Mo Luosha shook his head as if it was beneath him to kill Sky, Palace Master. With a wave of his hand, Palace Master Celestial, I let out a scream of agony. Feng Shen looked over and saw that there was a bloody hole on Sky, Palace Master's forehead. Blood was constantly flowing out. When he turned his head, Mo Luosha was playing with Sky, Palace Master's third eye. Your innate divine ability is not bad, but it's a pity that you've harmed yourself in the end. Mo Luosha said, since it's not easy to cultivate, I'll spare your life. However, since you dared to attack a martial artist of my demonic killing sword principle lineage, I'll take your third eye and cripple your innate divine ability as punishment. Do you accept? I accept. Sky Palace Master didn't dare to be angry despite the pain all over his body. This was Mo Luosha, a great demon who had chased Magoo all over the world. How could he dare to say anything? Do you still dare to attack my brother in the future? Mo Luosha continued to ask. No, I don't dare, Sky Palace Master said with a trembling body. Get lost. Mo Luosha waved his hand and sent Sky Palace Master 1,000 miles away. Soon, Sky Palace Master dragged his battered body and disappeared from the huge Axe Gang's territory. Senior brother, thank you for saving me. If you hadn't come at the critical moment, I'm afraid I would have died. Feng Shen cupped his fists and thanked him. Although Mo Luosha was known as a lunatic, he was very good to him. Furthermore, he came to save him at the critical moment. At this moment, Mo Luosha was carefully sizing up Feng Shen as if he was looking at a monster. I really can't imagine how a Unity Realm warrior could survive in the Een Tomb Spring. Mo Luosha asked with a puzzled look. Feng Shen chuckled. I was just lucky. He didn't want to talk about the Een Tomb Spring. Mo Luosha didn't pursue the matter either. But after this matter, he had a whole new level of respect for Feng Shen. In the entire Devil City, other than the top 10 experts on the Demon God list, you're the only one who could enter and exit the Een Tomb Spring. Mo Luosha had a very high evaluation of Feng Shen. He believed that Feng Shen would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Demon God list in less than 100 years. This also meant that Mo Luosha believed that Feng Shen could reach the same level as him in 100 years. One had to know that ordinary warriors might be stuck at the Chaos Deity level for their entire life without being able to break through. Feng Shen had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet he was able to have such achievements. It was truly heaven-defying. Senior Brother's comprehension of the demon-killing sword Dao has already reached an unimaginable level. I, with Junior Brother, am unable to catch up. Feng Shen sighed. Since Mo Luosha had mistaken the Azura Sword Dao as the Obliteration Sword Dao, he naturally wouldn't let slip. Mo Luosha waved his hand. Your potential in the Sword Dao isn't weaker than mine. Cultivate well. I hope that we can stand side by side at the peak of Devil City in the future. Then when we return to the outside world, we will sweep through all the prodigies. Feng Shen could see that Mo Luosha's ambition was huge. The reason why he was unwilling to leave Devil City was firstly because he wanted to borrow the cultivation resources in Devil City to raise his cultivation. Secondly, he wanted to dominate Devil City before leaving. His goal was to become a peerless expert like Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint. No one in Devil City dared to disobey his orders. At that time, when he left Devil City and returned to Void Star Sky, he would be qualified to talk to Ancestor Xing He and the others. However, it was extremely difficult to reach that step. I believe that Senior Brother will get what he wants one day, Feng Shen said in a low voice. In fact, Fang Chun admired a martial arts madman like Mo Luo Sha. Haha, then it's all thanks to Junior Brother. Mo Luo Sha laughed. While the two were talking, King Stoneaxe returned. He was slightly embarrassed. At the critical moment of the battle, the Black Shadow disappeared. This puzzled him. The Black Shadow clearly had the upper hand. Why did it escape? It wasn't until he saw Mo Luo Sha that he understood that the Black Shadow was afraid of Mo Luo Sha. Mo Luo Sha, ranked 10th on the Demon God ranking. King Stoneaxe stared at the amiable Mo Luo Sha in front of him with wide eyes and stuttered a little. Could it be, seeing Fang Chun and Mo Luo Sha standing together? No matter how stupid he was, it was obvious that Mo Luo Sha had resolved Fang Chen's crisis. You know each other? Boss, Misery Luo Sha is my senior brother, Fang Chun said with a smile. King Stoneaxe's heart trembled, and he looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. What did you say? Mo Luo Sha is your senior brother? Your King Stoneaxe? Mo Luo Sha suddenly said coolly. Junior King Stoneaxe greets Lord Mo Luo Sha. Even King Stoneaxe of the huge axe gang had to be respectful in front of an expert ranked 10th on the Demon God ranking. Thank you for taking care of my brother. If the huge axe gang needs anything in the future, you can use my name, Mo Luo Sha said calmly. This sudden surprise made the stone axe monarch's body fall to the ground stiffly. Chapter 2261. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mo Luo Sha left, but he left a message. What? Stoneaxe King was shocked for a long time after hearing the news left by Mara Sha. Help! What's Sky Axe Mountain? Fang Chen asked, confused. After a long while, Stoneaxe King calmed down, but he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Sky Axe Mountain is near the northern ice plains. It's a mountain transformed from the axe of an ancient master. Stoneaxe King said, there has always been a legend in Devil City that the heavenly axe mountain has the inheritance left behind by that peerless expert, as well as the battle axe heart. The heart of battle axe? Fang Chun continued asking. The heart of battle axe is the weapon spirit of that master's weapon. The huge axe gang was founded to get the heart of battle axe. Stoneaxe King sighed. Unfortunately, no matter how we searched Sky Axe Mountain over the years, we couldn't find any useful clues. Since Mo Luo Sha said so, the heart of battle axe is very likely to appear. If they could get the heart of battle axe and refine it into their battle axe, they could create another peerless weapon. This was the dream of all axe-type weapon owners. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Fang Chen said. Let's go. Death Chi surrounded Sky Palace. Sky Palace Lord had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. He wouldn't be able to recover his previous cultivation without 100 years of rest. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to make any progress unless he could get a heaven-defying spiritual medicine. Damn it, Sky Palace Lord was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chun and Mo Luo Sha into pieces. However, he didn't have the strength or the courage to do so. His third eye was his greatest reliance, and it was also the source of his innate ability. But now, it had been destroyed by Mo Luo Sha. Everything had turned into bubbles. I can't accept this. Sky Palace Lord roared, his voice echoing in the palace. Creak! The palace door opened, and a black figure strolled in. You dare to come? Seeing the black shadow, Heavenly Eye Palace Lord was angered out of nowhere. He was suppressed by the Marosha, yet the black shadow had managed to escape. This caused him to be extremely furious. The opponent is a Mara killer. Are you sending me to my death? The black figure shrugged. But I'm your ally. Is this how you treat your ally? Facing Palace Lord Celestial Eye's questioning, the black shadow's face did not have the slightest fluctuation of expression as he said, the appearance of Mara Kill is indeed what I did not expect. You've seen it for yourself. He's only been in the Demon City for a short period of time, but he's already hooked up with the Mara Sha. If we give him more time to grow, even without the Mara Sha, we won't be able to deal with him. At that time, he will destroy the Celestial Eye Palace with his own hands. Celestial Eye Palace Master snorted coldly and did not say anything. I'm definitely not trying to scare you. If you don't believe me, then just wait for your death. The black figure shrugged. Mara Kill is protecting Fong Chun. How are we going to attack him? Celestial Eye Palace Master glanced at the black figure resentfully. Mara Kill can't always be by his side. Moreover, I just received news that the Stone Axe King and Fong Chun have left the huge Axe Gang's territory and seem to be heading in the direction of the northern ice field. The black figure said thoughtfully. The Heavenly Axe Mountain? Celestial Eye Palace Master blurted out. The black figure nodded and said, yes, the Heavenly Axe Mountain. Love, go little say, could think Mara Kill must have told the Stone Axe King some secrets. Otherwise, the Stone Axe King would not be so impulsive. Speaking of this, the black figure chuckled and said, this is an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Celestial Eye Palace Master was silent. His third eye was destroyed, so he could not use his gifted superpowers, and his strength was greatly reduced. Even if he were to fight Fong Chun head-on, he might not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. Moreover, Mara Kill's terrifying smile was still echoing in his mind. If Mara Kill found out, not to mention himself, the Celestial Eye Palace and the people related to him would be in trouble. He could not take the risk. Mara Kill is not with them. With his vision, he naturally doesn't care about the things on the Heavenly Axe Mountain. That's why I said this is an opportunity. The black figure continued. Although your third eye is destroyed, I can give you power. After escaping from the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master, Chun Fan had been cultivating in seclusion. Kacha! In a dense forest, Chun Fan's hands tore a wolf apart, causing blood to spurt out. Then he gobbled up the wolf's body in big bites. In the blink of an eye, he had finished eating. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chun Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. Boy, you have absorbed enough power during this time, and your cultivation has reached the peak of the Unity Realm. With my help, you will have no problem dealing with late-stage heaven-opening realm martial artists, the evil voice said. If I wasn't in the Demon City, I could help you break through to the heaven-opening realm now. The evil voice said again, at that time, you can sweep through all the young martial artists in the Void Star Heaven. Facing the evil voice, Chun Fan sneered, his face full of disdain. Boy, what's with your attitude? You don't believe me? You keep saying how powerful you are and how much power you can provide me, but in the end, didn't you run away with your tail between your legs after being beaten up? Chun Fan said coldly. Boy, what's one failure to you? Isn't it just a guy who absorbed a natural divine pattern of order? His life will be taken by me sooner or later, the evil voice said. Moreover, halfway through it stopped abruptly. Amen. Chun Fan was somewhat puzzled and tried to communicate with the evil voice. The fish has taken the bait. Suddenly, the evil voice said. Immediately, a mental map appeared in Chun Fan's mind. He could see everything within 100 li at a glance. The black figure and Celestial Eye Palace Lord appeared in his eyes. Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Who's the other person? Chun Fan said faintly. Do you see it? Celestial Eye Palace Lord's aura is weak, and he's seriously injured. This is a good opportunity. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If you can absorb Celestial Eye Palace Lord's power, your martial Dao comprehension level will step into the heaven-opening realm soon, the evil voice said. But the other person's aura is very strong, Chun Fan said. Don't care about him, go straight over. Although Chun Fan sometimes felt that this will in his body was a little unreliable. But at this time, he still couldn't resist the temptation and followed the evil voice, approaching Celestial Eye Palace Lord. Where are you taking me? Celestial Eye Palace Lord asked impatiently. We'll be there soon, the black figure said. There's someone ahead. Celestial Eye Palace Lord saw Chun Fan walking toward him. The black figure was about to make a move when his body suddenly trembled. He looked at Chun Fan in disbelief, his eyes filled with a complicated look. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Celestial Eye Palace Lord. You're Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Chun Fan asked. Celestial Eye Palace Lord nodded, then said, Who are you? The person who's going to kill you. Just as Chun Fan's voice fell, a terrifying evil aura spread out instantly, drowning Celestial Palace Lord. At the same time, the black figure behind Celestial Palace Lord slapped the latter's body fiercely. Celestial Palace Lord was furious, but it was too late. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the energy in his body was sucked dry. Greetings, Guardian Elder. Celestial Palace Lord couldn't resist Chun Fan's absorption at all and died directly. At this moment, the black figure said to Chun Fan with cupped fists, I didn't expect to meet someone from Tian Qing's tribe here, the evil voice said. Guardian Elder, it's great that you're alive. I think the leader will be very happy, the black figure said joyfully. I can only stay in this kid's body as a remnant consciousness for the time being and can't leave, the evil voice said. By the way, where are you going with Celestial Palace Lord? Celestial Palace Lord's third eye was dug out by Mo Luosha, who ranked 10th on the Demon God leaderboard. His cultivation has dropped greatly. I'm going to bring him to the depths of this forest to find a priest in the tribe and summon an ancient god soul to help him recover his strength, the black figure said. Oh, the priest of our Tian Qing's tribe is here too? Hearing that, the evil voice said with interest. Chapter 2262. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Sky Axe Mountain was near the northern ice plains. Standing at the peak of Sky Axe Mountain, one could see the scenery of the northern ice plains. The current northern ice plains were covered in a vast expanse of white, covered in ice and snow. It was even colder than the first time Fangchen had come here. Fangchen and Stone Axe King arrived at the peak of Sky Axe Mountain as they wished. Moreover, according to the information provided by Mara Shah, Stone Axe King had found clues about the Battle Axe Heart. He was ecstatic. Soon, the two of them began to search for the Battle Axe Heart. At the same time, in the territory of Sky Palace, all the warriors of Sky Palace were gathered together. The palace master ordered us to go to Sky Axe Mountain to stop Fangchen before he left, a sky-opening realm warrior said. He probably has the divine spring bead. It's extremely important to our Sky Eye Palace. So let's go now. The mighty Celestial Eye Palace martial artists approached Sky Axe Mountain. A few days later, many disciples of Sky Eye Palace arrived at the foot of Sky Axe Mountain. Are we not going up? One of the warriors asked in a low voice. The leader shook his head. Stone Axe King was on Sky Axe Mountain. With their strength, they couldn't do anything to him. Form a formation, the leader said in a low voice. The warriors of Sky Eye Palace moved quickly, as if they had practiced this countless times. They formed a complicated formation and formed a natural barrier at the foot of Sky Axe Mountain. No one could pass through the barrier and walk down Sky Axe Mountain. What do we do now? Wait for the palace master. They all knew that the Sky Palace master had died long ago, in the depths of the dense forest. Greetings, Lord Priest. The black figure brought Chun Fan to a secret stronghold of Tian Qing's remnant tribe. How'd it go? The white-robed priest asked. We were about to succeed, but Marasha suddenly appeared and caused the plan to fail, the black figure said. Oh, Marasha? The white-robed priest was slightly surprised. However, his eyes fell on Chun Fan. Who is he? Why did you bring him here? The white-robed priest said unhappily. Old Bai, you don't even recognize me? The evil voice entered the white-robed priest's ears. Hearing this, the white-robed priest's body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at Chun Fan. You are the Guardian Elder? That's right, it's me. I'm going to use this body to kill Fang Chun, but I need your help. As soon as the evil voice finished speaking, the white-robed priest understood. Don't worry, leave it to me. The white-robed priest said. However, the Red Fiend cult master isn't here. I'm afraid we won't be able to summon the strongest soul. It doesn't matter. As long as we can kill Fang Chun, nothing else matters. All right. The white-robed priest nodded heavily. Heavenly Axe Mountain. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, the Azure Sky Pavilion and Demon Sword Tower also sent martial artists to inquire about the situation. But in the end, he returned without any success. How is it? Fang Chun asked from the summit. I can sense the aura of the Battle Axe Heart. An excited smile appeared on Stone Axe King's face as he continued his search. After another half a month, Stone Axe King finally found the battle axe heart. Without any hesitation, he merged the battle axe heart into his battle axe. Instantly, the battle axe underwent an earth-shattering change. In a few breaths' time, the battle axe heart had jumped several levels. So powerful! When the battle axe heart had completely merged with the battle axe heart, Stone Axe King was very excited. How is it? Fang Chen asked. Ha ha ha! As expected of the battle axe heart, I can feel that the battle axe heart's power has increased by many times. However, this is just the beginning. When I go back, I'll ask a blacksmith to help me refine it. It won't be long before my battle axe heart reaches the sky-surmounting level, Stone Axe King said with a smile. In terms of weapon grades, above the sky-surmounting level was the sky-opening level, and above that was the sky-surmounting level. Sky-surmounting level weapons were beyond the reach of ordinary earth-surmounting level martial artists. Even Saint-level martial artists could not easily obtain them. Let's go back first. Stone Axe King put away his battle axe heart and led Fang Chen down the mountain. Seeing the natural barrier, Stone Axe King frowned and took out his battle axe heart. Let me do it. Whoosh! Fang Chen quickly waved his hand. An array, Dao, aura spread out. With a crack, the natural barrier set up by the celestial eye palace broke. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared, and the fifth move of the traceless sword art was performed. Fang Chen took a big stride forward and charged into the crowd, unleashing a massacre. Bastards of the Celestial Eye Palace. Stone Axe King was furious. He held his battle axe and killed one person with each blow. After a while, blood flowed like a river under the heavenly axe mountain. All the martial artists of the Celestial Eye Palace were killed. At this point, the Celestial Eye Palace was history of the Demon City. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he killed the martial artists of the Celestial Eye Palace, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He looked up and saw that it was the Azure Pavilion Master and the Demonic Sword Tower Master. Damn it, why are they here? The two of them were ranked much higher than Stone Axe King on the Demon God list, especially the Demonic Sword Tower Master, who was ranked 42nd. Stone Axe King was no match for him. Stone Axe King, I heard that you obtained the battle axe heart? Take it out and let us take a look, the Azure Pavilion Master said with a smile. Yes, the battle axe heart is a treasure. I also want to see if it is as miraculous as the legends say, the Demonic Sword Tower Master said. Although the two of them greeted each other with smiles, their words were full of threats. I have already used the battle axe heart, Stone Axe King said. Oh, hearing that, the two of them looked greedily at the battle axe in Stone Axe King's hand. In that case, Stone Axe King, can you let us take a look at your battle axe? The Demonic Sword Tower Master asked aggressively. Stone Axe King was furious. Demonic Sword Tower Master, you have gone too far. 1. The two of them released their powerful auras and pressured Stone Axe King. Seeing that, Fang Chen pulled Stone Axe King's sleeve and whispered, they are too strong. Don't fight them head-on. Come with me. Then, while Stone Axe King was still confused, Fang Chen used the space-time collapse skill. Whoosh! The two of them instantly rushed into the Northern Ice Field. Humph! Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the Northern Ice Field? The Demonic Sword Tower Master sneered. The battle axe heart had been integrated into Stone Axe King's battle axe. This was good news for him. His goal was to take Stone Axe King's battle axe. Although he was not good with battle axes, it was his dream to have a heaven-surmounting weapon. After them, the two of them turned into flowing lights and rushed into the Northern Ice Field. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the Northern Ice Field, Fang Chen flew with Stone Axe King. The Tomb Spring is ahead. We are dead, Stone Axe King said. If you trust me, follow me, Fang Chen said. Stone Axe King's expression changed, but he eventually fell silent. Soon, Fang Chen and Stone Axe King arrived in front of the Tomb Spring. Just then, the Azure Pavilion Master and Demonic Sword Tower Master arrived. Stone Axe King, aren't you too stingy? I just want to borrow your battle axe for a look, the Demonic Sword Tower Master said with a smile. That's right. Your battle axe is inferior to my weapon. I will despise it even if you give it to me, the Azure Pavilion Master said. Despicable. Usually, the huge axe gang had some dealings with these two factions. He did not expect them to bare their fangs in the face of benefits. Don't even think about it. I will never give you my battle axe, Stone Axe King said in a low voice. That's not up to you. The two experts' auras were strong, forcing Stone Axe King. To think that the master of the Azure Pavilion and the master of the Demonic Sword Tower would resort to such despicable means. You've truly broadened my horizons, Fong Chun suddenly said. Boy, you have no right to speak here, the Demonic Sword Tower Master said coldly. Voila! Fong Chun grabbed the sleeves of Stone Axe King and leaped above the Tomb Spring. He looked down at the two experts and said with disdain, the battle axe is here. If you have the ability, come and take it. How is that possible? How can he resist the corrosion of the Tomb Spring? A Unity Realm warrior is standing above the Tomb Spring without suffering any injuries? Impossible. The two experts shook their heads. They did not believe it. He must have a secret treasure on him that can resist the corrosion of the Tomb Spring. Right, it must be so. A secret treasure that can resist the corrosion of the Tomb Spring is definitely something good. The two looked greedily at Fong Chun. Chapter 2263. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little will provide you with interesting novels to read. Originally, the Azure Pavilion Master and Demonic Sword Pavilion Master's target was Stone Axe King's battle axe. Now, they had changed their minds. Not only did they want Stone Axe King's battle axe, they also wanted Fong Chen's secret treasure. There was no need to mention Stone Axe King's weapon. After fusing with the battle axe heart, it would only be a matter of time before it broke through to the Heaven Ascension grade. As for Fong Chen's secret treasure, it was a supreme treasure that could resist the corrosion of the Tomb Spring. They had to get it. Once we get this secret treasure, we can enter the Tomb Spring to search for opportunities. The two of them looked at each other with excitement on their faces. Following that, their aura fluctuated. They took a step forward and floated in the sky, facing off against Fong Chun. Brat, hurry up and hand over your secret treasure, the Azure Pavilion Master said coldly. Do you think you can resist our attacks with the help of your secret treasure? The Demonic Sword Pavilion Master sneered. At this moment, Fong Chun was standing in the void. Below him was the legendary Tomb Spring. The spring water was surging within the Tomb Spring. An extremely cold aura surged out. I'm right here. Come and get it if you can. Fong Chun said coldly. You're courting death. The Azure Pavilion Master took a step forward and rushed in front of Fong Chun. At this moment, a dense azure aura surged out from his body. This aura formed a powerful defense that resisted the corrosion of the Tomb Spring. A mere Unity Realm warrior isn't worthy for Demonic Sword Pavilion Master to act. Let me take care of him, the Azure Pavilion Master said. Hearing that, a trace of displeasure flashed across the eyes of the Demonic Sword Pavilion Master. The Azure Pavilion Master was clearly aiming for Fong Chen's secret treasure. Indeed, in front of benefits, the so-called alliance wasn't worth mentioning. Die! The Azure Pavilion Master made his move. He unleashed a fierce and overbearing attack on Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun secretly mobilized the power of the Tomb Spring. He then executed the fifth move of the Traceless Sword technique. Shio! The battle was extremely intense. However, it wasn't as the Azure Sky Pavilion Master had expected. Damn it! The intense battle went on for a long time before the Sky Green Pavilion Master's face turned completely gloomy. With a furious roar, a sky green aura rapidly gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying sphere. His cold gaze locked onto Fong Chun as he hurled it out. Rise! Seeing this, Fong Chun didn't dare to be careless. He opened his palm and waved it upwards. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. The calm surface of the Tomb Spring suddenly boiled. Countless streams of spring water spun rapidly like the 8 trigrams. A whirlpool appeared in the middle, and a huge water pillar flew out of the whirlpool and hit the Azure Sky Pavilion Master hard. With a bang, the Azure Pavilion Master's body was sent flying. As expected, I'm already in an undefeatable position when fighting above the Tomb Spring. Feng Chun thought to himself. The Azure Pavilion Master was only an earth-splitting realm martial artist. He couldn't resist the strong corrosion of the Tomb Spring. Even an absolute Saint Realm expert wouldn't dare to be careless when facing the Tomb Spring. How can this be? The Sky Green Pavilion Master stood up with difficulty. His eyes were burning with passion. He can actually borrow the power of the Tomb Spring. Thinking of this, the Azure Pavilion Master's head heated up. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to get the supreme treasure on Lin Fan at all costs. Let's work together. At this moment, the demonic Sword Tower Master couldn't sit still anymore and shouted. All right. The two experts worked together to attack Feng Chun. In the air above the Tomb Spring, Feng Chun was fighting against two alone. He used the space-time collapse technique to dodge continuously. At the same time, he used the Tomb Spring to obstruct the two. This can't go on forever, he thought as he dodged. I have to think of a way to lure them into the Tomb Spring. Feng Chun thought to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Feng Chun's mind. Bang! At this moment, the demonic Sword Tower Master's attack came. Feng Chun secretly used the 10,000 sword body to block the demonic Sword Tower Master's sword chi attack. However, just as the 10,000 sword body dissolved the demonic Sword Tower Master's sword chi attack, Feng Chun pretended to be injured and fell down. Pucci! His face was pale, and his aura was chaotic as he fell into the Tomb Spring. Hiss! 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 His clothes showed signs of tearing as he struggled in the Tomb Spring. Should we go down? The demonic Sword Tower Master and the Azure Pavilion Master exchanged glances. This kid has a secret treasure. Although he fell into the Tomb Spring, he won't die in a short time. The Azure Pavilion Master said in a low voice, "This is a great opportunity. If we make a mistake, it'll be gone. I think it's worth the risk. All right, let's charge into the Tomb Spring as fast as we can and kill this kid. Then, we'll retreat quickly." The demonic Sword Tower Master nodded. Both of them were Pioneer Realm experts. If they dived into the Tomb Spring's surface for a moment, they would be able to resist. After making the decision, they raised their defenses to the highest level. Then, with a tap of their feet, they quickly arrived at the Tomb Spring surface. Seeing that Feng Chun was still struggling, the two of them unleashed a thunderous attack. Good timing. Feng Chun was secretly delighted when he saw the situation. When the two experts touched the Tomb Spring, Feng Chun's mind moved, and the entire Tomb Spring suddenly surged wildly. Wave after wave of violent waves drowned the bodies of the two powerhouses. Splash! The two experts were swept into the Tomb Spring, and they screamed with all their might. Go down! The Tomb Spring was Feng Chun's world. The Azure Pavilion Master and the demonic Sword Tower Master couldn't resist at all. No, their bodies were swept to the bottom of the Tomb Spring by the violent Tomb Spring. The deeper they went, the stronger the corrosive power. After a few breaths, their Yuan spirits were frozen and their bodies were completely stiff. Dong! Next, their heads fell into the depths of the Tomb Spring, leaving their lives here forever. You want to fight me? Seeing this, Feng Chun went to the bottom of the Tomb Spring with a thought. He took the two's spatial rings and returned to the air above the Tomb Spring. In the void, Stone Axe King's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Chun. His heart was surging with waves of shock. He couldn't imagine that a Unity Realm warrior could enter and leave the Tomb Spring as he wished. You really have a secret treasure? Can it resist the corrosion of the Tomb Spring? Stone Axe King asked. Feng Chun looked at Stone Axe King with a smile. What? Is the gang leader interested in it too? Stone Axe King hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. I'm just a bit shocked. Right. Where are the Azure Pavilion Master and the demonic Sword Tower Master? They entered the Tomb Spring. The result was already decided, Feng Chun said indifferently. Hearing this, Stone Axe King's body stiffened. He looked at Feng Chun woodenly. The 42nd on the Demon God list, the demonic Sword Tower Master, and the 49th on the Azure Pavilion Master died here just like that. And the cause of all this was this Unity Realm guy in front of him. After the shock, Stone Axe King felt gratified. Fortunately, Feng Chun chose to join the huge Axe Gang. Otherwise, he would have lost his battle axe. Thinking about it, he must have obtained some kind of opportunity when he came to the Entomb Spring in search of the Spirit Spring milk. Stone Axe King was curious about what Fong Chen's secret treasure was. But deep in his heart, he had already made a decision. From now on, no matter what, he couldn't go against Fong Chen. He had to be on good terms with him. Such a heaven-defying monster would be too terrifying once he matured. Although he succeeded with the help of the Entomb Spring, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the demon god list, Stone Axe King said. At this moment, outside the northern icy plains, Chun Fan, the Black Shadow, and the white-robed priest stood on the sky Axe Mountain and looked around. There was a huge battle here. Fong Chun and that Stone Axe King seemed to have left, the Black Shadow said. They entered the northern icy plains, Chun Fan said indifferently. Hearing this, the white-robed priest and the Black Shadow's eyes brightened. They were very clear that the Chun Fan in front of them was no longer the Chun Fan of the past. He was the once famous protector elder of their Tianqing remnant clan. Northern Icy Plains? I remember that the Entomb Spring is in the northern Icy Plains. If you can get some Spirit Spring milk, it will be very beneficial for you, Protector Elder, the white-robed priest said with a smile. Chapter 2264. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Even though he was at the Unity Realm, with Fong Chen's strength, dealing with a late-stage heaven-opening realm martial artist was not a problem. Coupled with the power of the Entomb Spring, even earth-splitting realm martial artists would not be able to escape. The Demonic Sword Tower Master and the Azure Pavilion Master were examples. They coveted Fong Chen's secret treasure, but they did not know that there was no secret treasure at all. Fong Chen himself could control the Entomb Spring. Someone's coming. Just as Stone Axe King was admiring Fong Chen's strength, the latter suddenly whispered, Stone Axe Monarch also turned around and saw Chun Fan and the other two. Fong Chen. Chun Fan said in a hoarse voice. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Although Chun Fan's essence spirit had been completely taken over by the evil voice, Chun Fan's essence spirit had been completely occupied by the evil voice. However, the hatred hidden in the depths of his heart was still able to influence the evil voice. Therefore, when he saw Fong Chen, his killing intent surged. You're not Chun Fan. Fong Chen shook his head. If my guess is correct, you should be the evil force hidden in Chun Fan's body, right? Speaking of this, Fong Chen's gaze swept over the Black Shadow and the white-clothed priest. He shook his head and said, It's just that I didn't expect you to be a remnant of the Tianqing clan. Since you know, why don't you hand over your head? Chun Fan said coldly. Fong Chen, you dare to provoke our Tianqing clan. This will be your burial ground, the Black Shadow said. The eyes of the white-robed priest flickered as a terrifying aura was gathered in his palm. He would make his move as soon as the Guardian Elder gave the order. You're ridiculous, Fong Chen said. Tianqing's descendants tried to kill me more than once, but what happened in the end? Fong Chen shrugged. Indeed, ever since the trip to the Divine Inscription boundary, the Tianqing clan had tried to assassinate him many times. The final result was that he survived, while Tianqing's descendants died. So what? Chun Fan said. Nothing can change the fact that you're about to die. Fong Chen stared at the three without fear. Love, go little, say, W. He feared no one above the Entomb Spring. I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can. Fong Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. If they had the ability, then come fight at the Entomb Spring. Elder Protector, let me deal with this guy. The black figure smiled sinisterly. He took a step forward and arrived above the Entomb Spring. Black chi surged around him as he launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen was already prepared. Voila! A terrifying illusion was instantly cast. Suddenly, the black figure fell into an illusion. You want to stop me with a mere illusion? The Black Shadow sneered and attacked the illusion with all his might. Crack! The illusion instantly shattered, and he walked out of it. Not good. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold aura, and his body began to tremble. He looked around, and his expression suddenly changed. He was surrounded by endless Tomb spring water. He did not know when he had entered the Tomb spring. It must have been in the illusion just now. A hint of anxiety appeared on the black figure's face. He struggled with all his might, wanting to leave. Do you think you can defeat the master of the Demon Sword Tower and the master of the Azure Pavilion? Fang Chun appeared behind the black figure like a ghost. Then a deathly voice rang out. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." The black figure roared angrily and fell into a state of madness. However, Fang Chun directly controlled the Tomb spring. The surging water dragged the black figure to the bottom. A miserable scream came from the Tomb spring. In the blink of an eye, the black figure died. Chun Fan and the white-robed priest were stunned by this scene. Elder Protector, that kid seems to be able to borrow the power of the Tomb spring. What should we do? The white-robed priest said seriously. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. Your methods are indeed beyond my expectations, but it doesn't change anything, Chun Fan said. Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you can borrow the power of the Tomb spring? Then, Chun Fan turned and glanced at the white-robed priest. The latter nodded heavily and then began to mutter some complicated words. Soon the sky darkened. Beside the white-robed priest, miserable screams of ghosts could be heard. Oh no, he's summoning the ancient divine soul. Kingstone Axe could no longer hold back and warned. Summoning the ancient divine soul? Fang Chun said softly. He's the white-robed priest of the Tianqing clan. He can summon the ancient divine souls of the Tianqing clan who died in battle. He's extremely dangerous, Kingstone Axe said hurriedly. Seeing Kingstone Axe's anxious face, Chun Fan sneered. It's too late to be afraid now. With Chun Fan's help, the white-robed priest succeeded in summoning the ancient divine soul in the blink of an eye. In the pitch-black sky, a huge face was faintly discernible. Boom! Terrifying power poured down. Chun Fan leaped and came to the white-robed priest's side. With the latter's help, he quickly absorbed the ancient divine soul descending from the sky. Use the ancient divine soul to kill the enemy. When the last wisp of the departed soul's aura entered his body, he uttered these words. The white-robed priest moved, leaving behind afterimages that surrounded the Tomb spring. Chun Fan strolled toward the Tomb spring and approached Fang Chun. What right do you have to fight with me now? Chun Fan said coldly as he looked down at Fang Chun from above. Whoosh! Chun Fan flicked his finger and incredible finger radiance shot out. So powerful! Fang Chun frowned and performed the traceless sword principle without hesitation. The Shura sword chi spread out and the chant ran quickly in his mind. Whoosh! The terrifying sword radiance collided with the finger radiance and exploded with a deafening sound. Chun Fan was too powerful at the moment. Fang Chun did not dare to leave the Tomb spring. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand Chun Fan's attack. Trash, Chun Fan said indifferently. Then he dove down and stepped on the surface of the Tomb spring. Suddenly, the raging Tomb spring surged toward him. Go down. Fang Chun controlled the towering waves and swept Chun Fan's body away. Splash! After Chun Fan entered the Tomb spring, he used a powerful attack to break through the restraints of the waves. Not good. Fang Chun cursed inwardly. Without thinking, he dove into the Tomb spring. The traceless sword principle, supplemented by the Shura sword principle. The fifth move of the traceless sword principle was fully displayed in the Tomb spring. Pucci! The star-hidden sword unexpectedly touched Chun Fan's body, leaving a scar on his body. Damn it! Chun Fan roared in anger. A terrifying soul, Dao, aura spread out and locked onto Fang Chun's primordial spirit. He had just absorbed the power of the ancient divine soul. His soul Dao aura had reached the peak. Die, die, die. Seeing his soul Dao power wrap around Fang Chun, Chun Fan muttered to himself. He was very confident in his soul Dao power. Once it wrapped around him, a mere Unity Realm cultivator would not be able to resist. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was bound by the power of the soul Dao, had the 6 golden figures in his mind perform the innate soul reversal technique. Attack. The innate soul reversal technique was used to the extreme. It formed a terrifying defense that kept attacking the external power. Crack. The first Golden Man's defense was broken, and Fong Chen's body staggered. Then, the second Golden Man's defense was broken as well. Fong Chen was very anxious now. In his mind, the innate soul reversal techniques chant ran over and over again. When the fifth Golden Man's defense was completely broken, the sixth and final Golden Man was exposed to Chun Fan's attack. At this moment, Fong Chen was in imminent danger. If the final Golden Man was damaged, his primordial spirit would most likely dissipate. No, Fong Chen roared madly. He pushed his soul Dao power to the extreme. At the same time, he used the Yin Tomb Spring's extreme cold to attack Chun Fan's attack. Rumble. An earth-shattering change was happening in his mind. Crack. A crack appeared on the sixth Golden Man's defense. Fong Chen spat out blood, his face pale. His body kept retreating, pulling away from Chun Fan. It's useless. Chun Fan sneered when he saw this. At the same time, he increased his soul Dao power attack, wanting to kill Fong Chen in one fell swoop. Crack. After holding on for a while, the sixth Golden Man's defense shattered. The terrifying soul Dao aura invaded the Golden Man's body. Fong Chen's eyes showed a trace of despair. However, at this moment, the sixth Golden Man was about to shatter. All of a sudden, Fong Chen's mind buzzed loudly. The innate soul reversal technique ran more smoothly. Chapter 2265. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go, / Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Destruction and Establishment. After the first 5 Golden Men were destroyed, Fong Chen's primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment of life and death, he comprehended a higher level of soul Dao. With this enlightenment, his primordial spirit rose to a higher level. Crash! The last broken little Golden Man was quickly repaired. At the same time, the aura of Fong Chen's primordial spirit was gradually rising. In the blink of an eye, it reached the peak. In just a breath's time, the other 5 Golden Men were completely condensed. At this time, Fong Chen's primordial spirit aura had risen to the peak. Then his mind trembled, and the 7th Golden Man began to take shape. 7th Realm. Fong Chen was secretly delighted. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of passion. In a flash, the 7th Golden Man was condensed. Fong Chen felt that his soul Dao power was unprecedentedly strong. Innate soul reversal technique. With some enlightenment in his mind, Fong Chen's mind moved, and the innate soul reversal technique was perfectly displayed. This is the 3rd level. Fong Chen cried out in surprise. He didn't expect that he would succeed in cultivating the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique. This made him very excited. Buzz! He quickly displayed the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique. Then, a heart-palpitating soul Dao aura burst out from Fong Chen's head. Puchi! A crisp sound could be heard as Chun Fan's attack was shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Chun Fan exclaimed. He couldn't believe that Fong Chen's primordial spirit had undergone a tremendous transformation in such a short time. I don't believe it. Chun Fan roared and continued to display powerful soul Dao power to attack Fong Chen's primordial spirit. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face showed a hint of disdain. Then, with a thought, the powerful 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique was displayed. Chun Fan's soul Dao attack had nowhere to hide. Crack! After shattering Chun Fan's soul Dao attack, Fong Chen finally had the time to focus on fighting Chun Fan. What other tricks do you have now? With a sneer, Fong Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Chun Fan. The surrounding spring water of the Yin Mausoleum surged wildly, binding Chun Fan's body and pulling him down. Coupled with the 5th move of Fong Chen's traceless swordsmanship, Chun Fan was at his wit's end. Damn it! Chun Fan roared furiously and struggled with all his might. However, he soon realized that everything he was doing was in vain. Die! The divine spring surged. Fong Chen perfectly used the power of the Yin Tomb Spring to pull Chun Fan's body to the bottom of the spring. An extremely cold aura instantly invaded Chun Fan's mind. The latter's primordial spirit was being frozen. He roared madly. Ah! Above the Tomb spring, the white-clothed priest's expression changed greatly when he heard this. Not good. The guardian elder is in trouble. The white-clothed priest's expression darkened. However, he did not go to the guardian elder's aid, as Stone Axe Monarch had guessed. Instead, he fled from the northern ice plains. His miserable cries gradually weakened. The raging Tomb spring water also gradually calmed down. Voila! Fong Chun rushed out of the spring, droplets of water dripping from his body. However, his face was full of smiles. He's dead? Stone Axe Monarch asked. Fong Chun nodded. Although Chun Fan was very strong, they still managed to kill him after a series of setbacks. The white-clothed priest has escaped. This is troublesome, Stone Axe Monarch said worriedly. Are you afraid that the remnants of Tian Xing's clan will attack? Fong Chun asked. Stone Axe Monarch shook his head. The remnants of Tian Xing's clan are secondary. What I'm most worried about is that they will spread the news and cause a commotion in Demon City. You should know that a Unity Realm warrior can control the Tomb spring and kill a Peak Realm expansion expert. This news will definitely cause a commotion in Demon City. Even those absolute saints might be attracted here, Stone Axe Monarch said solemnly. Amen? Fong Chun frowned. He seemed to have forgotten this point. However, his expression soon returned to normal. I'll use the Tomb spring as my foundation. As long as I don't leave here, even absolute saints won't be able to do anything to me, Fong Chun said confidently. At worst, he could hide at the bottom of the Tomb spring and cultivate until his strength increased. But Stone Axe Monarch's face was filled with worry. The strength of absolute saints is unimaginable. Fong Chun shook his head. As long as it wasn't someone like Mo Luosha, he didn't care. Leader, you should go back first. I'll cultivate in the Tomb spring. Even if someone comes, they won't be able to find me, Fong Chun said. The white priest fled back to the secret base of the Tianqing remnant race. When the Red Devil religious leader heard the news, he was furious. He immediately wanted to head to the Tomb spring to kill Fong Chun. However, the white-robed priest's words changed his mind. You're saying that we should spread this news and let all the warriors in Demon City know? The Red Devil religious leader's eyes flashed. That's right. Religious leader, think about it. A Unity Realm warrior can control the Tomb spring. This news will definitely cause a huge commotion in Demon City. Furthermore, he might have the God Spring Pearl on him. Who can resist such temptation? The white priest said sinisterly. Let the humans fight each other first. Fong Chun has the innate advantage of the Tomb spring. Any warrior below the absolute saint realm who dares to enter the Tomb spring to deal with him will die without a grave. Even a saint realm martial artist would be injured as well. When both sides are injured, it'll be time for us to act, the white priest said. After hearing the analysis of the white priest, the Red Devil religious leader nodded. You're right. Let them fight each other first. The people of the Tianqing remnant race secretly spread the news. Very soon, this news spread across the entire Demon City. At first, everyone did not believe it. A Unity Realm warrior would die if he went near the Tomb spring, much less controlling it. However, when they learned that all the warriors of the Heaven's Eye Palace had died, they gradually started to believe it. Have you heard? A Unity Realm person called Fong Chun can control the Tomb spring. With the power of the Tomb spring, even shattering Earth Realm warriors can't resist it. That's right. I've also heard that the Azure Pavilion Master and Devil Sword Pavilion Master died in his hands. What? The Devil Sword Pavilion Master is ranked 42nd on the Demon God list. Even he died? At the same time, there were warriors all over Demon City discussing. Many warriors of the Azure Pavilion and Devil Sword Pavilion were furious, but they did not dare to take revenge. What kind of joke was this? Even the Pavilion Master and Pavilion Master were dead. What could they do? For a moment, the warriors ranked at the top of the Demon God list felt a trace of greed in their hearts. On a certain towering tree, a golden-armored man sat cross-legged. A Unity Realm warrior can control the Tomb spring? The golden-armored man muttered to himself. Although he did not believe it, it was the truth. It seems that he has a huge secret. If I can control the Tomb Spring, I can at least enter the top 20 on the demon god list, the golden-armored man said. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because the golden-armored man was the golden-armored battle devil, ranked 21st on the demon god list. The golden-armored battle devil was an early-stage absolute saint. If he was in the outside world, he would definitely be a strong warrior. But in Demon City, he was only ranked 21st. It was too difficult to enter the top 20. I want to see who this Fang Chen is. After saying that, the golden-armored battle devil's figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, in front of the Tomb Spring in the northern ice plains, the golden-armored battle devil's figure suddenly appeared in the chilly wind. His feet stepped on the northern ice plains. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the ice as if it was about to melt. No one. He scanned the Tomb Spring with his spiritual consciousness, but he did not find any aura. Then, his spiritual consciousness entered the Tomb Spring and dived deeper. As expected of the Tomb Spring, what a domineering aura. Soon, he felt that his spiritual consciousness could no longer dive deeper. Otherwise, it would be frozen. Voila! When his spiritual consciousness returned, the golden-armored battle devil's face was covered in a layer of frost. Clearly, the Tomb Spring was a great threat to him. Chapter 2266. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Northern Ice Plains at the bottom of the Tomb Spring. After Stone Axe Monarch left, Fang Chen simply went into seclusion to cultivate. The Tomb Spring was very deep. Even absolute saints couldn't extend their spiritual senses here, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. During this period of time in the Demon City, although his strength had increased by quite a bit, it was still limited. Even absolute saints couldn't do anything to Fang Chen, but this was all because of the Tomb Spring. Without the help of the Tomb Spring, an earth-splitting realm expert would be able to suppress Fang Chen. However, overall, Fang Chen's strength was not bad. At the very least, he could easily resist against a heaven-opening realm martial artist with his Unity realm cultivation. It was extremely difficult to fight across a large realm. Those who could do it were all extremely talented people. The long period of cultivation was dry and tasteless. Fang Chen spent every day cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement technique and comprehending the Azura Sword Dao. More and more experts of the demon god list gathered before the Tomb Spring. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of Fang Chen. Fang Chen escaped. If he can control the Tomb Spring, it is very likely that he is hiding at the bottom of the Tomb Spring. The martial artists who came here were basically all absolute saints. Those who had surpassed the absolute saint realm didn't bother to come here. If he keeps hiding here, we can't keep waiting, right? Someone said. The golden-armored battle demon clenched his fists, his face dark. He had an impulse to charge into the Tomb Spring and kill Fang Chen. But reason told him this was not feasible. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Many experts on the demon god list left impatiently. However, there were still some who refused to give up. They did not believe that Fang Chen could last forever at the bottom of the Tomb Spring. However, it turned out that they were too naive. 3 months later, the golden-armored battle devil was still waiting. He wanted to enter the top 20 of the demon god, ranking too much. This was an excellent opportunity that he did not want to miss. Love, go little, say, W2. However, after waiting over and over again, there was still no sign of Fang Chen. After a long time, even the gold-armored battle demon began to get impatient. Damn bastard, if you come out, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. The golden-armored battle demon said coldly. In the eyes of these experts, the weak were not worth mentioning. They could kill them as they wished. Half a year later, the golden-armored battle demon could no longer wait. During this period of time, he had sent his soul into the Tomb Spring several times in an attempt to find Fang Chen's tracks. However, there was only one result in the end. He had ended up in a very sorry state. Fang Chen, I'll remember you. Before the golden-armored battle demon left, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. His hatred for Fang Chun had reached its peak. In a certain forbidden area of the Devil City, Mo Luosha casually tore apart a demonic beast. After that, he grinned and said, "This junior brother of mine is really extraordinary. His comprehension of the sword principle is very high. If he can fully comprehend the demon-killing sword principle, it won't be difficult for him to reach my level." When Mo Luosha first heard about Fang Chen's deeds, he was shocked for a long time. He did not dare to imagine that Fang Chun could control the Yin Tomb Spring. However, after a while, he finally understood. Fang Chun was thrown into the Yin Tomb Spring by Magoo. He must have had some fortuitous encounters since he survived. Perhaps it was these encounters that gave him the means to control the Yin Tomb Spring. Even the Saint Realm martial artists on the demon god list are helpless against him. Haha. Thinking of this, Mo Luosha laughed heartily. Even when he was a Saint Realm martial artist, he could not do this. Only the super experts in the top 11 of the demon god list could do that. In the Divine Shi Palace in the Milky Way universe, Buzz, a terrifying space-time aura surrounded the entire Divine Shi Palace. However, ordinary martial artists could not sense it at all. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the Divine Shi Palace. At the same time, all the martial artists in the god world prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies trembled as fear filled their hearts. They were panicking. What had happened in the god world? I forgot to restrain my aura. In the depths of the Divine Shi Palace, Fang Chun curled his lips helplessly. When he created the 7th level of the space-time collapse art, he was so excited that he released a powerful aura. It made the entire god world feel as if they were facing a great enemy. "Master, quickly come to the Divine Shi Palace," Fang Chun said telepathically. Soon, the bone progenitor arrived at the Divine Shi Palace. "I have created the 7th level of the space-time collapse art," Fang Chun said directly. "What?" The bone progenitor was excited. He knew better than anyone else what it meant to create the 7th level of the space-time collapse art. The two of them had been stuck at the 6th level for a long time. The 7th level directly raised the space-time collapse art to another level. Creating the 7th level meant that the next few levels could be easily created. Whoosh! Fang Chun flicked his finger, and a mark drilled into the bone progenitor's forehead. Suddenly, the bone progenitor's body was filled with a strong space-time aura. Strike while the iron is hot. The two of them sat cross-legged and began to create the next few levels of the space-time collapse art. In just 3 days, the two of them created the 11th level of the space-time collapse art. 11th level. The bone progenitor could not help but laugh excitedly. Just as Fang Chun was about to speak, his pitch-black eyes suddenly looked at the azure sky. I seem to have encountered some difficulties. At the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. After this period of meditation, Fang Chen's understanding of the Azure Sword principle had reached a whole new level. Now, he was worried about the 6th move of the Traceless Sword principle. The 6th move should be combined with the space-time collapse art to form a move that is both offensive and defensive. Fang Chen's mind was filled with countless fantasies, but he had yet to determine the final direction of the Traceless Sword principle. Should I attack or be both offensive and defensive? Fang Chun was hesitant. There were a total of 3 directions for the development of the Traceless Sword principle. The first was offensive, the second was both offensive and defensive, and the third was defensive. Without even thinking, Fang Chun negated the direction of his defense. The level 4 Myriad Sword body had a sufficiently strong defense. Furthermore, the Myriad Sword domain was getting stronger day by day. Few cosmos gods could injure his fleshy body. If I choose to be both offensive and defensive, I can advance or retreat. If the other party is too strong, the Traceless Sword principle can form a circular defense. Combined with the Myriad Sword body and Myriad Sword domain, I can unleash an unimaginable effect. Fang Chun pondered. But if that's the case, my offensive power will be greatly reduced. After pondering for a long time, he could not make a decision. What Fang Chun did not expect was that when he was not paying attention, a sentence from the past suddenly flashed in his mind. The destruction of Swordmaster had the power to destroy the world. All of a sudden, a huge sound reverberated in his mind. The blood in his body started boiling. The sword chi around his body became abnormally sharp. His eyes shot out a frightening sword chi. Tom has nearly worn down my sharpness. With a grin, Fang Chun made his decision. A sword cultivator should have a sharp aura. Be both offensive and defensive? There was no need for that. In front of absolute offensive power, all defenses were useless. If my defense is insufficient, I'll make up for it with my offense. A sword cultivator should have a courageous heart. Drawing my sword, I swear to see blood. After thinking through this point, a sharp light appeared on Fang Chen's body once again. In his mind, the traceless sword principle began circulating. Condense. He pinched his fingers to form a seal, which quickly formed a strange sword light in the sky. With a thought, he controlled this sword light to dance in the sky. The trajectory of the sword light was completely according to Fang Chen's thoughts. This is the sixth move of the traceless sword principle. Fang Chun was very excited. This was the perfect traceless sword principle. His previous troubles had vanished into thin air. Boom! When the sword light in the sky stopped dancing, it suddenly dissipated. Fang Chen's aura instantly withdrew. The sixth move of the traceless sword principle had been completed. The power of the sixth move has increased by more than 10 times. Just the power of the attack alone can threaten a martial artist at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. With the help of the Tomb Spring, I won't be afraid of even a Saint Realm martial artist. Fang Chun was full of confidence. Calculating the time, he had been in seclusion for almost a year. It's time to go out. Fang Chun leaped out from the bottom of the Tomb Spring. He stood above the Tomb Spring and looked down at the ground. His eyes were burning with passion. At the same time, somewhere in the demon city, the gold-armored battle demon was cultivating. Suddenly, he felt the mark he left on the Tomb Spring vibrate. Chapter 2267. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The golden-armored battle demon was unwilling to give up. Before he left a mark. As soon as Fang Chun appeared, the mark would flash immediately. Love go little say W. He rushed to the northern ice field as fast as he could. In fact, at the golden-armored battle demon's level, he was only one step away from Marosha's level. Tearing the void and teleporting across long distances was a piece of cake. Fang Chun. As soon as he came out, he heard an angry voice. Who are you? Fang Chun looked at the golden-armored battle demon and sensed a strong murderous intent from him. Golden-armored battle demon. The golden-armored battle demon reported his name, thinking Fang Chun would be shocked. However, the latter only nodded. He didn't panic. Aren't you afraid of me? The golden-armored battle demon asked in a low voice. Why should I be afraid of you? Fang Chun sneered. You're just a warrior ranked 21st on the demon god list. You can't even get into the top 20. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The golden-armored battle demon wanted to kill him. There was no need to save face for such a person. As expected, Fang Chun's words completely enraged the golden-armored battle demon. He spread his hands, and a terrifying aura gathered in his palms. Is this your way of showing off? The golden-armored battle demon exuded a strong aura, suppressing Fang Chun. Give me the method to control the Tomb Spring, and I'll spare your life. Fang Chun shook his head and sneered at the golden-armored battle demon. So what if he was a warrior ranked high on the demon god list? In the end, he still couldn't control his greed. Your greed will ruin your future, Fang Chun said calmly. He stood above the Tomb Spring with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster. The golden-armored battle devil was enraged by his words and exploded in anger. I want you to die. A Saint Realm warrior could detach the universe from his body and form a miniature universe. However, the gold-armor battle demon had never done so. The first reason was that he thought he wasn't strong enough. He'd wait until he reached the limit of the absolute Saint Realm before stripping away the universe. In this way, the miniature universe would be stronger and the warriors born from it would have a higher level of comprehension than ordinary miniature universes. Secondly, he was in Demon City. If he wanted to separate his internal universe, he had to find a stable void. Obviously, Demon City wasn't suitable. Wong, with a thought, all the power in his internal universe was sucked dry. The next moment, he leaped into the air above the Entomb Spring and attacked Fong Chun. I've said before, your greed will ruin your future. Upon seeing this, Fong Chun said faintly. When the golden armored battle demon's attack was about to reach Fong Chun had used space-time collapse and disappeared in an instant. The golden armored battle demon couldn't track him down at all. How is this possible? The golden armored battle demon frowned. His primordial spirit was already very powerful in the same realm, but he still couldn't sense Fong Chun's aura. In the void, Fong Chun sneered inwardly. The space-time collapse had undergone a fundamental change when it reached the 11th level. He was confident that even Mo Luo might not be able to find him. This was his trump card. Of course, the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle was also his trump card. Pucci. With a thought, the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle was instantly performed. The space was cut open, and a terrifying sword chi swept over. In an instant, a thick beam of sword light appeared in the shattered void. This beam of sword light contained an attack 10 times more powerful than the 5th move. It was also a purely offensive move after Fong Chun had decided on the direction of his sword principle. This move was indomitable and surging with momentum. Love go little say W, Chu, you're courting death. The golden armored battle demon sneered. He clapped his hands and hit the sword light. Originally, he wanted to smash the sword light with his hands. However, when his palms touched the sword light, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Dong! The sharp sword chi penetrated his palms and went into his body. Oh no! The golden armored battle demon screamed and kept retreating. Trying to escape? Fong Chun growled and performed the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle again. At the same time, he used the power of the Entomb Spring to bind the golden armored battle demon. Rumble. The water in the Entomb Spring surged, and an extremely cold aura poured into the golden armored battle demon's body. Pucci. After a while, the golden armored battle demon's weak point was exposed. Like a balloon leaking air, his body instantly withered. The golden armored battle demon let out a miserable cry. He suddenly made up his mind and slapped his arm. His arm broke and blood gushed out. Enduring the pain, he threw away his arm that was bound by the Entomb Spring. In the next moment, he leaped and fled the Entomb Spring. I can't accept this. The golden armored battle demon stood on the northern icy plain, his black eyes fixed on Fong Chun as he roared angrily. So what if you can't accept this? Fong Chun retorted. You coward. What's the point of using the Entomb Spring to show off? If you dare leave the Entomb Spring, I'll kill you in a matter of minutes. The golden armored battle demon was driven mad. His heart was filled with anger. Fong Chun shook his head as he looked at the battered and exhausted golden armored battle demon. It seems that you still don't know the difference between us. Fong Chun took a step forward and left the Entomb Spring. Whoosh! He performed the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle again. A powerful aura swept out, and an unimaginable sword light pierced toward the golden armored battle demon at an imperceptible speed. The golden armored battle demon had lost an arm, and his strength was greatly reduced. There was no way he could resist the sword light. Pucci. The sword light pierced through the other arm of the golden armored battle demon. In just 1 minute, both arms of the golden armored battle demon, ranked 21st on the demon god list, had been destroyed. This was something no one dared to imagine, and all of this was accomplished by a Unity Realm expert. Die! Fong Chun spat out a single word, and the hidden star sword stabbed out again. However, the golden armored battle demon had wrist injury to escape from the northern ice plains. Seeing this, Fong Chun leaped back to the Entomb Spring. He didn't pursue because he could feel False aura approaching. Hoo. As soon as the golden armored battle demon left, a warrior came whistling from another direction. Fong Chun recognized this person. He was Black Sky God, ranked 25th on the demon god list. Who was the one who just escaped? Black Sky God sensed the remaining aura in the air. At the same time, he also sensed a withered aura leaving this place. The golden armored battle demon, Fong Chen replied. If it were the golden armored battle demon, would you still be standing here? Black Sky God sneered and forced Fong Chen a hand over the method to control the Tomb Spring. In the end, the two of them fought fiercely. Black Sky God wasn't as lucky as the golden armored battle demon. He was dragged into the Tomb Spring by Fong Chen, who used the power of the spring and the sixth move of the traceless sword art to kill him. Demon City, Demon Steel. There was a huge square in the center of Demon City. There was a huge stone stele in the square, known as the Demon Stele. There were 100 names on the stele. They were all experts on the demon god list. There were many warriors in the square. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at the experts on the demon god list. If I can make it onto the demon god list one day, I can die without regrets. Do you think you can make it onto the demon god list just because you want to? Those who can make it onto the demon god list are all peerless geniuses with outstanding talent. Groups of 3 to 5 martial artists discussed in low voices. Suddenly, the name on the demon god list flashed. Many people didn't notice it, but a warrior in lazy clothes in a corner saw it. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he had seen wrongly. But after looking at it a few times, he was shocked. Heavens! Black Sky God's name disappeared. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a muddy sky god. They heard it immediately. What? Black Sky God's name disappeared? Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the 23rd name on the demon god list. They were shocked to discover that the 3 words Black Sky God on the 23rd place on the demon god list had already disappeared. It was replaced by Fong Chen. Hong. There was a huge commotion in the square. Everyone looked at Fong Chen's name, dumbfounded. They couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Fong Chen. Is he the Unity Realm expert who can control the Tomb Spring? He killed Black Sky God. How is that possible? The demon god list is never wrong. Since his name appeared, Black Sky God must have been killed by him. Chapter 2268. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The top 30 of the demon god list had not changed for a long time. The change this time caused a great commotion. One must know that the demon god list was the most authoritative ranking in the entire demon city. For Black Sky God to be ranked 23rd on the demon god list, it was enough to show how powerful he was. However, he was killed by an unknown Fong Chen. This was enough to cause a huge commotion. Who is this Fong Chen? Why haven't I heard of it before? I seem to have heard of this name before. Ah, that's right. I met him before in the tomb of Heavenly Springmaster. He is a Unity Realm expert. Isn't this guy the lucky guy who has the divine spring bead? Many people were discussing Fong Chen. Their gazes fell on the 23rd place on the demon god list with mixed feelings. In the end, many people came to the conclusion that Fong Chen was able to kill He Tianshan because of the Tomb Spring. With his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Heavenly Black God, let alone kill him. The demon god list contained a sliver of demon, venerable heavenly sage's remnant consciousness. With a single thought, it could envelop the entire demon city. The aura of the experts on the demon god list had already fused tightly with the demon god list. As long as their aura died, their names would disappear from the demon god list. On the contrary, the person who killed them would appear on the demon god list. Therefore, when the demon god list changed, everyone knew that Black Sky God was indeed dead. This news was like a bomb that quickly spread throughout the entire demon city. Many warriors were shocked when they heard it. However, the golden armored battle demon, who was hiding in a secluded area, was the most terrified. Damn fellow, why is he so powerful here? The golden armored battle devil's face was ferocious and cold. His arms were chopped off, and his strength was greatly reduced. He changed his appearance and went into hiding, not daring to come out. Who would have thought that the golden armored battle demon, ranked 21st on the demon god list, would end up like this? Love go little say, although I can't kill you right now, I won't let you have an easy time. A cold, murderous glint flashed across the golden-armored battle demon's eyes. It seemed like it already had a strategy to deal with Feng Chun. Demon City. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Devil City. The news said that Feng Chun not only possessed a treasure like the Divine Spring Pearl, but also a treasure that could control the Tomb Spring. After hearing this, many people's eyes were filled with greed. They all wanted to take advantage of Feng Chun. However, even more people realized that Feng Chun was invincible in the Tomb Spring. They were too weak. If they went, they would be courting death. Without the strength of the Black Sky God, going there would only be suicide. Some warriors curled their lips and said, in any case, Dark Sky God was dead, and he was killed by Feng Chun. They had no choice but to admit it. Therefore, although the ancient martial art practitioners on the demon god list were eager to take action, they did not dare to act on their own. A mere Unity Realm martial art practitioner dares to stir up trouble in Demon City? Let me, Chu Lang Feng, go and meet him. A domineering voice resounded in the Demon City. Even Chu Lang Feng is tempted? After Chu Lang Feng shows himself, Feng Chun will definitely die. I heard that Chu Lang Feng cultivates a cold divine art. He should be able to resist the corrosion of the Tomb Spring. Following Chu Lang Feng's words, many people came to the Northern Ice Plains. They wanted to see Chu Lang Feng in action. As time passed, more and more ancient martial art practitioners came to the Northern Ice Plains. Of course, most of the ancient martial art practitioners were experts on the demon god list. As for the weaker ancient martial art practitioners, they could not even step into the Northern Ice Plains. A few days later, many ancient martial art practitioners gathered in front of the Tomb Spring. Their gazes were focused on the Tomb Spring. Where's Feng Chun? He should be cultivating in the Tomb Spring. As soon as this was said, many ancient martial art practitioners were filled with envy and jealousy. Feng Chun, get the hell out here. There was a sudden clap of thunder. Suddenly, a violent voice came from the distant horizon. Everyone was shocked. Chu Lang Feng had finally come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and straight figure appeared out of thin air from the distant horizon. The next moment, he stood above the Tomb Spring. His voice contained extremely violent power, stirring up the wind and clouds in the Tomb Spring. Chu Lang Feng, 15th on the demon god list, had almost reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only one step away from Hiroshi's level. He had been looking for an opportunity, so when he heard that Feng Chun had a secret treasure that could control the Tomb Spring, he was tempted as well. Chu Longfeng's tall figure was filled with vast power. The air dissipated in all directions. His black eyes stared at the bottom of the Tomb Spring. However, there was no movement from the Tomb Spring for a long time after he spoke. Is Feng Chun afraid? That must be it. Who is Chu Lang Feng? He's too strong. Hey Tianshan can't compare to him at all. If he hides in the Tomb Spring, Chu Lang Feng can't do anything to him. Can he hide in the Tomb Spring like a coward for the rest of his life? Many ancient martial art practitioners discussed among themselves. Feng Chun. Chu Longfeng's voice echoed in the Tomb Spring. He suddenly clapped his hand. Immediately, vast power blasted into the Tomb Spring. The Tomb Spring, which had just calmed down, was suddenly hit by the palm. At this moment, Feng Chun, who had been cultivating under the Tomb Spring, suddenly opened his eyes. 15th on the demon god list, Chu Lang Feng. Feng Chun muttered to himself. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but his body did not move. With the power of the Tomb Spring, it's not too difficult to deal with Chu Lang Feng. However, at this point, Feng Chun paused slightly, then continued. Those who want to kill me should be prepared to be killed. Above the Tomb Spring, a trace of displeasure flashed through Chu Longfeng's pitch-black eyes. But at this moment, a very arrogant voice sounded. 15th on the demon god list, Chu Lang Feng, you don't qualify for me to act. These words caused an uproar in the Northern Ice Plains. Many ancient martial art practitioners widened their eyes, looking at the Tomb Spring in disbelief. Was Feng Chun crazy? he dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Chu Langfeng? No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than Chu Langfeng? Many people shook their heads, feeling dissatisfied with Feng Chun, a brat at the Unity Realm who had coincidentally obtained the treasure to control the Yin Tomb Spring was so arrogant. Everyone looked at Chu Langfeng. They wanted to see how he would respond. As expected, Chu Langfeng was angry. I originally thought that if you took the initiative to hand over the treasure, I, Chu Langfeng, could spare your life. But now, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Chu Langfeng said coldly, "Today, I will kill you. What will you use to kill me?" Another voice came from the Yin Tomb Spring. Chu Langfeng was stunned. He clenched his fists, his expression extremely cold. Xiao! Under everyone's gaze, Chu Langfeng's figure flashed, disappearing into the Yin Tomb Spring. Look, Chu Langfeng entered the Yin Tomb Spring. Is he going to kill Feng Chun in the Yin Tomb Spring? Ha ha ha! It's exciting just thinking about it. As expected of my idol, Chu Langfeng. Chu Langfeng's actions caused a huge commotion. Voices of praise for Chu Langfeng unceasingly rang out from the northern ice field. At the same time, everyone was paying close attention to the Yin Tomb Spring. Hoo! Chu Langfeng quickly dived down from the Yin Tomb Spring. He wanted to forcefully take Feng Chun out of the Yin Tomb Spring and kill him. Why not? After looking around, Chu Langfeng was slightly surprised to find no trace of Feng Chun. Keep diving. As time went on, Chu Langfeng had already dived to a very deep place, but he still couldn't find Feng Chun. Now, his face was flushed. He couldn't dive any further. I can't keep diving. Otherwise, my nascent spirit will be frozen. Chu Langfeng was very unwilling, but he didn't dare to joke around with his life. After all, this was the Yin Tomb Spring. Up! Chu Langfeng stomped his foot and began to ascend. I said that you, Chu Langfeng, don't have the right to make me attack. Feng Chen's voice sounded in Chu Langfeng's ears. Instantly, Chu Langfeng's rising body staggered, and he almost fell. I, Chu Langfeng, swear that I will tear you to pieces. Splash. Chapter 2269. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Being humiliated by a Unity Realm expert was a humiliation that Chu Langfeng had never experienced before. His expression was gloomy as he looked down at the Yin Tomb Spring. Since you want to be a coward, I'll fulfill your wish. Although he could not dive to the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring, Chu Langfeng had 100 ways to deal with Feng Chun. Hong! He clenched his fists tightly and released a large amount of qi from his body. It all gathered on his fists. Then, Chu Langfeng punched out fiercely on the surface of the Yin Tomb Spring. Voila! The Yin Tomb Spring was magnificent, but there was no trace of Feng Chun. Let's wait until there are more people. At this moment, Feng Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of golden light as he thought to himself at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. The blue illusory figure left an imprint. This imprint contained a terrifying power that could be unleashed when combined with the Yin Tomb Spring. This was Feng Chen's trump card. He wanted to use this imprint to intimidate the experts on the demon god list. Chu Langfeng alone was far from enough. He wanted to attract more experts on the demon god list and teach them a lesson that they would never forget. In the following period, no matter what Chu Langfeng did, Feng Chun simply ignored him. As time passed, Chu Langfeng's anger reached its peak, but he could not do anything to Feng Chun. All he could do was constantly attack the Yin Tomb Spring to disturb Feng Chun and force him to appear. 7 days later, the 14th expert on the demon god list arrived. After understanding the situation, he reached an agreement with Chu Langfeng. The two worked together to force Feng Chun to appear, but they failed in the end. The Yin Tomb Spring was too strange. Their attacks could not penetrate to the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. Half a month later, the 12th expert on the demon god list arrived. They still could not force Feng Chun to appear. It was not until 3 months later that Mugu appeared that everyone saw a glimmer of hope. Brother Mugu, Chu Langfeng, and the other two greeted him. Aside from the top 10 of the demon god list, Mugu was the only cultivator who had stepped into that realm. Even if Chu Lang Feng and the other two joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Mu Gu. Previously, it was rumored that Mu Gu had been hunted down by Mo Luo. Later on, Mu Gu had disappeared without a trace. No one had expected him to appear above the Yin Tomb Spring. Has that brat been hiding in the Yin Tomb Spring all this time? Mu Gu asked coldly. That's right. We've been waiting here for 3 months, but he hasn't dared to come out, Chu Lang Feng said. That damn bastard. Didn't he just get the treasure to control the Yin Tomb Spring? What's there to be proud of? How dare he provoke us? He's courting death. As Mu Gu heard this, his eyes flashed and killing intent surged within his heart. Back then, in his eyes, Fang Chun was just an ant-like existence. He had casually thrown him into the Yin Tomb Spring. Who would have thought that it was his action that would lead to Fang Chen's success? This allowed him to obtain the coveted secret treasure that allowed him to control the Yin Tomb Spring. Of course, besides the secret treasure, Mu Gu had another important reason for coming here. It was revenge. Mo Luo had chased him all over the world to kill that madman. If he had not used his trump card at the last moment, he might have died at the madman's hands. He would take revenge on Fang Chun. Let me try, Mu Gu said in a low voice. Then, he took a step forward and stared at the Yin Tomb Spring with his black eyes. Mu Gu waved his hand slightly. In the next moment, a black ripple appeared above the Yin Tomb Spring. Go! Mu Gu softly spat out a word. Immediately, the calm Yin Tomb Spring became turbulent. Waves of dark qi entered the Yin Tomb Spring and went straight to the bottom. Fang Chun, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. When he felt the strange qi in the Yin Tomb Spring, a disdainful smile appeared in his eyes. Finally can't hold back anymore. After learning that Mu Gu had appeared, Fang Chun was a little surprised. However, after his surprise, he was overjoyed. Mu Gu had almost killed him here. How could he not take revenge? In the sky above the Yin Tomb Spring, a water column shot up into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun stepped on the water column and appeared in the sky above the Yin Tomb Spring. You finally appeared? Mu Gu's face was calm as he said coldly. Mu Gu. Fang Chen's voice sounded in everyone's ears. His eyes were filled with ice-cold, killing intent, as if he wanted to dismember Mu Gu into 10,000 pieces. Boy, you finally stopped being a coward? Chu Lang Feng said disdainfully. With Brother Mu Gu here, you can't escape. Oh, is that so? If I were you, I would obediently get out of here. Fang Chun said without even looking at Chu Lang Feng. You? Chu Lang Feng was furious. The qi around him surged. He reached out his hand and directly enveloped Fang Chun. The sixth move of the traceless sword technique. An incomparably powerful sword light shot out from the hidden star sword in a strange manner and fiercely collided with Chu Longfeng's palm. Crack! As the sword light shattered, Chu Langfeng quickly retracted his hand. Chu Langfeng was a little surprised. He did not expect this boy's sword principle to be so strong. However, his face soon calmed down. To him, although Fang Chun was strong, he was far from being his opponent. He had many ways to kill such a person. Your strength is only SOSO. Chu Lafeng sneered. You're also very stupid. Fang Chen's attitude was very tough. At this time, the other two powerhouses also hurled insults at Fang Chun. As for Mu Gu, he looked at Fang Chun indifferently with a disdainful look on his face. You know why I'm here, Mu Gu said calmly. Fang Chun was silent as he stared at Mu Gu. Mo Luo killed that madman because of you. That's why he chased after me. Do you think I need to take revenge? Mu Gu continued to ask. How ridiculous. You can't beat Mo Luo Sha, so you vent all your hatred on me? Is this the style of the 11th expert on the demon god list? Fang Chun sneered. Mu Gu was not angry. In his opinion, he was talking to a dead man. There was no need to be angry. Your relationship with Mo Luo Sha and the supreme treasure that controls the Yin Tomb Spring is enough for me to kill you, Mu Gu said. As he spoke, his figure flashed and turned into a series of afterimages. Crash! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Chun. Bang! Without any resistance, Fang Chen's body was sent flying by the punch. Pucci. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. As Fong Chun slowly stood up, the murderous intent in his pitch-black eyes deepened. Everything was still under his control. In your eyes, I'm just an ant that you can kill at will, Fong Chun said solemnly. But have you ever thought about whether you're prepared to be killed before you kill others? Hearing Fong Chen's words, Chu Langfeng and the other two laughed loudly. Are you an idiot? Or do you think your strength is comparable to Brother Mugu? I think this brat's head has been broken by Brother Mugu. Even if the three of us work together, we're not Brother Mugu's opponent. I don't believe a mere Unity Realm expert. The few of them mocked and ridiculed Fong Chun. Even Mugu shook his head slightly. The current Fong Chun could not even arouse his interest. You're weak, Mugu said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, a resplendent ray of light shot out. This blade light contained an unimaginable power. Seeing this, Fong Chen's body continuously retreated. At the same time, his eyes turned scarlet. He opened his palm, and an imprint appeared. Mugu, did you know that the moment you threw me into the Een Tomb Spring, I treated you as someone who must be killed? Fong Chun roared angrily. I originally thought that it would take some time for me to get my revenge. But now, it seems that I don't have to wait any longer. The heavens have given me this opportunity. How can I, Fong Chen, miss it? Saying this, the aura on Fong Chen's body became even stronger. Today, anyone who has the intention to kill me will die. Fong Chen fell into madness. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his hand and immediately grasped the imprint. Berserk power crazily surged out from the imprint. The Een Tomb Spring below was thoroughly boiling. Shameless boasting, Mugu said. Brother Mugu, you don't have to deal with this kind of trash. I, Chu Langfeng, am willing to serve you, Chu Langfeng said. Chapter 2270. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Since Chu Langfeng wanted to make a move, Mugu naturally had no objections. After all, no one here was stronger than him. Even if Fong Chun was killed by Chu Langfeng, the ultimate treasure would still be his. Kid, I'll show you the strength of an expert on the demon god list. Chu Langfeng let out a low growl as an extremely violent energy surged out from his body. All of a sudden, a long spear appeared in his hand. On the tip of the spear, there was a dot of light. Voila! With a flick of his wrist, the long spear pierced into the sky. The sound of thunder resounded incessantly. It was as if the entire sky was about to be pierced through. At this moment, Chu Longfeng's aura was too strong. On the northern ice plains, countless warriors widened their eyes as they watched this scene. There was no doubt about Chu Longfeng's strength. As soon as he made his move, he appeared in front of Fong Chun in an absolutely powerful manner. Kill! Chu Langfeng roared furiously as the spear in his hand tore through the void and appeared in front of Fong Chun. So strong. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. If he was outside, he wouldn't dare to challenge an expert like Chu Langfeng. However, this was the Een Tomb Spring. As he watched Chu Longfeng's spear approach him, a strange smile appeared in Fong Chen's eyes. Seeing this, Chu Langfeng frowned as if he was thinking about something. However, he quickly shook his head. He didn't believe that Fong Chun could still play any tricks at this time. Whoosh! The tip of the long spear glowed brightly as it was about to pierce Fong Chen's body. Suddenly, a shocking aura came from Fong Chen's palm. When this aura spread out, the entire northern ice field fell into a gloomy state. The water from the Een Tomb Spring soared into the sky and formed a giant light screen that instantly covered Mugu and the others. Love, go little say, cannot good. Chu Langfeng felt his spear being blocked by an invisible barrier. He cursed in his heart and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Crack! The giant wave wrapped around his long spear. The vast power hit the long spear. Immediately, the long spear couldn't withstand the power of the giant wave and was split in half. No! Chu Langfeng cried out involuntarily when he saw this. His long spear, a supreme heaven-opening grade-long spear, was actually broken. Too strong. At this moment, not only Chu Langfeng, but the other two experts on the demon god list were also full of fear. Only Mugu remained as calm as ever. Insignificant skill. Mugu lifted his palm and gently tapped it with his withered finger. Immediately, the monstrous waves collapsed. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Mugu's face. Mugu faintly said, "A dazzling light burst out from the Entomb Spring. This light was formed from all the power of the Entomb Spring. It also contained a trace of the Blue Phantom's power. It was so powerful that even Mugu felt his heart palpitate." "What's going on?" Mugu, who had been wearing a disdainful expression, suddenly changed his expression. "Dong!" The northern ice plains shook. A violent power swept over everyone, instantly knocking them unconscious. Above the Entomb Spring, everyone, including Mugu, was trapped here. Brother Mugu. Chu Longfeng's body was battered and exhausted as he desperately resisted the erosion of the Entomb Spring. When he felt the dazzling light that made him uneasy, his body trembled, and he quickly retreated behind Mugu. "Love, go little say, Brother Mugu, what do we do?" The others also asked anxiously. At this moment, Fang Chun was inside the Entomb Spring, using his origin spirit as a medium to respond to the terrifying power of the Entomb Spring. "Entomb ultimate kill," Fang Chun murmured softly. Immediately, the innate power of the divine order glyphs was released. The entire Entomb Spring boiled. The light that had gathered all the power of the Entomb Spring directly pierced Chu Longfeng's body. Splat! Chu Longfeng's eyes widened as he stared at his chest in disbelief. Bang! Chu Longfeng's body fell head first into the Entomb Spring. Then, the light didn't stop at all. It pierced through the bodies of the other experts on the demon god ranking, killing them one after another. Finally, the dazzling light's aura grew stronger and reached Mugu. Too powerful. Mugu no longer had his previous awe-inspiring presence. His face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. How could it be so strong? He hadn't felt so helpless even when being chased by Mo Luo Sha. The light's power far exceeded his true strength. He couldn't block it at all. He kept retreating, trying to avoid the light's attack, but he was trapped by the Entomb Spring. "Mugu." Fang Chen's voice sounded in Mugu's ears. "I said that you must die today." Fang Chun took a step forward and followed the dazzling light to Mugu's side. Break! Mugu had already unleashed all his power, but he seemed so small in front of the dazzling light. His powerful attacks were broken through one after another, and he couldn't retreat any further. His face darkened as he looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression in his dark eyes. "You dare kill me?" Mugu asked. "Why wouldn't I?" Fang Chun sneered. He waved his hand, and the dazzling light, carrying the power of the heavenly Tao, stabbed into Mugu's chest. Crash! Mugu's head exploded as his Yuan spirit tried to flee. Die! How could Fang Chun not know the principle of releasing a tiger back into the mountains? If he let go of such a treacherous person like Mugu, there was no telling when he would stab him in the future. After making up his mind, Fang Chun continued controlling the imprint left behind by the blue illusory figure. He combined it with the Entomb Spring and began a frenzied slaughter of Mugu's Yuan spirit. Puchi! Finally, Mugu's Yuan spirit could no longer dodge and exploded. "I'm not willing." A miserable and furious voice came from the explosion. An expert of a generation, Mugu, ranked 11th on the demon god list, had fallen. Perhaps even he didn't know that he would die in the hands of Unity Realm Warrior. Furthermore, the reason why this warrior could have such achievements was because of him. The heavenly Tao, samsara, the cycle of karma. Perhaps this was the principle. Who? After Mugu died, Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. He sat down on a rolling Entomb Spring. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. The power of the imprint was too strong, and his body could not bear it. Just as the imprint dissipated, the entire demon city became incomparably oppressive. Dark clouds covered the sky above the demon city, and the aura was very oppressive. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at the void in confusion. Could this phenomenon be caused by the imprint? Suddenly, a shocking clap of thunder resounded through the entire demon city. Demon god List Fong Chun has violated the rules of the demon city. He is expelled from the demon city and will never be allowed to enter again. This voice spread through the entire demon city and immediately shocked all the warriors in the demon city. Voila! Fong Chun was in a daze when a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him. He could not resist at all. He was swept away by the light and disappeared from the northern ice plains. Hoo-hoo! Following that, the sky became clear again. The northern ice plains calmed down, and the Entomb Spring also gradually returned to its original state. Those warriors who had fainted also gradually woke up. They looked around and were very puzzled as to whether or not Magoo and the others had killed Fong Chun. However, the news from the outside world shocked them. What? Chu Lang Fong, Magoo, and the others were all killed by Fong Chun? He used the Entomb Spring to kill experts on the demon god list. He violated the rules and was expelled from the demon city? Could the legend be true? Using external forces to kill experts on the demon god list will be punished by the rules of heaven and earth in the demon city? In an instant, the entire demon city became extremely noisy. For hundreds of millions of years, people did not believe in this legend. However, today, Fong Chun had verified the truth of the legend. He used the Entomb Spring to kill Magoo and the others, which angered the rules of heaven and earth and expelled him from the demon city. Of course, some people said that this was the rule left behind by the demon venerable Sky Saint, and no one in the demon city could violate it. No matter what, from today onwards, Fong Chun's name would resound throughout the demon city. Fong Chun has been expelled from the demon city? Mo Luo Sha, who had heard the news, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. After asking around, he was even more impressed with this junior brother of his. Chapter 2271. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fong Chun's expulsion from Demon City had caused a huge commotion. Demon City was in chaos, especially those martial artists who had interacted with Fong Chun. They were all shocked when they heard the news. Boss has been expelled from Demon City? Little Mouse and the others widened their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. Damn it, someone must have framed Boss. What should we do? Demon City is temporarily closed and we can't leave. In that case, let's do something big and give Boss a surprise the next time we meet him. Okay, it's settled. The top 10 experts on the demon god list were usually elusive. However, they had gathered at the Entomb Spring this time. Each of them had a majestic aura that was very oppressive. A look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Perhaps even Fong Chun did not know that his actions had caused a huge commotion in Demon City. At this moment, he had appeared in the black northern desert. Strong winds blew and dust flew. This was the main theme of the black northern desert. At a glance, it was a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was not a single green plant to be seen, and it gave off a hot and dry feeling. Black northern desert? Fong Chun licked his dry lips and said helplessly. He vaguely remembered that there was a loud voice in his mind, saying that he had violated the rules of Demon City and was expelled from Demon City, never to enter again. Who is in control of the Demon City? The rules of heaven and earth? Fong Chun muttered to himself. When the rules of heaven and earth descended, he could not resist at all. He could not even do the most basic actions. At that moment, his body seemed to be frozen in the air above the Entomb Spring. Use the Entomb Spring to kill the martial artists on the demon god list. Fong Chun pondered the loud voice carefully and finally understood. He had violated the rules, and it should be this sentence. But no one told me that I can't use external forces to kill the martial artists on the demon god list in Demon City. Fong Chun felt that he had been wronged, and his heart was filled with helplessness. The Demon City was widely recognized as a holy land for cultivation in Void Star Sky. In such a short time, his strength had already reached such a level. If he could continue cultivating in less than 10 years, Fong Chun was confident he could break through to the heaven-opening realm. But now, all his efforts were in vain. I wonder how Little Mouse and the others are doing. The Demon City had been closed, and no one knew when it would open again. During this time, no one could come out. Fang Chen was still worried about Little Mouse and the others. However, there was no point in worrying. He could only pray that they would be able to grow quickly. If that was the case, with their innate divine abilities, they would be able to protect themselves if they worked together. I hope all of you are safe, Fang Chen said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen forcefully shook his head. He restrained his emotions and gradually calmed down. He did not become dispirited and depressed because he was expelled from the demon city. Even if I'm not in the demon city, I can still break through to the heaven-opening realm. This was the confidence that belonged to him, the confidence of being unparalleled. If he did not even have this bit of confidence in the path of martial Tao, what meaning would there be? The one obstructing his path would always be himself. After thinking through this point, Fang Chen revealed a smile on his face. He raised his head and found Fang Chen before flying out of the black northern desert. In the dark, "Amen, there is someone?" Suddenly, a black-robed warrior discovered Fang Chen and hurriedly said, "Who is it?" Another warrior looked over and said with a low voice, "Unity Realm? Unless it is a warrior from the black northern heaven who entered the black northern desert by mistake." The previous black-robed warrior frowned. Ever since the demon city appeared, other than the higher-ups, no cosmos gods dared to enter the black northern desert. And this fellow in front of him was only an ordinary Unity Realm warrior, yet he dared to walk alone in the black northern desert. Interesting. Let's capture him and interrogate him. Voila! The two black-robed warriors acted immediately. In an instant, they appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. "Brat, who are you?" One of the black-robed warriors asked with a deep voice. "What are you doing alone in the black northern desert?" The other black-robed warrior asked. "Tianqing clan?" At the moment when the two black-robed warriors appeared, Fang Chen sensed the aura of the Tianqing clan, but he did not reveal it. The aura of these two were much stronger than his, and he could not act rashly. "I am a warrior from the black northern heaven. I am here to train," Fang Chen said calmly. At the same time, he used a special method to transmit to Jian Wuji. "You are lying." The two black-robed warriors stared at Fang Chen and coldly said, "Eastern Profound Heaven, Limitless Sword Sect. On the peak of Limitless Sword Mountain, on the sky-reaching stone pillar." Jian Wuji was currently conversing with Swordmaster. The two of them had smiles on their faces as if they were discussing something joyful. "Swordmaster, the development of the outer sect you mentioned is not bad. Everything will be up to you." Jian Wuji slowly nodded. "Sect Master, the Star River Province is developing rapidly. In just a few years, it has become the leader of the 73 branches of the outer sect, especially the Prefecture Master, Star and Moon. Her potential is astonishing, and her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, she stepped into the limits of the deity imprint realm." Swordmaster said, "Originally, she could have broken through to the Unity realm in one go, but I stopped her." Jian Wuji glanced at Swordmaster and lightly nodded. "Your method is good. Although her potential is strong, her foundation is not stable. She can't rush to break through. This trip to the deity imprint world should be a great harvest." Jian Wuji said, "That's right. Although it is impossible for a second Fang Chen to appear, I have a feeling that Star and Moon will have a great opportunity." Swordmaster became excited when he mentioned Star and Moon. Currently, Star and Moon was the golden signboard of their outer sect. Sect Master. Just as Swordmaster was about to speak to Jian Wuji, the latter's expression suddenly changed. "Sect Master, what happened?" Swordmaster hurriedly asked. Jian Wuji jumped up and stood up. Terrifying killing intent instantly filled the air. Fang Chen has been surrounded and killed by the Tianqing remnant race in the black northern desert. Jian Wuji's voice had just faded when his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. "What? Isn't Fang Chen in the Devil City? Why would he appear in the black northern desert? Could it be that the Devil City has opened?" Swordmaster's mind was filled with doubts, but he knew that now wasn't the time to ask. Saving Fang Chen was more important. Damn the Tianqing remnant race. They're getting more and more overboard. Swordmaster's expression was ferocious. He followed closely behind Jian Wuji and entered the void. Hold on, I will be there soon. While traveling through the void, Jian Wuji transmitted a message to Fang Chun, asking him to delay for as much time as possible. Black Northern Desert. The two people from the Tianqing remnant race stared at Fang Chun. Their bodies emitted an extremely dense black aura as they looked down at the void. Kid, you're lying. Right after the skinny, black-robed cultivator spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chun. The 11th level of the space-time collapse technique. Crash! Fang Chun's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed, affecting the two people from the Tianqing remnant race. We can't let him escape. Both of them knew that once Fang Chun escaped from the Black Northern Desert, the higher-ups of the Black Northern Sky would know about it. At that time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Thinking of this, the two of them split up. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the skinny black-robed martial artist appeared behind Fang Chun. He smiled sinisterly and launched an attack at Fang Chun. The sixth move of the traceless sword art. At the critical moment, Fang Chun performed the traceless sword art. The terrifying sword light temporarily blocked the attack of the skinny black-robed martial artist. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chun had already escaped far away. Bang! Fang Chun, who was traveling through the void, suddenly felt a heavy blow on his body and flew out. The fat black-robed martial artist's figure slowly appeared where he was. How can you escape from two heaven-opening realm martial artists? Isn't that a joke? The two of them pincer attacked Fang Chun, one in front and one behind. I've already sent the news back to the Wuji Sword Sect. The sect master will be here soon. Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Once the sect master arrives, the two of you will definitely die. Their faces changed drastically. They looked at each other and then used their thunderous means to end the battle quickly. Crash! In front of Fang Chun, the void collapsed and a terrifying vortex appeared. Whoosh!